Day 2 is upon us here at U.S. Nationals. We're going to play a full day of draft in CC tomorrow. Or excuse me, today. Before we head to our top 8 tomorrow and finally crown our U.S. national champion. And boy, are some incredible players in the mix, Pankaj. Kicking things off today with a draft from none other than Lucas Oswald.
Our winner of the Rosetta World Premiere Calling, beating Michael Hamilton in the finals as well. Very strong limited player, and joining him in the undefeated bracket is Majin Bae himself, our World Tour Weekly host, who has picked up his limited skills and is just been blasting through his limited events, even at PT London.
What a showdown we get to bring you in our first round. You know, you never know how things are going to line up, but a matchup like Majin versus Lucas to start the day, it really doesn't get much better than that. Why don't we set the stage and remind everyone exactly what we are playing for today. Of course, the biggest prize on the line, Pankaj, always going to be the title of U.S. National Champion. I think a national championship, a world championship, it just means so much more than any other title because it's so easy to explain to the rest of the world. I am the best flesh and blood player in America. No one can dispute that. I hold this title. Come at me, bro.
You know, I definitely have that too. When I tell people I'm traveling for a Pro Tour, like I tell family or people who don't play the game, and they're like, what's a Pro Tour? But if I tell them I'm traveling for Nationals, they're like, oh, okay, I understand what that means. Definitely relate to that. It's just a lot easier to explain to other people what this means.
The other thing everyone can relate to, cash in the pocket, $50,000 USD on the line here this weekend, including $10,000 going up to first place, all the way down to $250 USD, down to 32nd place. But of course, got to focus in on those top 8 prizes. First place will take home the Champions Trophy, but gold foil legendaries to everyone else in that top 8. And, you know, those gold foil legendaries, they're kind of a showpiece. I know a lot of folks use them, maybe finance their next trip around the world, but a lot of folks just like to add them to their collection, and you get this rolling trophy case that goes with you. Anytime you pick up one of those heroes, you show off your gold foil legendaries. Any in your pocket, Pankaj? You have any in your collection?
I've got some. I think my most prized one is my gold foil Grasp of the Arcanine.
That's a sick one.
Yeah. I also want to point out the World Championship invitation that extends all the way down to the 16th. It really showcases Worlds as you are the best in your country, and therefore you get invited to the World Championships to play against the best of all the other countries.
Yeah, Worlds, of course, in the USA this year. We're headed to Philadelphia to bring you Worlds. Can't wait to head to the Northeast in November. My favorite weather system in the world, Pankaj. Look, the weather may not be great, but the times are going to be great. Also, I like that location in Philly. I've spent a lot of time playing TCG tournaments there. Very convenient, very nice space right across the street. I believe you have the Reading Terminal Market. Literally some of the best food in the country. So highly recommend everyone joins us when we come around to Worlds. And there you see, that is our Champions Prize. That's what we're playing for. That World Championship invitation also on the side. Let's not forget about those World Tour points as well, Pankaj. As we get into the Player of the Year race, certainly Worlds will play a huge, huge part in determining that. But there's also a lot more ground to cover, a lot more points on the line at Battle Hardens around the world, at Callings around the world, and of course at national championships around the world, as we're just kicking off national championship season.
More and more points on the line over here as we head to the conclusion of the Player of the Year race, to be honest. But with that, let's talk about players a little bit more, Brian. Let's check in on some of our teams and see how the players from these various teams are doing.
Yeah, of course, this is an individual tournament, but we know it's so important to have a solid team behind you, setting you up for success. Here you see Team AGE coming to us from the West Coast. Of course, bringing us incredible coverage, top-tier coverage of events week in and week out. Also, really great pre-recorded content over on the AGE page. Encourage everyone to go check out their stuff and check out their team's performance with a lot of folks really in the mix here, headlined by both Austin Summers on none other than Captain Gravy Bones and Matthew Vore representing for Victor Goldmane.
I love how so many of the teams that we are following today also do content, because they do amazing content. I love that you shouted out AGE for the great content that they do. Speaking of shoutouts, I want to shout out Colin Eriksen, the guy who's always repping Kassai at every AGE event, repping Kassai at this event as well. I'm rooting for him a little bit for that reason.
Colin never falters off that deck. At Kassai's worst moments, Colin still makes her look like a threat, doing very well here at 6-2. Why don't we check on some other content creators? It's the Runaways, of course, coming to us from the East Coast. Solid run for the Runaways. We talked about a rough last Pro Tour for the Runaways, but have totally flipped the script here with the leader in the clubhouse, if you will, Lucas Oswald, sitting at 8-0 and our featured drafter today.
And just below him, Noah Bagelman at 7-1. His only loss was against Austin Summers in the CC yesterday in a nail-biter of a Florian Gravy matchup.
Yeah, a bunch of solid 6-2 records also in the mix here. Worst performer, Craig Krempels. Get back in the booth, Craig. What are you doing? Come on. You're better than this.
For now, he is playing in the Calling today, so we wish him all the best there. And with that, let's move on and take a look at another set of amazing content creators, the Card Guys.
Yeah, Card Guys having a bit of a rough run on the Crawford side. I actually played a little poker with Nathan Crawford last night. He was at the poker table. I let him know I was needling him a bit on the stream. Said he had the gravy secret sauce. Maybe not quite yet. Maybe needs to cook a little bit more, but also cooking Andrew Cook, the best performer on the Card Guys thus far in this tournament.
Andrew Cook, of course, coming off a top 8 at PT London on Prism, and I believe that's what landed him on the Card Guys team. It just goes to show how strong performances at these events bring you onto strong teams where you get to work with other like-minded and passionate players.
Yeah, Andrew Cook just getting rolling in his professional career. Sure, very big things to come from him. How about we check in on our final team? It is the Wolf Pack, and there you see a pretty rough day for the Wolf Pack. Really not coming through at the level we've grown to expect from them. Ex-Pro Tour champion Michael Fung has dropped at this point. I have to point out, though, the best performer, tied for the best performer on this team, it's Michael Hamilton at 6-2, and there's no way you can count this guy out. Entirely capable of just running the field for the rest of this tournament. Anytime I see Michael in this range, I just think, okay, this guy's probably going to be in the top 8.
I completely agree with you. I've seen him have records like this on day 1 before, and he still ends up making top 8. And I do want to come back to Michael Fung and Brody Spollock. Both of them brought Gravy Bones to this event, and both of them started off the day 0-2, unfortunately, on that list. So perhaps their Gravy lists also need to simmer a little bit and maybe come to be a little bit better. And then, yeah, Brody's still alive, but Michael Fung unfortunately dropping out.
You know what's funny, Pankaj? As we move through this team breakdown, I've pointed out a few instances of Gravy really not performing for players. But if you go look at the conversion rates, we're going to cover them later on. Gravy Bones is scary and actually performing in the top 3 of conversion rates, I believe. So more on that later. When we get to the CC rounds, we'll go over full conversion rates. Why don't we take a look at the standings as a whole? We saw a lot of our players as we moved through those teams, but this is the story of this tournament. And as I mentioned, sitting atop are our 2 undefeated players. Not only both superstars of this game, both Verdance players, Pankaj. What do you make of Verdance sitting atop this tournament right now?
I think Verdance is probably the best answer to what people were expecting to be the big bad of the format, which is Florian. Florian's Verdance matchup is not great for the Florian side, and with Florian taking a hit from the bans, people are like, oh, Verdance can actually kind of roll this deck, and she's just solid, especially off the back of the blue non-attack Earth Block 3 that we got in High Seas.
Speaking of Florian, I would say Florian maybe underperformed a little bit in the CC rounds. Looked fine, but wasn't dominating the top of the standings as you may have expected going into this tournament. But the Florians really stepped up in draft, including both Randy Davis and Grant Huddleston, both Florian players sitting at 7-1 right now. Skipped over Bird Cabrera there. She's 7-1, playing new. Very much in striking distance. We saw her with a Scurv draft yesterday. Actually got that Scurv in Pack 3, Pankaj. And I talked about this at the Taipei World Premiere. There is a world where you can stay that open and look to get into Scurv late, and Bird pulled it off. Only a slight misstep maybe stopping her from the 3-0 in that draft.
That is one of the things I love about this format, almost more than anything else. I mean, we speak about Treasure Island, how that's really cool, but also in the drafting process, the fact that you can not know what your hero is by the end of Pack 1 is, I think, very refreshing for Flesh and Blood draft. Moving on to other new players in CC, I do want to shout out Jude Carnett there on 7-1 as well. Also piloting new, fantastic player from the PNW region.
Yeah, we saw Jude's only loss. It was to Austin Summers on Gravy Bones, who is still there, 7-1. Also, Matthew Vore, 7-1 on Victor. And Colin Cromwell representing for the Kanos out there at 7-1. Let's take a look at our second page of standings here. We have our 11th through 20th rankings queued up, I believe. And there you see Tao Tao Chu. There's our first Arachne Marionette in the mix. Noah Bagelman, 7-1, representing Florian. We get to Sebastian. A second Kano enters the fray. So people still very much at risk of getting blown up by Kano. 14th position, Gabriel Montez, actually undefeated thus far, sitting at 7-0-1. Picked up a draw, but is playing, I believe, new as well. Yes, he is. And then we go Diego Constantakis, playing Prism, Pankaj.
And then two more Florians below that, Adrian and Arjun and Adrian both piloting Florian, and that ends our 7-1s. And we still have a couple of 6-2s on this list as well.
A couple Warriors there. Fang Gang represented by Mark Bradshaw. Bryce Henschel, who we saw on stream yesterday, playing Kassai. And a final Azalea from Justin Irby, rounding out our top 20. So still very, very diverse field at the top of the standings, I would say. Tightened up a little bit. You know, we saw an actual historic amount of representation across our top 20 yesterday. Across our top 20 at the end of CC rounds, 15 different heroes, Pankaj. I cannot remember a time where we had such diverse representation after CC rounds.
I love that we get to boast that. I love how wide and open this meta is, that we get to say you can play whatever you're comfortable with. You have players like Colin, Eriksen showing up on their fan favorite Kassai. This is the deck that they love and they've been playing ever since she came out, and just like never given up, and it doesn't matter. This is a meta, I can play it and do really well in it.
Yeah, impressive stuff. We saw that time and time again in the feature match area. That's enough about CC though, Pankaj. I am ready for some draft action. And of course, we are drafting high seas. And frankly, we are still learning high seas. We are still figuring out exactly what this draft format has to offer. You see it as you watch these players go through the draft process. You see it as they play the games. I want to walk you through some slides that kind of set up exactly how Seas draft is built. If you've never experienced this before, you are in for a treat. And I think it's becoming a near universal opinion. This may be one of Flesh and Blood's best limited formats ever, and so much of it has to do with Treasure Island. Tell us about Treasure Island, Pankaj, and how it affects the games.
The way this warps the game is so fascinating. You have some games where both players are trying to deny the other person gold, and it ends up being a very grindy early game where both players are blocking 2 to 3 cards, sending 1 to 2 cards on offense, and it feels like the game is just stalled as the counters on Treasure Island go up and up. But eventually, one player is out of 4 blocks or out of equipment, and then the gold just starts flowing on both sides, and it completely changes the texture of the game. This macro has added so much to the limited format. It's such a fascinating piece to play around.
I love that you mentioned the stalls that can occur, but I've seen the games play out in another way as well, where players just kind of consent to leaking a little bit of gold back and forth, a piece here, a piece there, 2 pieces, and then the games just play every turn at a high power cycle. And I think those games are also fascinating. And a lot of it has to do with how the players drafted, what their priorities are. And I love that both experiences present themselves with seeming near equal frequency.
And sometimes getting 2 ahead on gold as well can actually be a downside because of cards like the Mutinies, and then suddenly you're ahead on gold and your opponent gets a massive advantage because they steal a bunch of your gold, and now suddenly you're behind again. So there's so much interplay going on with this macro.
I have to call out a moment in development, Pankaj, where I really feel like this format ascended to all-time great status. Mutinies were rare for a lot of development, and it makes sense if you kind of think about their impact on the game. They're really swingy. They have dramatic effect. But when we moved them to common, this format really started singing, and it added another layer of understanding, another layer of complexity that really benefited the format, and also just stopped these scenarios where a hero was denied from gold for an entire game and didn't really get to participate all that much. Now, if you fall behind, there's loads of catch-up mechanics you can use, and again, it feels like the moment where the format really started to sing a little bit. Of course, Gravy Bones, a fixture of this format, one of the 4 heroes. We'll talk more about that 4th surprise in just a moment. But Gravy Bones built on allies, built on boats from time to time. And maybe the most interesting part of Gravy Bones is the ally spectrum. where you sit on the ally spectrum. And we've seen success all over the place. We've seen success from decks with 2 allies. We've seen success from decks with 7 or 8 allies. Both are viable. Where do you fall, Pankaj, as far as preference goes?
I'm on the lower ally count train myself. I much prefer the High Tide set of cards to be the bulk of my gravy deck with just a couple of allies. The High Tide cards really let you put on the pressure to put your opponent in a hard spot where they need to leak too much damage and give you gold in the process to clear your ally. They just clear a couple of your allies, and that eventually gets them down into the spot where they just are unable to block. They're able to keep enough cards to survive your onslaught, and then they just have to leave you with the board state.
Yeah, you see that blue Swiftwater Sloop there. Kind of the best of both worlds. You are a blue-heavy deck as Gravy Bones. You also need to play blues to unlock your turns. And Swiftwater Sloop, capable of doing it all. All these boats, the sloops, the barks, high picks early on in C's draft, allowing you to stay open as well. And we're going to talk more about how openness plays into this draft format. Second hero, Marlynn. And for me, the best part of Marlynn, 2 distinct builds of Marlynn.
Red Spine Manta or Hammerhead Harpoon Cannon. Red Spine Manta really wants you to, as the name implies, play a little bit more red line. You're more focused on the pumps, you're focused on having more arrows, not too many resource cards. Whereas the Hammerhead version, you definitely want to be quite blue heavy. You don't even need that many arrows in the Hammerhead version. You can play a whole bunch of boats and just get your arrows from the gold that you generate off of Treasure Island as you send these big boats.
Another reason why those boats are such a good first pick, fitting into every hero extremely well. Then there's Puffin. Her 2 weapons, maybe Spitfire, not really finding its range yet. Pankaj, you have a spot where you like Spitfire more than you like the Blunderbuss?
It's a little similar to the Marlynn Red Spine Manta versus Hammerhead, where the more red line you are, it seems like you want to go more towards the Spitfire. It's super interesting because the format can be quite grindy, so you might be tempted to just default to the Cogworks Blunderbuss, where you actually have a weapon that you can rely on in the late game. But if you're confident in your aggression, say you're on like a full Nimblism package deck, which this format does have, you could just end the game before it gets a second cycle if you run something like Spitfire. Attacking for free on your turn is incredibly strong. Just ask any Illusionist player.
We're going to see where our Puffin players line up in the next draft, but we got to talk about the stowaway. It is stupid, sexy Scurv himself, the secret that we kept all the way up until the Taipei World Premiere. What has been your experience with Scurv thus far, Pankaj?
Firstly, it was so incredibly flavorful to just be watching spoiler season and suddenly, wait, there's a stowaway, there's a literal stowaway, a hero we had no idea about that you can draft as well, which means, like, similarly, no one else at the table also knows that you picked up this guy because he's a stowaway and you're going to suddenly show up. He has a very strong ability, and it ties into the staying open drafting process quite a bit, where if you can stay open throughout pack 1, you can get rewarded if you open Scurv in pack 2. But at the same time, bit of a drawback, not too many 3 blocks that you have access to on the Scurv side, because a lot of the 3 blocks are in the class cards, whereas for Scurv, you're only playing the pirate cards.
Yeah, important to note, though, Scurv not in every draft. It makes it hard to plan around. You have to really, take a bit of a risk if you're going to be the type of person who's going to shift into Scurv in packs 2 and 3. We saw Bird Cabrera do it effectively in yesterday's draft rounds. I wonder if maybe a Scurv has anything to say about today's draft. I think it was a real treat to get one as part of our first draft. Maybe asking for a second stowaway is a bit too much, Pankaj, as we head into this day 2 draft. But our players are just settling into their pods now. Why don't we go ahead and take a look at our feature pod, and we'll show you how the layout works. It is going to be, as we mentioned, our first round matchup. Lucas Oswald, our featured drafter, going to be taking on none other than Mr. Majin Bae. Also seated next to Lucas, it is Bird Cabrera looking to find some redemption, just narrowly missing that 8-0 yesterday. I heard from some folks who spoke with Bird. We saw her a little rattled down in the feature match area. We're hearing she's recovered at this point, entirely composed, ready to go. And like I said, Pankaj, that's how you define a champion. Everyone is going to face moments of adversity throughout this tournament. It is about how you recompose and how you bounce back.
I can't think of any high-level tournament that we've had so far where we didn't have, one sort of clear misplay happen on stream. But in most of those cases, as you're pointing out, the players do bounce back. And I'm glad that Bird managed to spend yesterday evening, maybe had a good night's sleep, to come back refreshed and re-energized and ready to take down US Nationals. On the other side, Majin Bae, the other player we are keeping our eyes on, passing on to Austin Summers.
What do you think this tournament means for Majin Bae's legacy. Majin, a known figure in the Flesh and Blood community for sure, member of the Wizards Council, infamous content creator, the best storyteller maybe in all of Flesh and Blood. Still missing that signature win in my eyes. You know, battle-hardened killer, and certainly the story of skipping round one and still winning the tournament with Verdance. Very Majin in the best ways possible. But it feels like the moment is ripe to get that signature finish.
A lot of calling top 8s as well, but you're right, missing that, just a final nail in the coffin, so to speak. And I think he has started his journey of limited reform, if you will, with PT London. He went 6-0 in limited PT London, which is a big break from something he's been working really hard towards. To see him already be 3-0 after the first draft US Nationals, I think he's shaping up to be one of the best players in both formats, whereas previously people mostly regarded him as the best Wizard player, one of the best Wizard players, one of the best CC players, but now he's showing his chops in both sides. I think his wins are coming.
Can't wait to see him continue to evolve as a player. I also can't wait to watch this draft, and thankfully, I don't have to. Lucas Oswald ready to start his draft process. We will bring you down there right now. This is a player who has dedicated himself to draft.
So first things first, I think Lucas is bringing forward the cards that can be played in all three heroes. And I particularly want to call out on the horizon over there. 4 blocks are so important in this format because of Treasure Island. That's how you can deny your opponent gold without losing limited resources like your equipment.
Yeah, putting that block above even Fiddler's Green, the rare, and I agree it's important for dealing with any type of overpower shenanigans from Marlynn as well. Lucas looked like he was about to make the pick, hesitated for a moment, is ultimately going to take the On the Horizon. I spoke with Lucas after Pro Tour London. Had a really tough experience in that second draft. Tried to stay open, shifted into the same hero as multiple people around him. Ended up with either 4 or 5 bauble deck in a spot where he really needed a strong finish. And I wonder if that's going to play into his mind as we go into this draft. Does that mean he looks to maybe commit a little earlier? Is he still flexible? Is he still open to the idea of, I just want to see what the packs give me, and I'll float between heroes for a little while and wait until I get the clear signal? Speaking of signals, Swabby's a pretty good one. Certainly a first pickable ally. Has made it through to Lucas here, though. Maybe competing a bit with that Scar for a Scar, certainly pure openness. You get entire flexibility from this point, but Swabby's going to be hard to pass up for Lucas.
It's such a tough call here, Brian. Like, I think you are rewarded quite a bit for staying open, and you can tell by the fact that someone passed him Swabby that the player to his right also feels similarly. Looks like he's going to pick Swabby, saying this power level is way too high for me to give up. I will lose 1 pick. If I don't end up in gravy, I've lost 1 pick, but if I do end up in gravy, this is so strong. It does synergize very well on the horizon as well. Looking at the top card of the deck, probably the strongest in Gravy, despite him already having Compass. Also has a defensive aspect, which Gravy does want to engage in.
Good call out, Ponkage. Couple good cards here. Another open option in that rally, the Coast Guard. Red Sky Skimmer, though, that is a top-tier quality card for Puffin.
And 2 very strong red Necromancer cards as well in the form of Jittery Bones and Restless Bones. And you have to wonder, given the fact that the player to the right passed the Swabby, they're probably too strong to rely on them wheeling, but that is something you need to start thinking about as well, Brian. Like, what is the card you're looking to wheel in these packs?
Really interesting. Thus far, Lucas has not pulled those Gravy Bones cards forward, seemingly debating between Sky Skimmer and Rally. And I wonder if Lucas views himself as he's playing open but taking power cards, which is another interesting way to stay open. It's not only about just taking generics, you just take good power cards across multiple classes, and he is going to take the Sky Skimmer. Interesting pick.
He even brought the Jittery Bones to the front. There was definitely deciding between those two. Ultimately decided, you know what, hasn't quite decided if he wants to be Puffin or Gravy yet. Just going to pick the Sky Skimmer, and you have to wonder, is he going to pick a Marlynn card next if he sees it?
We'll see. Look, the Gravy cards in that pack were powerful reds. I think powerful reds are less meaningful in Gravy than any other hero. I would put allies a tier above powerful reds, and powerful blues are very much on par with powerful reds in Gravy because you need them to unlock your graveyard. So maybe those red Gravy Bones cards not the strong signal that they may appear to be at first blush in this format.
I think that makes a lot of sense. And
Another
over here,
good Puffin card.
and the washed up wave as well, which is a fine arm piece for Gravy. I'm thinking about signals here, Brian. It feels like the player to the right is potentially trying to put Lucas into the Necromancer's seat with the Swabby pass, with the Jittery Bones, Restless Bones pass, with his washed up wave pass. But seems like Lucas, at least currently, is wanting to stay more open, maybe just moving the signals on to the left with the Jittery Bones pass. Now picking up a Copper Cog, maybe, picking up some strong Puffin cards.
Love that pick from Lucas. I think Copper Cog is actually a game changer for Puffin decks. Having a Cog that sticks around for 2 turns alters a lot of the math, lets you have a chance at actually going ahead and getting that Puffin draw. And that's when that deck's power really sings. If you are able to draw a card even once per game. And look, Puffin's fine if it doesn't draw cards. If it does, though, it becomes something special.
Also, one of the cards that is making a splash in CC. I think some of the strongest Puffin decks have at least 3 Copper Cogs, and some of them even more. Looking at this pack here, nice selection of generic cards over here. He looks like he's decided between Trade-In and Strike Gold. Fairly middling generics, I would say, Brian.
Yeah, not power cards. I do like Strike Gold quite a bit more than its stat line implies. I think 0 for 4s are baseline good in this format. I think on-hit gold is obviously kind of what this format is all about. Lucas seems a little torn between these 2 cards.
I think they serve different functions, given that he's sort of straddling between Puffin and Gravy right now. I think Trade-In is a little bit better in Gravy, and Strike Gold is a little bit better in Puffin.
Are we still open at this point, Pankaj? That's my next question for you.
Well, looking at the picks, there's only 3 class card picks.
Yep.
And if you end up in Puffin or Gravy, you can still very reasonably be in Puffin or Gravy. And even with only 3 lost cards, if you get a strong Marlynn signal, you can actually still go into Marlynn. But it seems to me he's leaning a little bit towards Puffin right now with the Sky Skimmer, Strike Gold, and Copper Cog picks. Like, I think particularly Strike Gold over the Trade-In leads me to think he's leaning a little bit more towards Puffin.
Takes a Thief and Varmints here, meaning Lucas still along that path of staying open, even possibly staying open to the possibility of a Scurv showing up early in pack 2.
I was just going to bring that up. I mean, Thief and Varmints, the first hero you think of when you see this card is Scurv. I mean, there's Thief in the name.
A nice blue here in the form of the Swiftwater Sloop, but I love these Nimblism equipments. Again, I talk about ceilings for decks. I think one of the hardest ceilings you can hit is a nice selection of Nimblisms, maybe a Nimby, and a full suite of that Nimblism equipment.
It is so risky to take Nimblism equipment before you have drafted your first Nimblism, though. Looks like
Lucas is going to stay safe, takes the blue Swiftwater Sloop.
Blue Swiftwater Sloop, I mean, a card that every hero is happy to have. All of them pretty much have access to gold, and once you have a gold, you can pitch a blue Swiftwater Sloop, pitch another blue, and now your High Tide is active. You have 2 floating as well to do what you want with.
Blue Golden Tipple in this pack. Bit of a, I would say, more gravy-focused card than anything else. In the blue version, I think the reds are playable by everyone. A good Marlynn card in the form of a 0/4.
2 good Marlynn cards, actually. Scouting Shot and Entangling Shot over here. You have to wonder, maybe Red Spine Manta is open somewhere on the table.
There's a block available for Lucas as well. I love Tough Old Wrench in Puffin. Again, just a way to go ahead and pass cards forward.
For a moment, I thought he was going to pick the Entangling Shot and brought it all the way to the front.
I think it was close. I think it was in range.
Yep. And now picking the block card over here. And Patch the Hole as well. It's another Marlynn card. It's an okay Marlynn card. I wouldn't really read that as a much of a signal. What are your thoughts on Chart of Course, Brian? I'm curious about that. It's almost Nimblism-esque, but doesn't have the payoffs of the Nimblism Tribal.
I think it's strongest in Marlynn, but there certainly are just pump archetypes you can play across really 2 heroes. You can kind of do it in Gravy Bones. Like, there are Gravy Bones aggro decks. You don't see them all that often, but I do think you can do it with enough Chart of Courses. And I think this is a fine pickup. Again, no matter where Lucas ends up, and that is really the thing that's going on here, openness. I do not think Lucas has actually chosen a hero yet.
Yet another red pump here in the form of Drop the Anchor. Looks like that is going to be his pick. And this just shows you how you can actually draft high seas. This level of openness, picking a class card all the way in pick 10 of a class you're not necessarily in as well. It's one of my favorite things about this format.
Pankaj, that's a very late Swift Strike Bracers, in my opinion. There were moments in our internal metagame where you could not get this card if you didn't first pick it, because so many of the devs valued it so highly.
So not only staying open in terms of class picks, but also staying open in terms of sheer archetypes. Swift Strike Breakers does unlock the whole Nimblism tribal package for Lucas over here.
Worth noting that Lucas got that trade-in tabled, which he was very much debating.
Looks like we're doing a draft review over here. Of course, he's got the on the horizon over here, one of the strongest first picks, and a whole bunch of generics. So yeah, he's very much not locked into any hero right now. He could, even if he ends up in, say, Marlynn, he only has 3 dead picks in the form of the Swabby, Skyscammer, and Coppercog. And similarly for if he ends up in Gravy Bones or Puffin, or even Scurv.
Yeah, good call out on the Scurv possibility. Very much in range right now. I mentioned Lucas's tough experience in London. I love that it didn't dissuade him at all. He is still drafting as you are meant to draft, staying as flexible as possible. It can be very easy to get gun shy when you get burned in that type of scenario. But Lucas staying the course, very disciplined first pack, I would just say, high-level drafted first pack.
I have to say, while he is open in terms of class, I do think Gravy is probably the weakest position for him to land into, just because he's got a couple of pumps, a little more red line heavy, fewer blues than you'd want, fewer blue block 3s as well. All these blues block 2 or 0 in the form of the Coppercog. And the equipment as well, Stretch Strike Blaze, is definitely leaning him towards a bit more of an aggressive line. So I think he's hoping to get some good Marlynn or good Puffin cards in Pack 2. To try and figure out which one of those 2 he's in, or maybe even a Scurv. But I'd be surprised to see him land on Gravy with this first pack.
Yeah, probably too early to say what Lucas is looking for in this pack. I don't think he's looking for anything. I think he's open to everything. And you can understand how strong that position is to be in. You just see what you're getting hooked up with, and you take the strongest cards.
Red Salvage Shot over here, Red Expedition as well. Another Quick Clicks, which I don't believe we saw tabled in the previous pack. So potentially some other player with a Nimblism package there.
I think there's a good chance, though. You don't expect multiple players to be into the Nimblism package. Really good chance to table that Quick Clicks. Love the pick of Walk the Plank here. Stay open for even longer. I think the Mutiny is in range for sure, but 3 for 7. And this on-hit, maybe one of the best on-hits in this entire limited format.
Very easy to underrate when you first read this card. This is definitely a card that reads worse than it plays. Once you start playing with it, your opponent's like, ooh, wait, I don't mind maybe taking a damage, giving you a gold even, if I want to do something strong. But typically, every hero in this format, when they want to do a strong thing, involves them tapping. So this is disruption in this format, which there isn't a lot of.
Yeah. I think cards that change your opponent's game plan on the fly. A lot of Flesh and Blood is game planning. I will do my defensive turn in such a fashion that I can do my offensive turn in another fashion. Walk the Plank really messes with that idea.
Cogworks Workshop over here as well. Majestic for Puffin.
Yeah.
Blue block 3 as well. You love the stat line on this, and he is open to go into an aggressive-esque Puffin deck. Not surprising to see him bring this all the way to the front over here. Also has a Coppercog here. So has a few cards he could even wheel in this pack. I think he might be happy just slamming down the Cogworks Workshop.
I think so. I think this is a big sign, Pankaj, with this and Coppercog in the pack. At least from this direction, Lucas looks like he is being incentivized to move into Puffin. Is this a lock now, Pankaj? Have we chosen our hero with this pick, or is there still another moment of flexibility here?
I think the picks... He has enough space still to pivot if he wants to. I'd be very surprised. I can't think of something that he would see in pick 3 of pack 2 that would make him pivot.
Yep, sounds correct. I think we are now a Puffin drafter. We'll see if Lucas has read the signals correctly. Has he moved into the right class? Blue Goldwing Turbine kicks things off here.
I'm quite partial to Blue Goldwing Turbine.
There is a red Cloud Skiff, and that is a very clear signal that Lucas Oswald has navigated himself into a strong position in this draft. 3rd pick, Cloud Skiff.
Absolutely amazing pickup for him over there. And Blue Goldwing Turbine still in the pack as well, just leaning more towards showing him that he is in the right seat. I'm quite partial to just unconditional cog generators for Puffin. And Goldwing Turbine, whichever color, I think I'm pretty happy to pick up. Hoping to wheel one of those potentially, but it'll be maybe a bit difficult to wheel that card. But still plenty of options in this pack.
Yeah, this pack doesn't look super deep for Puffins. Does look deep for Marlynn's.
Once again, it does seem like Marlynn seems to be the Red Spine Manta specifically archetype of Marlynn seems to be a little bit open in this table. Be curious to see where the Marlynn players end up at this table. We have to wait till post-draft to see where the different archetypes lie for that hero. For now, though, Lucas is just getting strong Puffin cards. A couple of yellows in this pack. No, you're not too happy about them. Red Titan Screws is all right. It's not bad.
Yeah, good yellows. Good yellows here. The type of yellows I don't mind playing. There is, of course, a blue battalion bark in the pack as well.
Also a sort of yellows that are very likely to wheel. So I really like this pick from Lucas over here. Taking the blue battalion bark, the one that's unlikely to wheel, because that's a blue block 3 that every hero can play. Goldwing Turbine, though, a yellow one, alongside the yellow mech attack as well. The yellow sky skimmer, one of those could wheel, and you'd be fine playing those cards in your Puffin deck.
Yeah, I suspect Lucas is going to get a good card out of this pack when it comes back around. Again, another sign that he has ended up in the right space, I would say. Moving into pick 5 now for Lucas Oswald, firmly in the Puffin seat.
Divvy up. Oh, okay.
Blue Cloud Skiff. Yeah, good stuff.
Captain's Code as well. We have to point out, Brian, while his main deck cards are pretty good on the Puffin side, he is a little light on the equipment. Currently just has the arm piece for the Nimblism payoff. Definitely wants to try and find a rust belt. If he's
You can see him flashing the longboat, but he knows it's equipment time. I understand the frustration, Lucas. Have to go ahead and shore up this weakness right now. I am still looking for Lucas to go ahead and get another Nimblism piece as this draft continues. I think he is very well set up to get that pick 9. We'll see if that comes around the table. Does not have his Nimblisms yet, though. And so as we move through the rest of this pack, surely any Nimblism would be a windmill slam. But I think pack 3, if he is able to complete the set, he'll have to gamble a little bit and hope he gets rewarded.
Have to remember the quick clicks. We saw a second copy opened at this table. That was very early in this pack. Might wheel around to him, so I'm completely with you. I think he is still looking for at least one Nimblism to go with the arms piece as well. We spoke about his lack of equipment currently. He has an arms piece that synergizes with Nimblism, but if he doesn't pick up a Nimblism, he basically doesn't have an arm piece.
The blue Steamboat available here. Steamboat, a power card in Puffin, to be sure. There's a red Tough Old Wrench as well if you just wanted numbers, but I agree with the pick here. Blue Steamboat going to be the pick. Lucas gets even more ways to keep those cogs around a little bit longer.
Blue block 3 is definitely very, very high priority picks in this format as well. Remember, it kind of comes back to Treasure Island. Just need to have good blocking cards in your deck to be able to deal with Treasure Island. Arm piece for Marlynn still in this pack all the way here. Does feel like Marlynn's pretty open, but he's got blue sky skimmer as well. So Lucas still not short on the good picks for Puffin.
Yeah, fine pick there. Did have the option of a Rally the Coast Guard as well. Blow for a blow, but those are more marginal cards. Definitely want the solid blue base here, the block 3, and a very playable card in Sky Skimmer.
So I have a question for you, Brian. In this version of Puffin, which is at least based on pack 1, leaning a little bit more aggressive, leaning potentially even wanting to find some Nimblism stuff, what sort of blue count do you like to have in this sort of Puffin deck? Because it's quite high on the number of blues right now.
Yeah, it really does depend on how the rest of the picks go. Something like this Ravenous Rabble can change the math a lot as well. This Ravenous Rabble pickup could push Lucas a lot harder into finding a leaner blue base, maybe in that 7-8-ish range. But it is going to depend a lot on what else is in the rest of these packs.
Ravenous Rabble is so interesting in this format because between High Tide, between the gold generation, you are sort of pushed towards having more blues.
Look at that slam, Ponkage. There is the wheel. As we suspected, Lucas Oswald read the pack very well, got the quick clicks, and now needs to find the Nimblism. That's the priority going into pack 3.
He needs 1 to 2. Like 1, then he'll be fine. He has a boots piece and an arms piece, but really he'd want 2, so he's not tied to for getting the go
and look
again
at this.
out.
Getting the copper cog wheel is huge for Lucas.
And the next pick, I believe, is the one that had the yellow Goldwing turbine in it. Or it might be the one after that. We have to see whether one of those wheeled as well. The yellow Sky Skimmer and the yellow Goldwing turbine. Let's see if he managed to wield one of those cards as well.
Very successful first 2 cards of the wheel thus far. Third pick, a fine card. Red Strike Gold,
0 for
sure.
4, yeah.
Yeah, also, again, Lucas is getting pushed more and more into this red line version of Puffin with the addition of the Ravenous Rabble, with the Nimblism showing up. I wonder if Lucas has a possibility of doing the Spitfire build, picks up the yellow Goldwing turbine on the wheel, but having a moment of pause.
And,
okay, is
and there you go. This was a pick where you picked the blue battalion bark instead, taking the open blue block pirate card, and was hoping to wheel either yellow Sky Skimmer, yellow Goldwing turbine. Managed to get that. Just fantastic navigation through this draft, Ryan.
Couple Marlynn cards available late in the packs here. So to me, looking like Marlynn is the underdrafted hero in this draft pod, but Lucas Oswald has played this so well thus far, Ponkage. I think all the wheels went exactly as he would have drawn that up. Clearly found an open seat with his hedging, with staying late open and being flexible to move into Puffin. I think his card count is entirely fine. I don't think we're at risk of bobble here.
Currently in the 7 to 8 blue range, so I think he's got the resource curve, at least the resource base down the way he wants it for an aggressive leading Puffin deck, especially because he also has that Ravenous Rabble. So potentially wants to try and find more on the res and definitely needs to find that nimblism, Brian. He is lacking the buffs right now. He needs to find those. His arm piece and leg piece right now do nothing unless he finds a nimblism.
Yeah, he needs nimblism. I think the best, I'm blanking on the name because it changed a million times during development. The best Puffin 1/4 pump, the one that untaps your hero. Perk up, thank you. Those are the priorities in this pack. If he hits nimblism early on, he can breathe a little bit. That is the card that if he does not get it, his draft goes from what looks like a solid 8, 8.5 right now to a 6 very quickly.
At this point, I think even if he sees a yellow nimblism, which is pretty much one of the worst colors of nimblism, actually even the blue with this deck is probably not going to be very good, but I think he still kind of is forced to just pick it if he sees the blue nimblism, because otherwise he's also giving up an arms piece and a leg piece.
Yeah, you need to unlock those two equipments without a doubt. Still missing a head as we go into this particular pack. You know, it is interesting with Puffin moving into this nimblism spot, you do lose access to the best Puffin equipment, I believe, in Unicycle, but Lucas's deck, it's not really like a massive Unicycle deck. Unicycle's never bad. It's hard for battle-worn equipment to be bad, but that's not really what Lucas is trying to do. He's just looking to play good, solid value cards, get the buff from that equipment, and offer damage very, very quickly.
I think the Puffin hero ability is, yeah, to your point, it's not leaning too much into the Puffin hero ability in terms of getting draws. Maybe the turn he draws a copper cog, he can replace that with something else, have the cog lying around.
Has the Majestic as well, too, though, so he does have some longevity in his cogs.
Exactly. But in terms of cards that actually get buffed by you tapping a bunch of cogs, missing a couple of them. He's a Cloud Skiv, maybe a Sky Skimmer as well. But yeah, to your point, I think he's playing more into just the normal 0/4, the strike golds.
Sounds like a bit of a judge call at the table as they get sort of the pre-draft procedure sorted out, maybe checking on one of the packs here to make sure everything's copacetic. Thus far, Pankaj, I want you to give 2 grades to Lucas's draft. 1 for quality of cards, 1 for quality of drafting.
Quality of drafting feels like 10 out of 10, Brian.
Agree entirely.
The first few picks, the fact that he even picked a Marlynn card in pick 6 or something, really stayed fully open, read his seat, and realized that he is in the Puffin seat, and he's getting rewarded for it. I mean, the Majestic was pick 3 of pack 2, which I think just goes to show how well he has navigated this draft while staying open the entire time. Quality of deck, I think, I'm going to echo what you said, Brian. It comes to whether he can find a nimblism. If he can find nimblism, I think he'll be very happy with his deck. If he cannot, it'll be looking a little bit rough.
There's that Unicycle finally makes its appearance. I don't know if Lucas wants to hedge here, maybe play towards the possibility of not hitting the nimblism, or you just stay the course, take the Scar for a Scar, and stay as aggressive as possible.
Interesting that he's maybe leaning into a Scar for a Scar more than the teeth in the cog. Perhaps this could be one of those cases where he's hoping he can wield the teeth of the cog, which is the class card, rather than the generic.
Maybe. I think it's just about the red line preference. Like, you need 0/4s. You need go again. Your deck doesn't really function without that.
This is a tough call. Deciding
it is very tough.
You're taking a gamble here. He's deciding, if I find a nimblism, I won't be playing the Unicycle, and he picks for the Scar.
Love it. If I'm Lucas, I've come this far. Even if I miss, I still have a playable deck. It's fine. I'm not washed. I just lose some power level. But I think having that Scar for a Scar firmly cements his goals in this match. And he finds it. He finds the red nimblism in pick 2. Windmill slam. Could not do it any faster.
With that force as well at the top of the deck. Oh, that is brilliant. Even the pick 1 immediately paying off for Lucas over here. We are in Vegas. He doubled down.
He's flashing us. He's hanging loose, bruh. Everything's coming up Lucas thus far in the draft.
Double down on the Scar for a Scar. Got rewarded immediately. Has found the red nimblism, no less. We were wondering whether he'd pick a blue or a yellow if he was forced to. Got the red. Now his boots and the arms both online.
Somehow Lucas, a very entertaining drafter despite just showing us his hands. Props to him.
Yeah, not a very easy thing to do. I mean, he is a content creator after all, Brian. He knows how to entertain the crowd.
Absolutely knows how to play to the crowd. Knows how to stoke a little controversy if he has to. Love that Runaways podcast. I check it out every week. Shout out to my boys over on the Runaways.
I love hearing four people just argue about the best deck. It's just what the vibe of the podcast. I love them. Definitely one of my go-to podcasts in the week.
More great picks here for Lucas. Have an option to take that Jack Be Quick, lean further into the Nimblism strategy. Also a Ravenous Rabble in the pack.
Jack Be Quick is so interesting when you only have one Nimblism. You really want to find the Nimblism first before you see Jack Be Quick. But unlike something like Nimble Strike, going back to Welcome to Wraith Draft, this at least blocks 3. So you don't feel that bad if you see this first before your Nimblism, because you can just block with it. So I think he's looking like he'd be picking that, and
and he does take it, and he's firmly in the Nimblism archetype at this point.
Nimblism, Puffin archetype, very, very aggro leaning. Very different from what he played yesterday at the draft. He played the Gravy Bones, more grindy. I saw him win a game with 1 card left in deck, and really goes to show the flexibility of this player in terms of archetypes, the way he drafts. He's comfortable on the aggressive side or the grindy second cycle pitch stack side as well.
True in his CC selections as well. Lucas has played basically everything. One of the first players to pick up Prism before she was even all that playable. Lucas was still able to find success. Finds good red cards here in the form of Sky Skimmer for his deck. Have to think that's going to be the pick here.
Another red Tooth of the Cog here as well. Might be a little bit late for him to reliably wield that, but I think the Sky Skimmer, he's missing some of the Cog synergy, just gives him a little bit more of an access to play on for the Puffin deck, slams that down as well, and the reds are flowing. His blue base, his resource base is set for the sort of Puffin deck he wants to go on, and these first 4 picks, just a nice, awesome set of red cards.
What do you think the odds of Spitfire are here, Pankaj?
You know, with the not too much resources in his deck, and remember, Blunderbuss does require you to pay 2 to attack with it. I could totally see him going to Spitfire. That's a great point, Brian. I completely forgot about the weapon choice.
Yeah, he's really well set up to play that gun. I think on the back of double Copper Cog as well. So just going to have some Cog longevity. Going to want to get as much as possible out of that. Finds a good blue here in Teeth of the Cog.
And picking that up over the Sirens really goes to show that he is leaning more into the aggressive side over there.
Absolutely.
Sirens kind of also in some weird way, does block 3. But Teeth of the Cog here just shows he does want to lean a little bit more into Golden Cogs, keep that Cog flowing as well, instead of getting the extra 1 life on the Sirens.
Shout out to all 2,000 viewers in chat right now, showing up for Limited, making it known you are here for the High Seas format. Appreciate all of you. Appreciate all of you having the faith. I appealed to our fans yesterday, Pankaj. I said, if Limited's not your thing, check out High Seas Draft. I'm telling you, there's something special going on here, and also something special going on with Lucas's draft. Has the option to take another Nimblism if he wants a yellow one this time.
I could see it, Brian. I think if you can unlock, like if you only have 1 Nimblism, you have to use your boots and your arms the turn you draw the Nimblism. Having a second one,
not the end of the world, though,
it's not the end of the world. Because the second one, especially with a Jack Be Quick as well, I could see it instead went for the blue Teeth of the Cog. Instead, doesn't want to play stinky yellow, a banana in his deck, if you will.
Yeah, I think he's got enough Skyboats at this point where the Cog longevity is a really good thing. Again, also leans a little bit towards Spitfire. Red Nimby coming around. I wonder if Lucas's deck is set up to make use of that.
Once again, it goes back to where you see your Nimblism. If you see a Nimby before the Nimblism, you're really happy. If you see a Nimblism first and then you draw Nimby, it's a 0 for 3 no-go again, you're really, really sad. So
Lucas points to it, but does take the more conservative pick. Maybe thinking, is there a chance? No, we're not at the wheel here. So it is. It would be the last card in pack if it makes it around.
I actually think if he had picked the yellow Nimblism and the blue Teeth of the Cog pick, maybe he goes for the Nimby over there. One of those cases where it sort of cascades down. But since he didn't go for a second Nimblism, picking up Nimby there would be a bit of a strange pick. So he goes for the blue block 3 instead. Can never be sad with the blue block 3.
I like taking the shot on the wheel, though. Like, it is possible. You know there's maybe one other Nimblism deck at the table, but you don't want multiple Nimbies. You're kind of looking for one to pick up. So maybe the other Nimblism deck has already completed that, or maybe there isn't another Nimblism deck at the table, and you've got a small chance at tabling that card.
Lots of blues in the second half. Well, yeah, the second half of the first round going around in this pack. I think he's definitely going to be wanting a few more reds, although his Mutiny seems really, really tempting, though. Mutiny is very, very strong in this format.
Yeah, red Teeth of the Cog as well. Trade in, though, that little bit of extra go again might be good, but it's hard to pass on a Mutiny. Even if you are a red line deck, you are going to need to find that gold at some point.
I almost wonder about the Ravenous Rabble pick. I think that's the only pick that sticks out a little bit at this point as potentially not working with the rest of resource base now that he's gone into a more a heavier blue count. Probably still makes his way to the deck and maybe just cut some of the blue 2 blocks.
Lucas felt like he was in a good enough position to hate draft there. Just takes away a solid Gravy Bones card. Could take a blue Nimblism here, but I agree. It's Tough Old Wrench as the pick. Use that like galvanized setup as your blue base.
I mean, speaking of cards that are open, Glidewell Fins making it all the way here to
there
pick
cannot
12.
be. Yeah, and look, 2 Marlyn cards. Maybe a 1 Marlyn draft, possibly, given how
Seems
late
like
these
it.
cards are coming around. Pretty rare for that to happen in high seas, but it can. And yeah, I would say Red Entangling Shot really emphasizes that possibility. Final pick here from Lucas. It's the last wheel. Didn't get a look at it. A little lower. Okay,
blue second shot.
Just another Marlyn card. So, you know, nothing really all that rewarding towards the end of the packs there. But Lucas has done it, I would say. Has put together a nice deck here. It's not a 10. It's probably not a 9. It's a good 8.5, though, and it's the type of deck that could surely take down this pod if things go well for Lucas Oswald.
I put on that same range as well. And you mentioned him missing a headpiece as he goes into pack 3. Did manage to pick up a bandana at the end over there, though that's, in many cases, barely a headpiece when you're playing a very aggressive Puffin list as well.
Yeah, it'll certainly see the arena, but not likely to have a huge influence over the game. So, you know, if there is a weakness in Lucas's deck, it's hard to say it's the equipment suite per se. He got the Nimblism set he wanted. He doesn't have any defense value, though, on his equipment. And that means a little bit vulnerable to things like overpower, potentially, beating him up. I also think he's got to race. He's got to be the aggressor in these matchups because he's not going to want to play these long games. He's not going to want to deal with Gravy Bones' accrued value. He just has to close games out.
He won't be able to deny the opponent gold from Treasure Island. I think that's the biggest thing. He has no block value on his equipment. He has the 1/4 block in the red on the horizon. That was his pack 1, pick 1.
Yep.
So opponents will be able to just get gold into Lucas, what it seems like, especially since his strategy is very aggressive leaning, to your point. He just wants to punch them in the mouth. However, to his credit, his deck doesn't rely too much on gold generation.
True.
So he's fine if the opponent blocks him out, because a lot of his cards...
He almost wants them to.
Yeah, he's not leaning too far into the Puffin draw card synergy. He's not leaning too far into a Cog synergy. He can use it, but he doesn't need it. So that's a very strong spot for an aggressive deck to be in this format, because if he's against a deck that has those defensive pieces and equipment, has more 4 blocks, he's not just starving for gold. He can still do his aggressive game plan.
Good point, Pankaj. Why don't we take a look at how this pod broke down? Here are our drafters, and here are the heroes. And the first thing that stands out to me is Bird Cabrera has done it again. Found Scurv for a second draft in a row.
The other thing that stands out to me, Brian, is what we were talking about as we were watching the draft. One of Marlyn in this pod, piloted by Grant Huddleston. He had the pick of the litter in those Marlyn cards when we were seeing the wheels go by.
A strange breakdown of this pod, but it kind of makes sense. If you think about how Lucas's deck is constructed, is very reliant on that generic map. Not super interested in Puffin cards. Certainly the good ones are there, but that's not the focus. And that means there was space for 2 other Puffin drafters. I'm curious about these Gravy Bones decks, Pankaj, because you know, look, Lucas took a good ally early on, was able to hate draft a Gravy card, and there's 3 of them out there fighting. Gravy doesn't do the lean into the generic map thing quite as well, unless you get all the boats. But they're such highly contested picks, and we know every single hero is looking for those boats, especially with a Scurv in the draft. Scurv wants boats more than any other hero out there. So I am curious what the quality looks like for these Gravy Bones. For Austin Summers, it's going to be round number 9 of Gravy Bones, looking to just mono Gravy Bones throughout this entire tournament.
It's so interesting that Matthew Vore ended up on Gravy, because remember that Lucas's pick 2 was the Swabby, so Matthew passed him a Swabby and then ended on Gravy Bones as well.
And we're hearing actually a bit of our misstep in our graphic. Actually, Randy Davis is in Marlyn, so that makes it a 2-2-3-1 split overall. A little surprised, actually. I think things were breaking in such a way that it could have been a 1 Marlyn draft. I wonder if maybe Randy got in late. Maybe a boat-focused build of Marlyn, possibly?
I think given Lucas's seat as well, that maybe from our perspective seemed like Marlyn was super open because he had no Marlyns passing to him. So I think that's perhaps where it was as well. And let's shift our attention over to our other undefeated player at US Nationals, Majin Bae. I think out of the Gravy Bones seats, he's in the best one out of 3 of them. He's the one passing into the other 2 Gravy Bones. So he had the better choice of picks in both Pack 1 and Pack 3 for that deck.
That's a good point, Ponkich. Majin does have a preference for Marlynn. That's the hero he likes to play in Limited. Not saying he will only play Marlynn. He doesn't force Marlynn. He just leans that way. I'm curious how comfortable he's going to be on Gravy Bones if he feels like he's got the rep. And if he's got the draft experience at this point to just be willing to hop and just play his seat as offered to him.
The deck has powerful blues, and that means Majin will be comfortable on it. That's kind of the way it works.
Fair enough. Also, a lot of decisions to make, a lot of opportunities to leverage your play skill, and we know Majin has that in absolute spades. Sounds like we're ready to take a look at Lucas's deck. We saw the draft process. We'll go into the breakdown a little bit more here. There you see a beautiful host of reds laid out. It does stand out to me. There's a lot of blues here. And you mentioned that Ravenous Rabble pick maybe being the one weak point for this draft. I'm inclined to agree, Ponkich. It looks like we're going to put forth upwards of 10 blues here, and not exactly where I want to be if I'm trying to set up Ravenous Rabble. Of course, there's still pitch stack shenanigans you can look towards. You do have On the Horizon to sneak a peek in a certain scenario. So there's some outs here. And frankly, a Ravenous Rabble that reveals a blue or a yellow can still be a successful part of Lucas's strategy. It's about going wide for him.
Completely agree. And the pitch stack thing, the deck doesn't seem to really want to go to second cycle, so I imagine he might just take the risk. But it's like, half the time it is still a 0 for 4, and other half of the time, sure, maybe it's a 0 for 2 or a 0 for 3, but not too sad, especially if you're against a deck like Gravy Bones, which is his first opponent in the form of Majin Bae. Even just having more go again, even if it's a 0 for 2 in the form of Ravenous Rabble, you're still perfectly fine.
How are you feeling about this Cog Generation suite that Lucas has picked up, Ponkich? I love the double copper Cog. There's going to be so much opportunity for Lucas to just pass cogs over. And then it goes to just an absolute 11 with the addition of the Majestic, the Cog Works Workshop, in conjunction with these copper cogs. It feels like Lucas is so well set up to be cog-rich throughout this entire game.
Not only in conjunction with the copper cogs, Brian, but also in conjunction with the teeth of the cogs and the tough old wrench, where effectively turning your golden cogs into further copper cogs, if you will, in the sense that they're cogs that stay around longer every time you're able to block with these cards. And that's kind of where you want your blue base to be if you're on the aggressive-leaning Puffin list. You want your blues to still help you on offense when you block with them, which is what these cards are going to be doing for his deck.
Of course, there's a question of what we're going to do with those cogs when we've generated them. Why don't we take a look at the mech pool for Lucas? We'll see what our payoffs look like. Just really the two red sky skimmers and a cloud skiff here. So solid payoffs. And I keep bringing it up. I don't know if Lucas is of the opinion that Spitfire is a real thing. I think there is some uncertainty out there right now. But surely if ever there's a moment, Ponkich, it feels like this is it. It feels like Lucas is so well set up to keep those cogs around and to just go ahead and get a free weapon activation.
So at the same time, Brian, because of his blue base, it actually leans towards the blunderbuss quite a bit as well.
Yeah, the blue base is high.
And you use the cogs to give go again to the gun instead, to the blunderbuss instead. And that could be a good outlet for the blues, since he did end up on maybe a higher blue count than he actually wanted.
I like that call out, Ponkich. That's maybe a step deeper. You are going to want to still pitch in some spots to play things like the Cloud Skiff. If you're doing that, you want a home for the other 2 resources floating. We have a lot of blues that, frankly, we have to play. We don't have enough reds to just jam all the reds. So there is a good element for blunderbuss as well. It'll just have to come down to Lucas's preference. We can close things out here with a look at our generic cards, because I think 10 is a very high generic count for this format. Surely there's a bunch of times where you pick up a host of pirate cards. You're very boat focused. But a generic deck like this really only exists when you get into this Nimblism archetype.
And this is such a beautiful set of generics. 0 for 4s to speak of all over the place, and the ones that don't still block 3 as well, like the Jack Be Quick as well. And still got 1 3 for 7. I believe there's the only 3 for 7 in his deck. So his deck is, in some sense, a little bit prone to fatigue on some angle, because the cards themselves don't attack for very much. So you're effectively trading 1 card for 3 or 4 value every time. You don't have 1 card that just deals 7 and you put 1 to the bottom of the deck by pitching.
There's this interesting thing that happens in C Limited, though, where if you misevaluate your opponent's plan, it can really punish you. And it happens very quickly. So if opponents of Lucas don't immediately recognize that he is vulnerable to fatigue and just let him sneak some of that early damage, you lose any edge you might have had in that spot, and Lucas loses his vulnerability. Now, I will say the equipment suite doesn't do a great job of masking how Lucas is going to play. It's very clear that he is leaning in on that Nimblism package. I do think there's a world where you just have those two equipments, you have one Nimblism, and you're not redline. Like, that is actually a completely fine setup. Maybe things like the Ravenous Rabble give Lucas up a little bit, so it could come down to how early Lucas finds a card like that. But here's our deck package, opportunity to give this a final grade.
Before we get into that, I love that you call out the opponents potentially misreading him, because when you're against Puffin, you might say, oh, you got to deny them the first gold. You really prioritize that. Against like Lucas's deck, we spoke about the cog payoffs. There aren't too many of them, so maybe it might be playing into his game plan if they try and use 2 cards to block his breakpoints every single time.
Double copper cog, too, just means he's going to have cogs. He doesn't care about how you defend him.
So in pack 3, we spoke about whether he gets a Nimblism or not affects his final grade, and he did find a Nimblism. I do think he went, he didn't go intentionally a little bit higher on blues, but I think he ended up on more blues than he perhaps wanted to, perhaps than the deck wants him. So I'm going to give this an 8, Brian.
I was thinking the same number.
Yeah, it's strong. We spoke about potentially 8.5 at the point, but that was, I think, contingent on him getting more reds rather than more blues. But given that it ended up a little bit more on the resource-heavy side, maybe leaning him more towards a blunderbuss package, which feels like it's a little bit anti-synergistic with the rest of what he's got going on. I'm going to give it a solid 8.
Yeah, an 8 rating to match the 8 wins that Lucas has picked up thus far. It's a fine spot to be in at the start of Day 2 of U.S. Nationals, and we are ready to go ahead and battle down in our feature match area the clash of the last 2 undefeateds in the tournament. It is Majin Bae representing Gravy Bones taking on Lucas Oswald on Puffin.
Only one player gets to remain undefeated after this game. Both of these players, remember, also sporting Verdance in the CC side of this format. But of course, right now they're playing 2 very different decks in Limited. The more aggressive-leaning Puffin deck from Lucas and the more sort of grindy, value-based deck of Gravy Bones powered up by Margin over here.
This is a cool matchup, man. I like both of these players' vibes. Both are entertainers. Both very, very practiced down in the feature match area at this stage. I can't think of a bunch of competitive history that these two share. You know, I kind of look at Lucas's nemesis as Michael Hamilton. They've battled in some epic clashes. I remember the Starvo Mirror they played in Chicago in the LL format. That really stands out. But there's others like the Rosetta released calling finals. Yeah, there's been so many storied meetings between the two. Maybe this is the first of the storied meetings between Lucas and Majin, and Lucas has the powerful Majestic to kick things off. Cogworks Workshop.
Only going to be creating Golden Cog, won't really get full value of the second half of that text, but still happy to just get the Cog train going so early on this game. And before we get into the full main deck stuff that's happening, I do want to go ahead and take a look at Majin Bae's equipment over here, Brian. Full suite of Block 1 equipment over there, exactly where you want to be if you're on Gravy Bones.
Could pay big dividends for Majin. Meanwhile, the weapon for Lucas, it is Cogworks Blunderbuss. Stayed with conventional wisdom here.
I think the resource base just sort of forced him
I
into
agree
this.
with you, Pankaj. If there's 3 or 4 more reds, then I think you swing the other way, but I think Lucas made the right call in the end.
Majin starting his turn with the Compass activations, getting some information about the top of the deck. Bully Bones here. Is he going to destroy the top card of the deck? He knows what it is. So remember, he was, in a sense, the Gravy Bones getting the first pick of the litter when it came to Gravy Bones cards, at least in Pack 1 and Pack 3. So you have to wonder what sort of ally suite does he have? Does he have the strongest allies, the stuff like the Rigor Mortis, the stuff like the Swabbies?
He's going to pitch the Burly Bones instead and leads here with Swindler's Grift, Barnacle going to be the discard, and immediately finds the gold that powers up all of these heroes in high seas.
Puts a counter on Treasure Island as well, and while attacking with a breakpoint. Remember, Lucas doesn't have a lot of breakpoint blocks. He has that one on the horizon that's red, no equipment to speak up to block. He just lets it through, says, have your gold.
Yep.
Doesn't matter. I'm not trying to block in this game.
I think we're going to see a lot of that from Lucas. And Majin just finds another discard here at the end of the turn, cashing in the gold to put another Barnacle into the graveyard.
Remember, Gravy is an instant, so he didn't have an action point, but was absolutely able to activate to get another ally in the yard.
Lucas actually had a tough decision on turn 1, debated a little bit on whether he wanted to go ahead and arsenal a trade-in or this Ravenous Rabble. Went with the Rabble. Here's the first big Rabble reel. It is a blue, unfortunately. Look, Lucas doesn't have the odds in his favor with this card. I don't think this is the end of the world. Pankaj is just totally fine coming in with this Rabble 4-5.
Charter cards doing a Nimblism impression over here, just giving the Rabble +3. And I love how aggressive Lucas is being with the Charter course, putting a counter on the Treasure Island as well. Just goes to show how he's thinking about it. He's like, I don't care if you block me out. I'm just going to put these counters on Treasure Island and get as much gold as possible. Very, very aggressive leaning already to start with for Lucas Oswald.
Lucas may be set up to draw a card from that Copper Cog if he's able to go ahead and hit Treasure Island. Yeah, fixing the tick down there on the Golden Cog. The Copper Cog in hand, and Majin says no blocks. I think that's a big win for Lucas here because now Puffin ability is going to be online in conjunction with that Copper Cog, and we talked about being cog rich. Lucas is already on his way to being so.
Activating Puffin. That's the first crank of the turn. Needs a second crank with the Copper Cog, yep.
There it is. And that one's going to stick around for a turn as well. So still going to have 2 cogs. Next go around has 2 cogs here to go ahead and do its thing. Blunderbuss going to get go again, using that blue effectively, as you mentioned, Pankaj.
And thanks to Ravenous Rabble, he knew that he was going to draw into a blue. So while the Rabble did reveal the blue, gave him the information he needed to go for this play and know that he can just attack with Blunderbuss with go again in the middle of the chain. And it looks like potentially going to be ending with the red Cloud Skip that he has with an untapped cogged as well. So potentially, a Sky Skimmer, excuse me. So perhaps representing, and this is a fork that Puffin puts the opponent in. Is this going to get go again, or is it going to get +1?
He's got another 0-4 in hand. He's got strike gold, I believe. So Lucas in a very, very good spot on this first turn, doing exactly what his deck was drawn up to do. Is just going to go ahead, let this one hit, then give it go again. That means the turn continues, and strike gold comes down. Another 0-for-4 and even more gold. And this game is coming at us fast and furious, Pankaj. We've seen grind fest down in our feature match area, but both players coming out firing and not a lot of defense early on.
Lucas's deck is singing right now. It's doing exactly what it was built to do. Managed to use the full 5-card hand on offense over there. Ravenous Rabble perhaps the weakest one on that chain, but I think he's still overall very happy with how the turn cycle played out. Ended up with a goal to boot off. Going to have 2 cogs remaining on his turn as well.
And I think Lucas is going to do better than that. I think he's going to be able to keep 3 cogs ready because he has drawn several of his galvanized cards. Meanwhile, on Majin's side, blue trade-in kicking things off here. That's going to be good to unlock those allies.
And he discarded Rigor Mortis from hand as well. So Majin Bae already at this point in the game with 3 powerful allies in the yard, holding a Swabi as well. Really goes to show he had some picks of some really strong allies, and now with the Rigor Mortis in the yard, looks like this is... Majin Bae has something to say about the offensive salvo that Lucas managed to concoct on his first turn.
And again, no blocks from Lucas. Not a lot of defense thus far in this match.
We spoke about the 2 ways that Treasure Island gets interacted with in this format. Sometimes it builds up to 5 or 6 counters and it finally goes away. And the other way was what you mentioned, Brian, where both players are just exchanging Treasure Island counters. Looks like we're definitely in the latter side of the game over here.
Yeah, that means we're going to play a very high-powered, high-paced game when things happen that way.
Which I will say, I think favors Lucas quite a bit. Gravy Bones wants the game to go longer, wants to get repeated value from the allies, wants to be able to resolve all the allies to begin with that he has set up in the yard, whereas this Puffin deck does not want to go to second cycle, wants to end the game before it gets there.
Majin had choice of allies here, chooses to go with the Barnacle in this case.
I love this play because of the Blunderbuss on the other side while Lucas has cogs.
Yep.
If you play the Rigor Mortis, Lucas can just give the Blunderbuss go again, clear the Rigor Mortis, and continue the rest of his turn. But because Barnacle has 3 health, Lucas needs to send a real card at the Barnacle to be able to clear it.
It's interesting. Lucas is torn right now. He wants his life total to be lower to give the Scar for a Scar go again. Also, though, wants to refresh the cog with Teeth of the Cog.
Can't get both here with this hand. Maybe you could just let the damage through, so you hear Scar for Scars online, and you convert the blue into pitching for gold. Looks like that might be... You definitely want to pitch a blue for Blunderbuss as well, so maybe you just use the other one for gold and maybe try and fish for something else.
I agree with Lucas's decision here. I think it was a bit of a squeeze, but I ultimately made the right call, is going to go ahead and pitch one of those teeth to go into the gold. Just like you said, Ponkit picks up a new card.
Another blue, though. We spoke about this during the draft,
blue density
Ryan.
a little high.
Exactly. So might need to Arsenal one of these blues or send it.
Cleans up that Barnacle very cleanly.
Which was very neat. He was almost going to send a Blunderbuss first, which could potentially put him at higher life from Margin, depending how he blocks. So very astutely noting he needs to send a Scar for a Scar first, make sure he has a go again, and then do the rest of his turn.
There is that Blunderbuss. Majin ready to defend now.
Blocking the Gold Hunter catch while he has higher gold than Lucas.
Looking at Coat here to go ahead and preserve the Arsenal and walk the plank. The only 3 for 7 in Lucas's deck, I believe. But it's a big one. That on hit, as we mentioned, Gravy Bones plays around it the best, but still, it can mess with your timing a little bit if you're trying to go ahead and get a cheeky blue in to unlock your graveyard. That's no longer available.
And of course, it is a breakpoint threatening Treasure Island as well, while Lucas currently is on 0 gold. So Margin might really want to respect this breakpoint to just deny the Puffin more gold. I have to also point out, Lucas is going to be arsenaling a blue over here, not exactly where he wants to be. But also, you know, we haven't even seen the ceiling of Lucas's turns yet. He's done some really strong stuff, but remember, he's playing a Nimbleism package deck. We haven't seen a Nimbleism yet.
And Majin knows that. Majin knows there's more fireworks coming. He's got to defend a little bit early on. He can't just get into a full racing scenario because he could just get blown up by that big Nimbleism turn.
I think he's thinking how much he wants to respect the gold here. I think that's the big decision. And this comes back to Treasure Island. We've sung its praises in this format so much. We see it happening right now. He's agonizing over, does he need to fold a hand to deny the gold? Or can he actually do something?
A lot of block left over on Majin's side, of course, with those 3 pieces of equipment. And he is going to reach for the fish fingers here, thinking about some defense.
There we go, full sudden block. Majin Bae ended up respecting the gold. And again, I mean, Lucas's deck, as we spoke about, doesn't super need the gold. When you're running stuff like Scar for Scars and Rebels, you might not need the gold. You do need the gold to use your blues, though. And if he draws too many blues without an outlet for it, that's where the gold starvation can actually hurt him.
Just a 0 for 4 here from Majin. Paddle faster coming down. No on-hit or anything here.
Well, Treasure Island.
Treasure Island, always an on-hit in high seas, for sure. Back to Lucas's hand. It's blue heavy again, and we've drawn the Jack Be Quick early on, unfortunately. And not having the gold here could be a punish.
And that's the thing about the gold in Lucas's deck. It's 2 things. Firstly, he's going to go to his turn without any cogs. Well, I mean, he can play the copper cog, but no cogs on the field. And no cogs on the field means he also lacks a blue outlet for the gun, for giving the gun go again as well. So looks like maybe that's why he's leaning towards blocking a little bit. Needs a gold as a pitch outlet more than anything.
That's going to mean 2 cards defended with here.
Exactly, so both cogs go away over here. So perhaps a little bit of a break for Margin, especially with the blue that Lucas drew of the gold on the previous turn coming out to play over here.
Lucas, though, with one of the best blues in the deck, for sure. Still gets a 3 for 5. Not the most impressive turn, but it's something. And on an off turn, you need to cobble together decent output. I think Lucas has done so. Again, we've spoken about Lucas's potential ceiling. I believe going to Arsenal the Jack Be Quick here, which is really setting up for that big Nimbleism turn.
Which should be finding soon. This is already turn 3. Remember, this is limited, so he's about halfway through a deck already. The deck also draws cards. We saw him draw cards from gold as well.
Correct. So one from the Puffin ability.
Exactly. So you're heading closer to a Nimbleism than it might seem, than a turn counter might seem. Okay, Margin's hand. Got a couple of blues there, blocking with some other cards, it looks like. Has a Sunken Treasure in his deck. Strong card in this format. Of course, he's already has pretty much enough gold. One interesting play pattern that Gravy Bones has when you're agonizing over a block sometimes is you can activate Gravy Bones at an instant on your opponent's turn, especially if you need to get rid of an ally as well. Since you've also already activated Compass, you know exactly what you're going to draw. Just sort of gives you access to a 5th card to work with in some sense, which is a very interesting and deep play pattern that Gravy Bones has access to.
See Lucas having his first think about the fatigue possibilities of this game. They are real. He has to be considering that. He has to make sure he keeps enough gas to actually close this game out and still clean up all those allies that Majin has if we get to that late state.
And I wonder whether now is the time when Majin's going to try and resolve that Rigor Mortis while Lucas has no cogs. Because when you resolve the Rigor Mortis while the opponent has cogs, they can very easily just clear it with the Blunderbuss and give it go again. Whereas now with the no cogs, Majin starved Lucas of the cogs in the previous turn, and now I wonder whether he wants to make use of it by getting this blue Swiftwater Sloop in the graveyard and then finally resolving the Rigor Mortis and making Lucas clear it while he has no cogs in the field.
Pretty classic combo here in the High Seas limited format. Majin going ahead, cracking a gold for the first blue, pitching the second blue, turning on the Swiftwater Sloop. Lucas with the draw of the On the Horizon here and has also drawn the Nimbleism.
Does he have the attack? He has a Jack B Quick in his arsenal as well to go ahead and make use of the Nimbleism. Goldwing Turbine as well. If you can manage to find a gold, that is one way to effectively get Puffin's ability. You turn one gold and a golden cog with Puffin's ability, and then make a gold unconditionally from Goldwing Turbine. And that gives you the Puffin draw.
We'll know the top card of the deck heading into this next turn.
2 floating for Majin, which will be the ally of choice over here.
This is a really interesting turn for Lucas. I wonder if maybe we're set up to see something like an IP on this turn and just try and float that Nimbleism over. If we try and go ahead and play towards the late game and put the Nimbleism back into the deck, there's a lot of options here for Lucas. Can just maybe fire off the Blunderbuss, but this Barnacle is going to be a problem. You do not want this to stick around.
This Nimbleism is a little bit awkward because the only target for it is the Jack B Quick in Arsenal.
It will not be able to get full value as it stands.
Lucas thinking of the block here. This Barnacle, of course, threatening all 3 counters from Treasure Island.
Tough spot here for Lucas. I think the card's just showing up in a slightly awkward order thus far.
Which was something we called out could happen. Now, thankfully for him, he did at least Arsenal a Jack B Quick and find the Nimbleism on the very next turn as well. So it wasn't at the bottom of the deck, as it can sometimes be. Now, of course, you can just play the Nimbleism, which goes to the graveyard immediately, and then banish that immediately with the Jack B Nimble. So you can still get the full value, but it's the go again from the boots, Brian. He only has that one Nimbleism.
Yep.
He wants to try and get the go again from the boots as well the turn he plays it, but Jack B Nimble already gets go again.
I wonder if it's just something like defense here. Fire the Jack B at the Barnacle, take the loss on that card, understand it's not going to hit its ceiling. Yeah, and Lucas is really struggling with this decision. It feels like a rough one and an important one. The worst kind of decision is just going to take the damage here, though. Gives Majin all the gold in the world. 4 gold now rolled up. And the turn passes back to Lucas Oswald. It is going to be the red Nimbleism. And that means it's time for the bracers. And it's just Jack B Quick.
Which can banish the Nimbleism because it does go to a yard immediately. Jack B Quick, excuse me, not Nimble.
And it's going face here.
Which actually threatens the Barnacle. This is the one that can untap the ally and steal the ally until the end of the action phase.
Yeah, so offering a potential 13 damage over this turn if he does claim that Barnacle.
And the
so
gold
much
as well.
incentive, though, for Majin to just block this out. If he has any kind of defensive hand, I don't think he has a great defensive hand. It looks like a double Coast Guard draw, triple Coast Guard draw, and a 2-block. That's a weird one. It does convert to 10 defensive value if you wanted to.
Could block 10, could block it fully. Of course, Lucas still has 2 cards remaining. But if you block this fully, then you're basically telling Lucas, you need to send your next attack at my Barnacle. Otherwise, I can attack for free with it, which is not where you want the gravy to be. But on Lucas's side, he doesn't have enough attack value to actually clear the Barnacle.
But we know that.
Majin
does not, and that
exactly.
changes the math a lot on Majin's decision here. If you had perfect information, I think it's pretty clear.
One interesting thing about Gravy side as well is when do you activate your compass? The fact that Majin hasn't activated the compass yet, a lot of Gravy players sort of muscle memory it. It's just like, oh, my opponent did something, compass immediately. But the fact that Majin's like waiting and seeing, and there are a lot of use cases for that. If you already know that you definitely need to be activating gold in your turn, or you're activating Gravy already, you can wait on the compass, get the information later, and make use of it. And Majin's discipline over there just goes to show how much experience he's had with this limited format, not just sort of reflexively activating compass the moment he gets a priority window.
Does have access to Gravy ability still if he wants to pick up that card. Getting a lot of equipment here. Is that setting us up for a full block of this Jack Be Quick? I think you heard Majin say that's really good.
Little does he know that the boots now on Lucas' side, probably just a dead piece of equipment at this point. Okay.
Majin full blocks, and I think this was the correct call from Majin. I think he found the block that he needed to.
Full block, choosing to give up both equipment pieces to keep a card.
Okay. Quick clicks, gonna go ahead and unlock the turn a little bit.
Is Lucas holding a 0 cost over here?
He is, I believe. I think he has blue Sky Skimmer.
Oh, then he can actually clear the Barnacle if that's where this gun is going. No, it's going to the face.
Yeah, that's what actually caught me unawares. That made a lot of sense to go face. But he gets the gold here. So that was actually really risky from Lucas. If Majin had blocked out that gold, his turn would have been a little stuffed, but he finds a way to get the clear. I think Lucas played that turn extremely well, Pankaj.
Given the awkwardness of when he found the nimblism, the fact that he found that line, took a risk for it, but got paid off. Just fantastic play from Lucas over there. Majin, though, himself had 2 different lines. He was like, okay, if you don't clear my Barnacle, I can just attack with it. But since he did, coming in with his Restless Bones over here. But Lucas did manage to clear the board, and this is a yellow with no go again, so Majin won't be resolving another ally over here. So for all intents and purposes, this is kind of just 5 vanilla damage.
We do have to call out, though, Lucas has sort of lost the power ceiling at this point. There is no more ridiculously explosive turns generated off of these power cards, and a bunch of reds used to defend here from Lucas as well.
And that's because he was Cog and gold starved. If he had a gold or a Cog remaining, he could have resolved the Sky Skimmer, but needing to block with 2 premium-ish reds there, Brian, I can't believe Lucas is happy with that, given how he's not too high on the red threat density.
No, and I think cards in deck are actually about dead even right now, but that poses a problem for Lucas because Majin has virtual cards in deck with those allies in the graveyard. You'd think the hero with the weapon is actually favored in this scenario. It doesn't play that way a lot of the time with Gravy. Gravy is very capable of executing this fatigue plan. I'll also point out the 3 points of life that Majin currently has over Lucas that may matter as we get into the late game. So I think right now, Majin is in the superior position in this matchup, and the onus is on Lucas to put together an endgame state that actually gets him over the line here.
Especially because of what you pointed out regarding power ceilings. Once Majin starts resolving some of his allies, the fact that he's lost the nimblism power ceiling, it's going to cost Lucas a lot more to try and deal with Majin's board state.
To me, the big question is, can Lucas find a spot where Majin gets a little ally flooded and just is forced to take some damage? I think something like the Rally the Coast Guard turn, triple Rally the Coast Guard, has really pushed the possibility of that happening higher. But Majin has found a big red ship here in the form of Battalion Bark.
Jittery Bones as well in this hand with an ally to fuel that as well. We might be seeing why Majin decided to take the full 4 damage from Lucas, giving him 3 gold as well. We've seen Majin starve Lucas of gold up until this point, decided this was a moment to just let him have it and come back with something really, really big and bad.
Yeah, this hand is offering lethal one way or another. It's going to demand cards from Lucas. The question is how many cards, kicking things off here with the Jittery Bones.
Discarding the Scuba, the good dog, the goodest dog, if you will. Coming Jittery Bones, 4 go again. It's going to be a red bolt after this as well. This is so much damage. Definitely going to take the tempo, but will not be setting up any board state, Brian.
4 into 9, though, we're demanding so many cards from Lucas. It's a minimum of 3 cards, I think, that are going to be given on this turn, depending on the composition of Lucas's hand. We know that 4 block already used.
And no equipment to speak of as well. And now 9 coming in while Lucas is at 6. 2 card block demanded as well. Remember, a lot of his cards do want to block while he has cogs up, but currently he has none. And Puffin's ability, unlike Gravy's, is not an instant, so he won't be able to generate one immediately. Talonbar coming in for 9.
And that's the worst possible chain ender that Lucas can see here. As we mentioned, more cards going to be given. 2 more cards out of Lucas's hand. And with that deck getting thin, we'll count it one more time. Not a lot of options there for Lucas.
What a great reversal of game states. typically we see the grindy nature of the game play out at the beginning of the game into a sort of both players exchanging punches. We saw sort of reverse happened. The beginning of the game was so explosive from Lucas, and then now we're getting more into his grindy where both players are actually thinking about fatigue. It was a fascinating format.
Majin's deck is really good, Pankaj. For being at the start of a 3 gravy chain, this is a strong Gravy Bones deck.
Lots of premium allies, Swabi and Rigor Mortis as well, and big boats like the Battalion Bark and 2 blue sloops as well. Probably
a good rally the Coast Guard base. Like, I think Majin kind of has it all.
And the equipment suite as well. Full,
Yep.
each equipment piece blocking 1 as well. Cannot be understated as well in this format. Was able to keep Lucas off the gold, and we saw how much that actually starved him quite a bit. And the gold starvation that Majin imposed onto Lucas, we saw actually this stuff quite a couple of Lucas's turns. So
I have to ask how good those other gravy decks that were behind Majin are. It feels like, was it really in a prime position, read his seat very well in this draft.
And we also know that Matthew Vore, who was the last Gravy Bones in that chain, did pass a pick 1 Swabi as well. So how much allies did he get access to, given that 2 gravies were passing to him?
Here is the block from Lucas.
More reds needing to be blocked with the red Cloudscape. He doesn't have too many of those cog payoff cards, and had to block with a tough old wrench as well while he has no cards up. I think Lucas's face says it all.
I'm trying to remember
right
early
now.
pitch from Lucas. I know trade-in was the first card pitched. I think we just got back around to it. Nope, still a Teeth of the Cog. This is a good ship, though. This is about the best turn Lucas could have put together. Gets a 7 here.
It's sending lethal. Once again, though, it's a blues. So many times this game we've seen Lucas send blues at the opponent. Had the Arsenal blue off the top of the random gold. Now sending a blue Battalion Bark as well. The Ravens Rabble as well. I want to come back to that as well as we talk about these low live totals, Brian.
I think we're going to see trade-in come off the top of Lucas's deck, and I think we're going to see a bunch of blues after that, Pankaj. And it's on Lucas to put together a winning game state from that position. On Majin's side,
the fact that Lucas is now in the 2 live total, though, once Majin plays the first ally, if he's able to attack and then attack with something and attack with the ally as well, it just means Lucas will need to block too much to be able to clear that ally, is a problem that I'm seeing right now for Lucas, Brian.
Majin picks up the Swabi as well. Has the Sunken Treasure to go ahead and defend this ship. And has a little bit more life to play with here.
Going down to 2. And gold as well on Lucas's side. Just feel like it's too little too late, and this is a thing that can happen with Puffin sometimes. You just keep them starved on gold. Eventually, when they get their gold, they're too low life total to actually make use of it in the offensive way that they want to.
And it's time to chain some gold, and we're getting to the sloop part of Majin's deck. This is, again, another classic end state.
And this is the point
where
he knows what he's drawing.
Yep.
Players at this caliber, they know exactly what they've pitched. He has meticulously set this up, is sending a Swiftwater sloop with the High Tide active. Still 2 cards remaining. Gravy will be online after this. Lethal already being sent.
Yeah,
that's
and
the
Lucas
fist bump.
just extends the fist bump. There's nothing he can do. And I have to feel for Lucas there. We talked so much about the quality of his draft. It just felt like everything showed up in slightly the wrong order. And Lucas pulled everything he could from his cards. I thought really smart sequencing, took risks where he needed to. But ultimately, Majin Bae's Gravy Bones deck, despite being at the start of a train of Gravy Bones, really, really good stuff. Had the boats, had the allies, showed off exactly what Gravy can do in this limited format.
That turn where Lucas navigated perfectly, took a risk to clear Majin's Barnacle, just shows us the level of gameplay that we're getting from both our players over here. Both our players played this amazingly, and Lucas, I do want to shout out how well he drafted his seat. I think there was just a few too many blues towards the end of that pack 3 for him to be really comfortable with the sort of strategy he wants to enact. Just a few more reds in that spot. Maybe if they came in the correct order as well, could have turned that around. But fantastic game from both our players. I can't wait to see more Flesh and Blood.
Yeah,
Limited.
we'll start following Majin's journey throughout this pod now. And why don't we check in on the pod and see how things played around the table. And it is Bird Cabrera on Scurv taking down Austin Summers on Gravy. So a good start for her. both the Marlyns coming up with 1-0s too. The rest of those gravies not faring as well, and both Puffins with a loss here, Pankaj.
We saw this yesterday as well, where the Puffins in a draft pod unfortunately not doing quite as well as you might expect. Perhaps something's just being missed about how that hero should be drafted in this set. But yeah, those two gravies on the left of Majin Bae, both going 0-1.
We'll have to see if they can find a rebound here. But now the story is all about Majin Bae. Is this the moment where he can put together a 6-0 draft performance in a split event and finally start to break through at the tier 4 level? We're going to play more rounds, and we're going to find out right after this break.
Lost treasure has been sighted on the horizon. Every booster box of High Seas comes with a treasure pack featuring special golden treatments, gold foils, and lost treasures from James White's personal collection. You too can hunt for lost treasure at your LGS with an order of High Seas. X marks the spot. Welcome back, one and all, here live from World Tour Las Vegas as the U.S. National Championships draft rounds come towards its penultimate and final match. We got 2 more rounds of draft. Sam O'Byrne and Ellie Bird are going to take you the rest of the way through these draft rounds. And if our next 2 games are anything like our last one, we are in for a treat.
I agree. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing, I believe...
Majin, baby.
Yeah,
Majin took it down.
Majin running it back, running it all the way down after an 8-0 finish yesterday, which is pretty impressive.
Pretty impressive.
Pretty sick for the Kano player.
For the Kano player, for the Wizard player, for honestly the classic constructed aficionado to continue to put together sterling records in the last 2 major major events is just so great. And, we're both big fans of a lot of our players in the top 8, but Majin's a good friend, so happy for him. But we just talked about treasure packs. Makes me kind of want to open one, especially after the Conqueror of the High Seas golden cold foil was opened yesterday by our own established and beautiful Brian Gottlieb opening a beautiful card. Makes me want to open one. I'll just go ahead and give it a rock. I'll go ahead and rock it because clearly 1 Conqueror of the High Seas is not enough. I want 2 Conquerors of the High Seas.
You need a play set, Sam.
Exactly. Well, we're giving 1 away on stream. We're going to give this one away later today in the CC round. So you stick around and make sure you stick around for that. I can't even really see. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Second one.
Oh,
let's go. Let's go.
That's so sick.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Wait, that was awesome.
You vamped so effectively into opening such a good card.
Actually, so sick. Oh my gosh. Come on, Cogworks Tinkerwing. All right, so we're giving away the Conqueror of the High Seas, and I'm taking home the Cogworks Tinker Rings, baby. Come on.
No more charity, says
no
Sam.
More
this
charity.
This
one is mine, baby. No, I'm not. Maybe we'll give it away. Who knows? All right, can you beat that? Can you
Probably
beat Cogworks
not,
Tinker Rings?
actually. Statistically, it seems pretty
fire.
unlikely statistically, but we will find out. Okay, I'm going to do it.
You're gonna do it right side up.
I'm going to do it right side up, and on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Hiya!
Oh my God! What? No
Are you kidding?
No way! Wait, there's actually no way.
There's no way.
There's actually no way. Wait, there's.
Brian, you rigged this.
Brian, you.
I saw you take these packs from the factory.
Wait, we talked about. Here, hold it up. We talked about a play set. I feel like now we actually do get to keep these. Because that's so fire. All right, thanks, guys. This has been a great stream from U.S. Nationals. I think we have to pack it up.
Bye.
That's it. We're going home.
Sorry, no more limited, no more
shot,
CC.
right?
We're
All
not
right.
even doing top 8. We're telling everybody to go home. We're closing the venue.
Yo,
Bye.
That was so fire. Well, I don't know if anything's going to top that, except perhaps our very next game of draft, because we just saw a mechanologist fall to the undead allies of Gravy Bones. But we will now see if Randy Davis and the hero Marlynn and all of her arsenal of arrows will be enough to stop the menace. Let's go ahead and head down to the feature match area for our next round of draft. Here we can see our 2 players, Randy Davis and Majin Bae, absolutely locked in as they compete for the undefeated of this pod, and for Majin Bae to remain undefeated in this tournament. We can see the Red Spine Manta for Randy. I believe you had a chance to check in with Randy, right? Ask about the draft, how he's feeling.
I was going to say, so I got to interrupt Randy and the other drafter that we're kind of talking about a little bit in this pod, Bird Cabrera, and talk to them a little bit about their decks, their drafts, how they're feeling. What I thought Randy had to say was pretty interesting, especially given that he is 8-1 in this tournament right now, which was that he said he didn't actually get to practice draft all that much, and he went with Red Spine Marlynn as kind of a comfort pick. Like, I'm going to be scoping this out. I'm going to be actively looking for this in the draft process. And it kind of just lined up for him. He was pretty happy to see it come his way. He also said, I feel just okay, which I feel is pretty humble because I think his deck is somewhat solid. He has a pretty fair amount of arrows. And I think he's I think he's looking pretty solid, especially into Gravy Bones, where when you have this Red Spine Manta deck, between the ability to freely get arrows into your arsenal, you're actually, I think, reasonably well positioned in terms of being able to both clear allies and send a reasonable amount of damage at the Necromancer's face.
I believe I would agree, and I do think Red Spine Manta, a somewhat straightforward deck to build and pilot. If you're not feeling as comfortable, we know this is a newer draft format. It's a little easier to string some of those cards together in both the drafting portion and on the arena, but it all comes down to the player skill, the player pilot. As we saw the Swindler's Grift go ahead and start that ally train in the graveyard for Majin. 4 damage was taken by Randy, so he's down to 16, but now it's time for a bunch of equipment to be pumped and used after the Nimblism and the Nimby. What are you seeing, Ellie?
I mean, the first thing this tells us is that I would imagine he has another Nimblism in his deck, maybe even a red. You know, this red line, red spine deck is firing on all cylinders at the moment. We talked a little bit about the sub-archetypes in this limited format yesterday with these Nimblism equipment that you can draft that give +2 and go again to something as you crack them. And, I mean, that's being exhibited so well here, how he has not only a plethora of Nimblisms for the arrows that he gets to load for free with his Red Spine Manta, a resource in his chest piece slot for any one-cost arrow, and just plenty of attacks to throw with Go Again. This is like, you know, he said he felt just okay about his deck, but right now I'm incredibly impressed. This is well-crafted, and, I mean, it's drawing quite well, too.
And yeah, this first turn is working nicely. As we can see, a couple different bones head in front of Nimby here, and it's going to be a couple pieces of equipment as well, the headstone and the fish fingers. Going ahead and trying to block this out because it does look as though Majin is not wanting Randy to get any gold on that side of the arena. Though, as we can see there, it is a Nimby with Go Again, which is, you know, reminiscent of another figure that looks a lot like the figure on Nimby, searching cards out of the deck with Go Again. And now, Randy's still working with a whole lot of cards in the hand.
Yeah,
Let's
4
see.
in the hand
Let's see
still.
what he's working with here.
Nimblism from Arsenal plus the Nimby from hand means he just still has a full quote-unquote grip.
Time to load in the salvage shot. Nimblism to be played, and the salvage shot to come out here with, if it hits, goes to the bottom of the deck. Coming in for 8. Gonna go ahead and pitch in for the salvage shot, put the Expedition to 0 keys back into the bottom, so a couple nice reds getting ready for second cycle. And we do know this format, it's not always gonna hit that part of the game, but it very well might.
Listen, even not to mention that this, you know, functionally doesn't take a card out of his deck. This was just a 4-card 16. Every single card he took out of his hand on this turn, given it was padded out a little bit by equipment, was worth 4.
That's going to grab a piece of gold from Treasure Island. Salvage shot to the bottom of the deck. Majin Bae giving him the reminder there. Good sportsmanship.
Definitely not nervous on stream. No.
As you can hear, Randy, it's always good to get on stream.
But then for some reason, limited just makes
Pretty exciting to see blue golden tipple from Majin here. I keep almost saying Caleb. Can I just say Caleb?
I think.
I feel that way regardless.
So it looks like we're going to go ahead and crack the gold here.
Rigor Mortis off the top. Maybe not what he wants to see here.
Mutiny, your gold.
And a mutiny on the battalion bark going to be played. Steal that gold on back. Looks like we are going to now go ahead and activate Gravy Bones with the gold that we just stole to put Rigor Mortis into the graveyard. Now it can be played thanks to that mutiny. So even though Majin did take 5 damage, did have to stare down that Nimby with Go Again, it looks like he might be able to put some real offense forward.
Definitely capable of establishing that Rigor Mortis on this turn should he choose. And, I mean, with 2 resources floating, it's the perfect line here. Kraken for 6 and Arsenal, a card with a pretty 8, sorry, from the Mutiny on the Battalion Bark. Pretty cool lateral cycle with Mutiny on the Battalion Bark and Mutiny on the Swiftwater that reference the boats of the same name. I'm very curious if at some point there was a card cut from the set called the Nimbus Sovereign, because there isn't a Nimbus Sovereign in the set that gains overpower.
Interesting. Interesting, as this Rigor Mortis does crack on in for 8 and leave a body left over that Randy has to think about. Yeah, it's only got 1 health. But sometimes it's a little harder for the Marlynn decks to find Go Again, though Red Spine Manta often looks to aggressively draft some of those more generic cards that can find Go Again on their own.
pretty fortuitous for Mr. Bae here that he stopped any gold generation on Randy's side of the table here because, I mean, if you have to throw an arrow into a Rigor Mortis, Goldfin Harpoon is a pretty attractive option, especially if you have some kind of go-again offering, and I believe his arsenal is a yellow arrow. It might be a Sikkim shot. Don't quote me on that. Which would be fantastic, you know, send 3 face, activate Marlynn, send a Harpoon at Rigor Mortis, but without gold to make that happen, things get a little bit more complicated.
It's actually going to be a patch the hole, yes, to grab that Sikkim shot back into the hand, which is pretty interesting given that it would be able to clear that Rigor Mortis.
Perhaps he's going to discard it to this golden tipple here.
That's another another go-again enabler. The Jack Be Quick as well, another way to move forward. So like we said, Randy drafted his seat pretty nicely. A 1 of 2 Marlynn going to go ahead and banish the Nimbleism.
Jack Be Quick's on it is incredibly relevant in this game state because he will gain control of Rigor Mortis for the turn, being able to functionally have a 6 value on it from this card as he'd get the opportunity to crack in with Rigor Mortis at Gravy Bones.
I'd like to imagine the little homie on Jack Be Quick just grabbing the huge skeleton of Rigor Mortis, running across rooftops, and then when the people try to follow him, just be like, "You, sick him!"
He's just dragging it behind him like,
yeah. That's a block for 4 with the Quartermaster's boots.
Can't let that hit. Just unacceptable. Also, I believe there should be 1 gold on Treasure Island. Particularly meaningful for Mr. Davis. Buccaneers bounty to send that golden tipple, discarding that yellow Sikkim shot to both make his first gold of the game and replace the card in his hand.
3 go again now with the golden tipple. And like you said, pull in
here.
The Sikkim shot.
Finding Colin the big guns off the top is about as premium as you can get, and with another 0-cost arrow in his hand, a 0-cost pump, and this Swift Shot face up in Arsenal, he'll get to send his entire hand without even activating the bow or pitching a single card.
Yeah, this is actually looking magnificent for Randy. Just a beautiful series of game actions and the turn here. Like you said, utilize the Buccaneers bounty to keep this turn completely pitchless. And because of the draw off of the Tipple's trigger, we got to put the Swift Shot here with go again. Majin's down to 12 after taking the Tipple. The Swift Shot's going to take care of the Rigor Mortis. It heads to the graveyard.
I just want to remind everyone at home that Randy said to me his deck is just okay.
It's Swift Shot. Oh, I'm having a bad day. I'm sorry. Wrong
Randy here. Actually, it looks as though the other card in his hand is the Nettling Shot that is going to be able to tap down that Rigor Mortis. So it looks as though Randy attacked with this, said, tap your ally, and Majin said, it's Swift Shot. But now,
what do you mean?
the Red Spine Manta now loads in the Nettling Shot, and we see why Randy might have confused those 2 cards. He is going to go ahead and actually have to pitch into the Nettling Shot. So not...
He does not.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah. I thought it went to the pitch zone. Yeah, it looks like he is playing the call in the big guns.
Yeah, I think just a little bit of like a confusing player habit there. He also put the Tipple he was discarding in a similar spot, so I think it was just like I'm playing this to send this, and it's like, what do you mean?
He puts his non-attack actions over there,
yeah,
close to the pitch zone. We saw him do the same with the Nimbleism.
To be fair, technically correct. That is, they don't go on the combat chain.
Yep.
They don't go on the combat chain.
Yeah, so this is the Buccaneers bounty that he activated to get that resource. That was allowing the Golden Tipple to come forward. So let's see now. The Nettling Shot here is such a nice way. Randy didn't care about the Rigor Mortis on this turn. He's going to hopefully be able to deal with it in a future turn. He went for so much damage and some disruption with this Nettling Shot. Just going ahead and tapping down the Rigor Mortis on the trigger of the Red Spine Manta loading.
Caleb's hand in a little bit of an awkward spot here. He's stuck with an ally that does not block, and only 1 piece of gold, so it might not be very attractive to be cashing in and filtering here. He could, you know, take a bunch of damage, send Jittery Bones with go again, but then he doesn't even have the resources to establish the Swabby should he discard it. And with Rigor Mortis tapped, I'm not sure he has any play on his turn outside of drawing and discarding to find something else.
Well, he's going to go ahead and do just that. He's going to draw and discard the Swabby for a future turn and use the blue from the top of the deck into a walk the plank. So he does have a nice little follow-up. Even though his Rigor Mortis is tapped down, he does have an attack that allows for a little bit of disruption on its own, can tap down the Marlin so that no Goldfin Harpoons could be created if a gold is created on Randy's side of the board. 7 currently playing 8. Both these players playing for that undefeated record in this draft pod. Majin still hasn't dropped a game in the U.S. National Championships.
I blocked with my headpiece.
Ridiculous.
Oh, look at this. Majin actually threw the headpiece away when he blocked with the headstone. It should still be on the field because it's battle worn and not blade break. And they're just going to go ahead and figure out the best way to correct this one. He didn't activate it. He just blocked with it and threw it away.
I may or may not have this on the field, if that matters for calculations at all.
It's not going to change my calculations.
As they're considering the blocks on the right side of your screen, Randy Davis, 1 life up on Majin Bae.
Or an ally.
But on the defensive with 5 coming at him with a pretty meaningful on-hit. If he wanted to use Marlyn's hero ability to generate a harpoon with which to clear this rigor mortis, he's going to have to block out this walk the plank, leaving him with only 2 cards left to work with.
Five damage on the combat chain here. Randy giving this one a think. Still plenty of time left in the round. 22 minutes, 40 seconds. They're not going to time with the life totals this low.
They're here to beat the hell out of each other. Something I always find pretty interesting with these Gravy Bones decks is because I think the hero is kind of always trying to punish you for wanting to clear his allies, but the way the decks do that and the way they line up varies so much from pod to pod in this draft format that sometimes you have these 3-4 turn games where just a couple minutes in, everybody's pretty low on life. And then you also have these really grindy games like we saw Austin Somers navigate yesterday, where you're going down to the last 3, 4, 5 cards in your deck and just trying to close with allies that shred up your opponent's last few options. This game clearly the opposite, with a 6 power ally on the board, threatening, 3/4 of Randy's life total, though it is presently tapped down.
And looks as though the ruling here, going to go ahead and let the headstone come on back.
Under half their starting life totals.
Yeah, a little bit of an incorrect game state warning there from Majin Bae. But able to keep the headstone around for that powerful effect later in the game. Now Randy Davis can have to really contend with this walk the plank that's been here for a while.
So worried about getting hit, I just went ahead and threw it away, says Caleb.
Let's see, Randy looking like he might be posturing for a block with 2 cards. That's a total of...
Another Nimby.
Yeah, a Nimby and a headshot that works pretty nicely with the Red Spine Mana. Just throws itself right on into the arsenal, gets that big buff. Let's see what the 2-card play is here from Randy as he tries to keep Majin off the gold. I have to imagine he wants to clear the Rigor Mortis. He also maybe wanted to keep his hero ability around as he utilizes it immediately at the start of the turn. Grabs the Golden Harpoon. Let's see what he's working with in the hand.
He's got a chart, a course, and a trade-in. Maybe he's just generating an arsenal for himself on this turn cycle.
Yeah, interestingly, if you discard... Yeah, he's going to go ahead, discard the Harpoon to draw.
This does not have Go Again, though, from what I understand.
I don't have Go Again because it wasn't in the arsenal.
Yeah, Randy actually mostly looking for some optionality on the arsenal there. That's really the only thing activating Marlyn did on that turn. And he wanted to keep it. Definitely wanted to keep the chart, of course, maybe just for damage. But mostly wanted to, I think, just like have a little bit of say over what went into the arsenal. Although it does look like it's the chart, of course, that went in there.
Makes a lot of sense, actually. His deck is so trim on resources, as we've seen, that actually pitching into a gold is not the most attractive option. So even though he didn't have the action points to utilize every card in his hand on that turn cycle, he did still get to use the text on the trade-in basically to draw a full card for the purposes of filtering through his deck with that trade-in.
Yeah, more important for Randy to keep threats and to keep cards in the deck, even though the trade-in didn't have Go Again there. You can see that red battalion bark in the graveyard for Majin Bae. I don't think he was happy to use that on the big attack for 7 on the last turn, the nettling shot. I have to imagine he was hoping to utilize that for its offensive value. It's going to be an Angry Bones here, coming in, pitching away the Sunken Treasure. The Barnacle's going to go ahead and hit the bin as well, so here we go. It's going to be 7 with Go Again.
Not Go Again.
Oh, sorry, no Go Again.
Yes. Restless Bones is 6 with Go Again. Angry Bones is just +1 if you discard or trash an ally.
I literally read, I saw that card. I was like, oh, I didn't know this card had Go Again. It's 2 cards. 2
imagine
cards.
the Majestic, my really angry Restless Bones, 2 for 7 with Go Again.
Randy, though, at 8, has to contend with this big attack for 7. See what he's got in the hand.
Threatening to put him to 1, but with no real disruption on it. He gets to block as he pleases, more or less. His hand, pretty red line. We know he has a Chart the Course in his arsenal, but not all that much Go Again to speak of. And if he wants access to extra action points, he's going to have to pitch a red into a Sikkim shot. He does snap off no blocks, straight down to 1, giving Majin Bae 2 more gold to work with. And I think, honestly, gold is most crucial to Gravy. You know, you find these game states where you're trying to close against him and he just gets to sculpt away some of these more awkward draws that he can find.
All right, here comes the chart, of course.
So interesting, pitching 2 reds into activating a gold here rather than using the Red Spine Manta. Looking to get that Sikkim shot live here. 7 Go Again is the ask. That is lethal.
7 Go Again is the ask. You have to imagine he has a 0-cost arrow left over to utilize the Go Again on the Red Spine Manta. As it is not the most attractive option to be pitching those reds into the gold, but sometimes when you draw a hand of reds, you're also forced into the uncomfortable decisions, like going down to 1 after that Angry Bones attack. 1 currently playing 7.
There is another interesting facet to this limited format where the first way, the level 1 on how you control the gold your opponent has access to is just blocking out Treasure Island or slowly meeting it out, letting them get 1 over. They get 1 gold. You kind of trade that back and forth. But I think something a little bit higher level in this format is just saying, okay, you can have as much gold as you want. I'm going to hit you so hard that you never get to keep enough cards with which to make use of your gold. And that is clearly Randy Davis's game plan in this situation, sending 7, buying 3 cards from Majin Bae's hand and following it up with an attack for 5, a veritable lava burst from our treasure hunter ranger on the other side of the table, leaving the pirate necromancer with only 1 card and an arsenal to work with.
Such a sweet move there. Yeah, it was a 0-cost arrow, and it's one of the best one. Dry powder shot coming in for 5 as the Rally the Coast Guard is the follow-up. This is going to ask for potentially 3 cards from Randy Davis here. Comes in for 7 with Randy all the way down to 1. This is going to be challenging for him to come back for. Let's see, he's got the 1 block lined up. It's the Sikkim shot, and look at that! Fire! Return fire from the hand, headed back from Majin Bae.
And a dry powder shot banished to it. That's a 1-card 9, Sam.
The absolute bomb coming out of the hand from Randy Davis as the dry powder shot rockets back into the arsenal, getting the buff from its effect, getting the buff from return fire, getting that enormous amount of damage, plus the Colin, the big guns. This dry powder shot is an absolute cannonball.
Majin even said when he sent the attack, oh man, it'd be really sweet if you had an on the horizon right now. Little did he know the hellfire that was about to be sent crashing down upon his boat on the other side of the table. An attack for 11 on after blocking with 2 cards and no arsenal is an absolutely ridiculous return.
This is 4 cards for 18 points of value in draft to potentially go undefeated in this second pot. If Randy Davis wins this round and the next one, he will move into classic constructed rounds with a record of X and 1 and have such a good chance of punching his ticket into the top 8 of this U.S. National Championships. And sometimes in draft, you need to get a little lucky when those cards sling their way around the table. It's harder in Flesh and Blood to have a bomb. It's harder to find something that can really change the tide of a game by grabbing a Majestic, by grabbing something that impressive. But Return Fire at this point is exactly that, a bomb, a cannonball, and it asked for the whole hand from Majin Bae.
Speaking of asking for quite a bit, that hand bought every single point of block he had in a full suite of tempo for Randy Davis on this turn. He has 4 cards to work with and a completely ridiculous amount of power in this hand. He has 2 zero-cost pumps to work with, one of which can load an arrow, another one of which can untap his bow, allowing him to load another arrow. We're going to see the Marlynn activation here, giving him an arrow with which to work on this turn, and 2 golden tipples in the hand. Maybe not the most ideal set of 2 other cards, but he can at least come in for 3 with Go again. He may even choose to discard this Harpoon, replacing the gold and drawing a card.
Randy Davis here just trying to shut the door on Majin Bae's dream of that 6-0 draft record.
Finding a swift shot off the top. He gambled on a no arrow hand and was rewarded handsomely. Now he gets to follow up this 3, go again, draw a card with even more damage. Sam, he has fire in the hole into 7, go again. Caleb only has 3 cards to block with, and one of them is an ally.
Yo, this deck is cracked, dog. This man has
He said, I felt just okay about this deck. By the way, perhaps the most humble drafter in the building.
Well, but I also think that speaks to the relative unfamiliarity with many of these players and the draft format. They might not yet know what deck is insane and what deck is fine. Randy Davis hasn't drafted, by his own admission, as much as he'd have liked for a different major given the timing of the release of these cards. So Randy in real time finding the strategies and finding one that looks to be absolutely beautiful here in our feature match area, as this swift shot asks for so much from Majin. He did Gravy Bones. Looks like he did find another way to block.
A little bit of reprieve for Majin Bae right now is that the last card in Randy Davis's hand is, I believe, a red golden tipple. So as he blocks this out, this is going to be the end of this onslaught, but he's going to have 5 cards to work with, and Majin is going down to 1.
Down to 1 goes Majin Bae, which means it's 1 playing 1 in our feature match area. 12 minutes and 52 seconds left from this round. Both of these players want to get to that trophy game. Both of these players want to potentially have that 6-0 draft record. The question is, which will end up on top?
Only 3 cards left in Majin's deck here, and 1 in hand. He has a blue golden tipple here. Cracking a gold. And finding a block card.
Finding it on the horizon on top, and he is just going
to
concede the game. Finds the block on top, and he sees the writing on the wall. He ain't got the cards left in deck. Randy had everything going for him that game, and he moves on to X and 1 and 2 and 0 in this draft.
An absolutely explosive and staggering performance fired off from the cannons of our Pirate Ranger, piloted by Randy Davis in our feature match area. What an amazing, incredible game. It looked so far in Majin's favor until that return fire hit the table and shifted the tides of battle in Randy Davis's favor. What a game.
Yeah, that was insane. That dry powder shot would have been 5. Instead, it was 11 thanks to the return fire. Everything was so insane on that turn, and I just honestly, it's cool because in Flesh and Blood Draft, it's so skill dependent, it's so skill driven. There really aren't as many major bombs, and that means when they come down, they make quite the big splash. Let's go ahead and check out the updated records on our feature pod and see how the rest of the players are doing. We see Randy Davis and Bird Cabrera. Scurv Stowaway 2-0, and our featured drafter, Lucas Oswald. I heard Brian and Poggins talk. I watched some of the draft. It ain't looked bad. It certainly looked good. He is one of the 2 0-2 players. Puffin, you talked about it, Ellie.
She's
Puffin,
tough, man. She's
tough to build and tough to play. The only 0-2s, both Puffins. But that does mean you look around, the other Gravy Bones both picked up wins in that round, as Grant Huddleston as well, 1 and 1. Now we, a little bit of news from around the room. Yuki Lee Bender yesterday taking down the World Championship qualifier, which was a draft at the top of those standings. She was, what, a 1-of-1 Puffin in that draft pod?
She's a 1-of-1 Puffin in the top 8 draft pod with...
Took it down.
Something like 6 red Goldwing turbines in her deck. Completely unbelievable. Her games were not close, and I think this really speaks to, the power of these Puffin decks. But like I've said, they're so punishing. You have to find the right mix of cards, and if you're using Spitfire, you have to be so conscious of your deck as you draft it, because you have to know all the various ways that you can cleanly spend your resources. That is the absolute baseline for an effective deck in Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, all right, we've got to take a quick break, folks, because the trophy game is coming up, and it's coming up fast. We'll see you for it in just a minute. Don't go anywhere. The World Tour heads to Singapore for an unforgettable event. Join us at the resort island of Sentosa as we crown our next Pro Tour champion. And enjoy a weekend of action-packed flesh and blood in one of the most incredible destinations in the world. Just flaming hot fire from our feature match area as we move towards the all-important trophy match. This has been such a fun couple games of draft to watch, and I cannot wait for the next one because we've got as many Scurvs in as many days with the same player. Just unbelievable stuff. Salmonburn and Ellie Bird, let's go ahead and check in with the standings just for the overall tournament, not just in this draft pod, but how some of the rest of our players are doing, because we're looking at one pod, but there are players all the way down in like pods 3, 4, 5 that are still very much alive for the actual top 8 of U.S. Nationals. Talk to me about some of these names and these records, Ellie.
I mean, the first thing I want to point out is Bird Cabrera, one of our people playing for the trophy match, 9-1 with 2 Scurv drafts under her belt is really impressive so far. She is 5-0. No, I believe 4-1 in Limited so far, which is, I mean, smashing, right? 5-0 CC, 4-1 in Limited is a fantastic record so far. We also see some people like Tao Tao Chu towards the bottom there at X2. One of my favorites for winning this event, personally, Lucas Oswald, also from round 1, still hanging in there. X2, Grant Addleston, who we saw play yesterday.
And let's take a look as we move on to the next page of our standings. I do want to point out, from my understanding, with the way the rounds break down, X and 3, if you have 3 losses,
yes,
there's really only like one player at X and 3 who will miss out. And one of these players, Gabriel Montez, just took his maybe not his first loss. Maybe he's taken 2 losses now because he had a draw on his record, which can make things a little funky, especially if the draw is towards the top. But as you look at all of these players, Austin Summers, Matthew Vore, Noah Bagelman, you look down, Andrew Cook, Pro Tour London top 8 player. These records, if they end the day at XM3, they are like a 90% chance to make it to the top 8. So as we watch these next rounds, as we check out our players, even as maybe we look forward at some of the other members of these standings, there are plenty of opportunities to get into the top 8 over our next 5 total rounds. All you need to do is get to that X and 3 record, and you too can punch your ticket into the top 8. So it's all really beginning to heat up here in the feature match area. But let's cool down, head down to the shores of the high seas as we prepare for our final round of Limited. And we have got Randy Davis on this incredible Marlynn deck that we've seen, and Bird Cabrera continuing to just kick ass and take names with Scurv Stowaway. She just must have been like completely floored, like flabbergasted, when she saw Scurv in that second pack of this draft.
Yeah, I got to talk to her about her draft and about her deck. Yesterday, she was hedging for Scurv the whole time and was paid out because she saw that not so fast in pack 1, but her draft today was a little bit different despite ending up on the same hero. She started really heavily in Gravy and found Scurv pack 2, pick 1, and lit 7 Gravy Bones playables on fire to pivot into Scurv, which the first thing I want to talk about is what an insane test of your memory and ability to assess risk that you can sit there and think really quickly. You know, you have about 30 seconds to pick a card. How many playables do I have? How many picks am I throwing away? How likely is it that I can finish my deck? And she so quickly made that decision, snapped it off, and was rewarded. We see her 2-0 on this Scurv deck that came to her completely by surprise, as the Stowaway often does.
Yeah, just incredible stuff from Bird as we see Randy probably feeling pretty good, fortunate to go second here as he has this aggressive low-to-the-ground Marlynn deck. He blocked with that blue Sikkim shot. Is that
the only one we've seen
from
him today?
Is that maybe the first blue we've seen in this deck? It's going to be the Red Spine Manta activation. First action as our final game of Limited and of this draft pod is underway. It's a swift shot. It's got go again. It came in face up. Let's see if there's any pumps that are going to follow it up for Randy, because he is looking to have an aggressive start here with the Charter course.
Yeah, I think there will be pumps to follow this up, actually. 2 of them, Sam.
Yeah, look at that. The fire in the hole is going to untap the bow, and the swift shot now getting plus a total of 6. So coming in for that big 10 spot with go again. And you heard Bird on both of those pumps. She just went, nice, nice, as she sees this damage across the table from her. She has to be happy already. 2-0, X and 1 in the tournament. But I know all of these players. She wants more.
Randy, I feel just okay about this deck. Davis firing off with another slobber knocker start here.
Looks like 3 damage being taken, a total block for 7, which means a bit of gold generation for Randy.
1 life going to be gained by that Sirens of Safe Harbor as it hits the yard, taking Bird back up to 18, I believe.
Closed chain here. Puts Bird up to 18 after the Sirens of Safe Harbor. Unless they just didn't mark that because of the potential. You know, sometimes they'll just be like, well, I blocked this, but I gained this, so I really just end up at 17.
She blocked 7 on 10.
It looks like it. So
sometimes you miss your triggers.
Salvage shot here. Bird's just going to have to take that one, and the Buccaneers bounty going to be able to pay for it. So once again, just an amazing first salvo from Randy, and those were just the first 4 cards off the top of the deck.
That was literally his first set of game actions this game, outside of blocking with the 1 blue we've seen in his deck. Fantastic work with just 1 card here from Bird, though, activating Scurv to get rid of her only gold, then playing Mutiny on the Battalion Bark to steal 1 back, then swinging with Sticky Fingers for 4. This is 1 blue card to generate a Gold Kiss Rum, steal a gold, and crack in for 4 while presenting an ally that their opponent more or less has to clear here.
Yeah, you can't let Sticky Fingers continue to utilize those fingers and grab the gold for the remainder of this game. And Randy just going to go ahead and give Scurv and Sticky a read. Maybe he wasn't expecting to play against it, especially not in the trophy game at the U.S. National Championships. Yeah. Certainly not expecting to play against those beautiful marvels. My goodness, as we take a look at Sticky Fingers there with that 4 power thanks to the Mutiny on the Battalion Bark. It's such a bummer that all these beautiful ships had such a problem with mutinies. Each and every
way of the high seas,
each
man.
and every one of them just dealing with some mutinous crews. I'd be a good captain. I don't think I'd deal with much mutiny.
I would simply not get mutinied, thanks.
I would
simply, it wouldn't happen.
I would simply get better at not being mutinied, all right?
If I was there, it wouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
Lining up some blocks here.
Does this get a thing or no?
No. Yes, it should. It's an ally, sorry.
Okay.
I was thinking it wouldn't because of...
Both players clarifying that allies do indeed count for Treasure Island, something that may seem a little counterintuitive off the rip, but without that Gravy Bone, straight up does not work.
Block 6 with 2 headshots here. Those cards cost 1, and we've seen Randy's deck. He ain't want to be pitching much.
Let's see what he's kept in this hand. Looks like a dry powder shot and a nettling shot. So not very much go again to speak of here. We may just see 1 attack fired off and a 0 for 4 arrow arsenaled on this turn cycle. Perhaps a really welcome bit of space for Bird on the other side of the table.
Entangling shot gonna tap down Scurv. Entangling shot gonna take care of Sticky Fingers. That means no Gold Kissed Rum. Scurv already drunk, already horizontal, already heading for a nap. It's going to be another turn cycle before Bird is able to utilize that Gold Kiss Rum. And at 12 life, she's got a lot of work to do.
Unfortunately, not finding a blue on this saltwater swell. However, it is still 2 go again. Pretty annoying to block while threatening a counter on Treasure Island. And 2 gold should it make it over. And we know Randy's deck. It does not like to block when it can help it. Little bit of an unfortunate point of texture here is that Randy's arsenal is that dry powder shot, and it only gains +2 if put face up into the arsenal. So if he wants to send that for 5, he's actually going to have to utilize that patch the hole like we saw him do last game to get it in there face up for go again. Or not go again, +2. For value.
For value.
For value.
And we know if there's one thing Flesh and Blood players froth over, it is, of course,
value.
All-important, all-knowing value. 2 damage go again, threatening that Treasure Island Bird. 8 life down on Randy, and Randy doesn't want to let more gold get created here.
Yes.
You know what's something really sweet his deck is capable of doing with that patch the hole, actually?
Hmm.
He's capable of arsenaling a return fire, then picking it up and blocking with it.
That is actually sick.
It's really sweet.
On hit for
Money or Your Life is a pretty sweet follow-up. Bird's hand did not need the free blue here, actually getting to convert and clear itself out a little bit better without the free resources from Saltwater Swell. This is 4, but if it hits, it'll be worth 8, as she will deal 2 damage since her opponent does not have any gold, and then since she's a thief, repeat this process.
Yeah, it looks like she might just go ahead and buy 3 cards on defense here from Randy. He remains at that sterling life total of 20. He's got that nimbleism in the hand. Means he can turn on much of his equipment. I believe he's got a dry powder shot in the arsenal.
Gonna be a little old 2-card 6 here unless he cashes in that patch the hole. You can see him eyeing it.
Just gonna be the nimblism to start. And he's given this a think. Does he want the extra value?
2 value piece of equipment's pretty good.
Does he want the optionality of arsenaling any card in the deck?
He's
gonna
going to cash it in.
Patch the hole here, activates, brings the dry powder shot back. Red Spine Manta activates, puts the dry powder shot in. Dry powder shot triggers.
Man.
And he wants to use the Swift Strike bracers.
He
2
is
points of
pushing.
value.
Cracking in for 10 with just 2 cards, cashing in a little bit of equipment, but both pieces of equipment he utilized on this turn cycle were worth 2, which is a pretty, I mean, most equipment in this format is worth 1 on a good day. The most premium pieces, Rust Belt, Headstone, are often worth 1 block, and then a little bit of extra value if you really squeeze it. He is showing such an exceptional understanding of how to pilot this red line, Red Spine Manta deck.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the most impressive part of what Randy Davis, I think, is putting together is the way he's utilizing the little nimblism packages to really bring this Marlynn deck to the next level. He buys all the cards from Bird there because that attack is for 10 off just the 2 cards and the equipment, and Bird's already at 12. She's not interested in taking too much damage here. She's already down to 12, draws back up, got the 5-card hand. Looks like on her turn all she did, activate Scurv, make another Gold Kiss Rum. So she didn't take a full turn cycle off. She now can utilize those Gold Kiss Rums 2 turns in a row, but to do that, she needs to stop getting hit in the face.
Yeah, something interesting about these nimblism decks as well is that sometimes it can be hard to find even 1 red nimblism in a given draft, so it's reasonable that Bird assumes from the other side of the table that those quick clicks are as good as dead, but from what we know, Randy Davis has another red nimblism to work with left in his deck. Those are still an action point lying in wait on the board, coming in for 6 with call in the big guns into a yellow Sikkim shot.
Don the big guns here, able to throw that Sikkim shot in, which means once again, Red Spine Manta still ready to work, ready to throw more damage forward. This is threatening half a Bird's life total.
Colin the Big Guns is a pretty interesting card. I think in most scenarios you would assume it's worse than Take Aim, a card that reloads after being played, because reload can put anything into your arsenal, but cards going into your arsenal face up is pretty significant in this limited format, even though the Sikkim shot doesn't care about it. Almost every arrow new to the high seas does care about being put into arsenal face up.
Now this is pretty interesting because that gold was created even if Randy didn't have a play. Now he does, but he is just going to go ahead and utilize the Nimby. And you see Bird there, eyes to the sky as she just says, holy, throwing that nimblism down onto the field is Randy, given how powerful
Down
this
to
deck
3.
is. I understand Bird's reaction. Let's see. Bird here, got the 5 cards, got the Gold Kiss Rum. Of course, Scurv giving the resource on the Gold Kiss Rum's activation. Scurv drinks rum better than any other pirate on the high seas.
You don't go down to 3 without a pretty serious plan for the rest of your hand. Starting off with a Mutiny on the Battalion Bark. We saw her use this card to pretty impressive results earlier in this game. Another one coming down, she said that this was her favorite thing about her blue base was just having access to these powerful 0 for 2 go again blues. And it looks like she's found a blue Battalion Bark off the top. She's going to be able to give that Swiftwater Sloop go again. She's going to be able to send that Golden Tipple if she desires. And she has a Gold Hunter Catch in hand to work with. There's so much gas in this hand, Sam.
Here comes the Swiftwater Sloop. Still got the 2 floating. Utilize that gold just to draw the card. As Bird, you heard her say, now this is a lot better after ripping that card off of the top. She's going to need something pretty damn good. Down to 3, playing 20 from Randy Davis.
20 is a steep mountain to climb.
Eight go again here. Threatens a good chunk of Randy's life total, but I think you put it very well, Ellie. It is a very, very steep mountain to climb. when you are staring down such a significant life total deficit. Randy's got the life total to play with, and he's finally going to utilize it, maybe trying to just shut the door on the very next turn. Gold Hunter catch now able to come through.
No rum utilized on this turn. Perhaps all this alcohol stored away is simply going to evaporate in its casks with Bird down to 3. 7 is not going to ask for very much if Randy doesn't want to interact, and his hand looks a little bit awkward, actually. I was going to say it looks like it's mostly gas. There's a lot of red cards in it, but a lot of them just... I mean, there's no go again to speak of in this hand. He has the Nimblism in his arsenal, which he can gain go again with using the quick clicks, but even then, that's only one action point to work with.
It does have the trade-in and the gold for Marlynn to have that trade-in if he uses his boots, gets go again, can get a full extra card. Bird's down to 3, so even though two cards are being used to block here, Bird's probably happy to see that. Randy's going to be able to put together something pretty impressive that demands cards on nearly every action, if not every action, given where Bird currently sits. And that bark in the arsenal, she's got to keep some cards around if she wants to utilize it.
Saying nothing of the card he might find off the top, we know that Randy's current 3-card situation threatens 11 damage, enough to kill him, much less Bird on the other side of the table, who's at 3. Opting not to arsenal the Blue Battalion Bark and instead keep a 3-block in hand may prove to be a pretty heads-up play with how hard Randy is about to hit on the return.
Yeah, that's some nice sequencing or nice decision-making there from Bird.
We also see a Rally the Coast Guard in her hand along with a red Fiddler's Green.
Ooh, that's very nice. 3-block value and 3 life off the Fiddler's Green.
Being able to get 8 out of 2 cards on the defensive is where you need to be in this situation.
Quick clicks and the Nimblism coming together, like we said. Red Spine Manta putting in the dry powder shot. 8 go again at Bird.
We know, however, that she has 8 on 2 cards easily defensively here.
4, 5.
Blocking 8 and gaining 3 life up to 6. What a rubber band effect her life total has pulled off here.
You get 12 or 11? You took 1, right? So it should be 11.
With a strike gold left in hand, that's a pretty solid 1-card play.
Both players here having to deal with Treasure Island, activate Marlynn, get the Harpoon.
I have one somewhere. Here it is.
Doesn't matter because it's not sticking around for long. The trade-in going to discard that Harpoon and just get a card for the arsenal.
It's a red Nimby off the top,
Nimby,
but I
but
actually
yeah, I
believe
think
he's
that's-
out of Nimblisms.
He's used 2. It'd be pretty good if he had a 3rd red one. Nimby, maybe a little bit of actually an awkward arsenal target here. And you can see there is that bit of kind of like a look of consternation. Yeah, from Randy.
Jinx, pinch, poke, you owe me a drink.
Bird there.
Both players having opted to skip arsenal on this turn cycle. Not so fast in hand. Maybe not so great when just passing through here. But
Now
Randy's hand is also a little bit awkward here. 4 reds and a block card here. Only 1 arrow to speak of.
1 arrow, but 1 arrow's enough to put some real pressure on. Swift Shot comes forward. It's got go again, which means he can just attack with the Nimby, but then he'll be left with the return fire in hand.
Maybe forced to skip arsenal another time this game.
Bird gonna take 1 here, be left with that not so fast, which she's gonna have to hope is enough. If Randy activates a gold on the next turn.
I mean, you've got to have your fingers crossed as Bird right now, right?
Yeah, but one of those gold is gonna be turned into a Goldfin Harpoon, which can just be immediately thrown forward.
Only for 2.
The Bird's gonna have to take it. Not so fast does not block. Down to 2 goes
her
Bird.
Blessings on the other side of the table that a lethal attack was not sent across with no block value left in your hand. Not so fast is powerful when it lines up, but it's almost worse than a cracked bauble when it doesn't, just for the insult. It levies at the person with it stuck in hand.
I'll arsenal pass.
Is that all right?
Yeah, you can.
skipping Arsenal again.
And this,
Yeah, neither of those cards work very well.
yeah, okay.
Neither the NIMBY nor the Return Fire what Randy wants in the arsenal. And because Bird's just passing, that Return Fire is going to hang out and stick out in the hand for a whole nother turn.
Yeah, still no arrows to speak of in this hand. Obviously, one can be created using gold, but these hands just keep getting a little bit more awkward. Thankfully, he has a pitch outlet on this turn cycle. He can get that Return Fire out of his hand by pitching it to Golden Tipple.
But yeah, to Golden Tipple, but if he activates a gold on the turn, we do know that Not So Fast is hanging out in Bird's arsenal. It's a big mountain to climb, like you said. It's a 9-point deficit. Bird on 2, Randy on 11. Decks are starting to look thin, and neither of these heroes have weapons to speak of. Sticky has been slain, and the Red Spine Manta needs arrows to activate at full effectiveness. 16 minutes and 55 minutes remaining in the round, so plenty of time. The question is, which hero will actually be able to land a finishing blow?
Marlynn activation here, generating a Goldfin Harpoon for Randy.
There's the weapon of sorts for Marlynn.
It's something.
It's certainly something with only 3 cards left in deck.
I believe we're going to see that Return Fire pitched and Golden Tipple played, discarding the Harpoon. And let's see the rip. It is a scouting shot. We found an arrow.
That's huge. Arrow off the top might just be enough. Everything's going to buy blocks, and that Not So Fast might sit in the arsenal, not able to call out and not able to get any effectiveness. Buys the block from Bird. Calling the big guns here into the scouting shot.
7. Her hand blocks 7 again, but she's just sitting here folding every hand in sequence. She may just never have the life total again to fire off a return with only a few cards left in deck. I think she has just 1 hand left.
Especially given that Randy is able to send those harpoons time and time again while the gold sits on the board. He probably doesn't want to crack it to draw a card, which means the Not So Fast is certainly not going to get any value given that there are no more cards left in Bird's deck.
Randy still stuck with that block card here.
Alrighty, looking ahead. Let's see, can Randy Davis finish this thing out?
I have a question, Sam.
What's up, Ellie?
If you activate a gold with no cards in deck, Not So Fast says if a player would draw a card. Does it work?
Well, nobody draws a card because nobody has cards in there.
Right, but if one player doesn't and the other one does, do you draw a card?
Probably not, because you don't draw.
Yeah, they wouldn't draw, right? Maybe, fascinating. Very curious.
Yeah, it's fascinating, all right. Okay, the Golden Tipple coming out 3 into 2 with the Golden Harpoon. Just 2 cards left, and I think Bird is going to be able to maybe send an attack.
It's just a formality.
I think she has an attack here, but, I mean, how could it possibly matter?
Might as well go out with the saddest bang you've ever seen. 5 go again.
Bird here, coming in, 5 go again, as she describes, 4 go again, excuse me, this saddest bang you've ever seen, and the Return Fire is going to be enough to put the headshot into the arsenal on the next turn.
Golden Tipple for 1.
Golden Tipple for 1. Randy going to take that one down to 10. Kudos to our players for finishing this thing out, but there is no cards left for Bird. The headshot comes forward, and that is going to do it as the fist bump is extended. Both players a smile. Good sportsmanship from both sides, but it is Randy Davis at the end of all things. He said his deck was just okay. Turns out it was good enough for that 3-0.
Pretty damn good indeed. That Return Fire, he talked to me a little bit about his draft and said he felt just okay. He divulged no secrets about the Majestic lying in wait in his deck, and quite frankly, I'm quite glad he didn't, because what an explosive surprise he had for us and for everyone watching at home. What a great game.
And huge shout outs to Bird. 2 Scurvs in as many days. I think I only lost 1 game with Scurv. I think she went 5-1 because I think she was 4-1 coming out of CC. Regardless, doesn't really matter.
4-2 in draft.
Okay, 4-2 in draft. Feel pretty good from Scurv, especially given the late scenarios and late times in which she found the hero. Let's take a look at our final pod with the standings as we see where everybody ended up. Majin Bae 2-1, Austin Summers 2-1 on that Gravy Bones deck as well. So
Yeah.
he is X-2 coming out of draft. He has got a pretty good shot to get into the top 8 if he can go 3-1 in the CC. It was Joseph McKinley as the 0-3, Matthew Vore with the 1-2 alongside Grant Huddleston, Bird Cabrera, of course, the other 2-1, Lucas Oswald 1-2 as well. So he is still very much alive as we look forward towards
he's
CC
hanging
at
in there.
X and 2, but it is Randy Davis, one of our lone and final X and 1s as we look towards CC. And CC, it's just on the horizon. We've had the expedition to a Zero Keys. We've had the expedition to Horizon's Mantle. I want to take the expedition to Classic Constructed, baby. Everybody's favorite format. Let's go ahead. We'll take a quick break before the U.S. Nationals rockets towards a fiery conclusion right after this.
Welcome back to round 12 here at the U.S. National Championships. I am Brian Gottlieb. That is Pankaj Bhajwani. And we are back to our CC rounds, Pankaj. But before that, I watched the last treasure pack opening. They were hot. We were hot by the end of the day yesterday.
You were hot.
I was hot. Okay.
But I believe in you again, Brian. You got this.
One more
Let's
time. We will take a shot.
CNC Codex.
We will
something.
go ahead and present our gold.
Gold token.
And then we will slowly reveal.
Is that a yellow? Yellow one.
Salt
Yeah, that's
water
that's
slope.
you can discard it to make gold. That's a form of treasure.
You can discard it.
Yeah.
So we'll go ahead and discard that one. Okay, we had a good run. Double legendary.
Yeah, it's hard to
back
beat that one.
back. Yeah, ship.
Yeah.
Pretty good. Also pretty good. Our CC meta. I have CNC on the brain after that Conqueror ship. Why don't we go ahead and take a look at the meta that started this tournament? That was where day one stood. Florian ahead of everyone, 62 representatives, still kind of a small percentage of the field, just over 10%. Syndra showing up in second place, Azalea in third. You saw the numbers yesterday. It's really about where these heroes ended up as we move through day two. We know when we broke down at the end of the CC rounds yesterday, we had one of the most diverse fields we've ever seen. Across the top 20, 15 heroes represented. Our undefeateds comprised of 12 different decks out of 16 undefeateds in the CC rounds. Let's get a look at the big picture and the total conversion rate for these heroes. First thing that stands out to me, Pankaj, where did Syndra go? She is gone. She has fallen off the face from the second most represented deck, falls all the way down to just 8 copies here in day two with a 19% conversion rate.
That was the first thing I was looking at when we moved to this next slide. We had Syndra at second place. Haven't seen a single one on stream. And I was like, where have they gone? And it wasn't just draft people. It was in CC as well. The Syndras just weren't doing so well. There was one undefeated Syndra after the CC rounds, I believe. And then after draft, there's none remaining. All the way down at the 10th most represented on day two from second. You know who had an amazing conversion rate despite being a new hero in this format, though? Gravy Bones there at over a 50% conversion rate into day two.
It's kind of wild because I felt like I was checking in on the Gravy Bones throughout the day, and a lot of big name players playing Gravy Bones. Folks like Charles Dunn, Michael Fung, Brody Spurlock. And early on, those players were not doing well, Pankaj. Really did not impress in terms of their record. But we did see a 5-0 Gravy Bones. Perhaps we saw some solid drafting, and perhaps some unknowns did a little bit more with the deck than those players that we kind of expect to break out first. Look, Gravy Bones is complicated. Maybe you have to step a little bit outside the box to find something special. And a lot of people did. 52% conversion here into day two. But the headline story, Pankaj, it's the hero that led the entire field at the end of the day. Not once, but twice. The top two players at 8-0, both playing Verdance. Verdance posting a 58% conversion rate.
You thought 52% was high, but Verdance is the one with the highest conversion rate into day two. And like you said, Brian, piloted by only 2 undefeated players coming into day two. Now, of course, every player does have at least one loss on their record, but still Verdance showing her chops in this sort of post-ban, post-high seas meta.
Whoa. Highest conversion rate. That would be Max Nitro, my friend, at a 100% conversion rate. Obviously, Max Nitro going to be the best performing hero here
mainstay
at the
of the
US
meta,
National
even.
Championship. Also, Victor, 60% conversion rate. And, you know, the Victor decks look really good and are still in position to potentially sneak into a top 8 berth if things go their way. We got to check in on Florian. 30% conversion, fine. Certainly not the dominant force that we expected. And it's really interesting, Pankaj, because there's an okay number of Florians at the top of the standings in the 7-1 range. When we started day two, those Florians crushed draft. 3 of the 7-1 Florians went undefeated across their drafts. So Florian players just stepping up and knowing how to handle the high seas limited format.
They love their solid numbers in the Florian deck, and it definitely rewards them in the draft as well. But right next to them, Brian, 19 Florians in day two, 17 Azaleas with a very impressive conversion rate of 44%. With that many Azaleas in the room, that's a very, very impressive conversion rate. And I'm thinking where the Azalea is going to land. Typically, you don't really want to play against the Florians, but maybe they were just eating all the Syndras. Maybe that's where the Syndras went.
Could be. Let's not forget, should Azalea win this tournament, that is it. After a long and storied run, and a run that really spun the gamut from absolute garbage tier, worst hero in the entire game, to metagame force, and maybe closing things out with a metagame force run. That's quite a cool story to tell over the almost 5-year lifespan of that hero.
And of course, got some upgrades in High Seas. High Seas definitely was a little bit more geared towards Marlynn, but there are some of those red zero-cost cards, like Swift Shot in particular, which I think Azalea was very happy to pick up from that set.
Yeah, I am happy to play more CC, and our players are also happy to play more CC. They are ready down in our feature match area, and what a treat we have for you this round, Ponkage. It is Jacob Shaker playing Gravy Bones, sitting at 9-2. Our first look at Jacob Shaker's build of this hero, taking on mainstay of the AGE circuit and Kassai devotee Colin Eriksen. This man plays Kassai. He doesn't care if Kassai is good, Kassai is bad, Kassai somewhere in the middle. That is his deck. That's what he's showing up with. It has never wavered, and bringing her here to national championships and starting off with a 9-2 record.
I just have to take a moment to just glaze Colin Eriksen's Kassai deck building. This man was playing Kassai when Enigma was around, and he found a way to have a very decent matchup in Enigma off the back of cards like Steelblade Shunt. This man loves his Tunic. Steelblade Shunt was very effective into Enigma because the ward attacks with weapons, you can destroy them on attacking. I'm so curious to see what he's managed to figure out for this meta. In this meta, the board state deck is Gravy Bones, more about allies. Steelblade Shunt, not so good, still has opted for the Tunic over here, and also Crown of Dominion, Brian. Let's not forget, Kassai has allies of her own. Those Centauri sellswords, I wonder if they're going to come in and maybe chop down the crew of Gravy Bones.
Curious to see. Also curious Colin's opinion on Riches of Tropaldani. I assume that makes most Kassai decks, but honestly, I'm willing to trust Colin's opinion on that card. We'll keep an eye out for it as we move through this match. But starting things off on Jacob's side with a Golden Tipple, how do you feel about macro positioning in this matchup? Tell me a little bit about what Colin's goals are and what Jacob's goals are.
So one thing that Kassai has going for her in this matchup is that she's allowed to do a lot of variable damage on the sword. You can navigate your turn sequence in a way where you can have a sword coming in for 8 if you want, or you could go into like 5-5, for example, and that gives Kassai a lot of flexibility in keeping Gravy Bones' board clear. At the same time, Kassai can also generate a lot of copper off the allies because Spoils of War just cares about on hit, not on hit a hero, and also cards like Outland Skirmish, which we see being blocked her with right now, can give Kassai the easy access to the copper generation that she wants to fuel cards like Blood on her hands. However, when it comes to super late game, when Gravy Bones managed to get a couple of very big allies, remember Kassai's damage output still isn't as high as you would like to be. Too clear stuff like Whaler Humperdinck that's already hit the yard now for Jacob Shaker.
Yeah, speaking of big allies, I also want to call out our first Oyston appearance, I believe, in our feature match area. The allies here all over the place still for Gravy Bones. No consensus on what the correct split is.
And then the second Oyston hitting the pit zone over there, but now Jacob Shaker starting things off with a give no quarter already. 2 big allies on the board already, Brian, but doesn't get to attack with either one of them. So now it's on Colin with the 4 cards he has remaining after the block. Can he clear these allies?
Trot along here from Colin. Going to use that to send a Saber at the Whaler, I believe. And fully clears it out with the Command and Conquer here, leaving just Oyston out there in the arena. Makes sense from Colin. You do not want that Whaler to get out of control. That is your priority when it hits the arena. But for Jacob, a pretty big win here. Gets to keep the Oyston into the next turn cycle.
At the same time, though, as far as allies to keep around, Oyston's probably one of the ones that's the least egregious in that it doesn't natively have go again. It doesn't natively reward you for having a wide board either. You can't attack with that. You can't use it for anything else other than attacking. It doesn't have go again. So how will Jacob actually leverage the fact that he was left with 1 ally and 4 cards as well remains to be seen.
Couple of Sawbones there in the hand for Jacob Shaker, just in the midst of a discard here.
And a Chum as well. Interesting that he activated Gravy there before using the Compass. Means he potentially has other uses for the Compass later down the line on this turn.
Discard a Chum, play an Avasti,
Goes to the graveyard for gravy.
And now that's a blue gone to the yard. An ally with Watery Grave as well. So Death Threads online as well. Gravy Bones online as well.
Four go again on hit, make a gold.
And gets go again on the back of that chum. That means that free attack from Oyston likely to be able to contribute to this turn.
Dynamo's coming out to play here for Colin Eriksen. And then just Soulbones from hand for Jacob Shaker. That is one of the awkward things that happens sometimes in this ally-heavy Gravy Bones deck, where sometimes you just need to play one of them from hand. And we saw him pitch a Soulbones to play a Soulbones. Wide board for Jacob Shaker here, but now Chum, unlike Oyston, is a very scary ally to have lying around, because that one you can actually use while you have a wide board. Can Colin Eriksen answer this?
Yeah, you mentioned variability in attack patterns, but Sawbones making things a little awkward here, going to make it harder to just spread out that damage effectively. And Chum can also have something to say about that as well. A lot of times Kassai is probably going to have to chip away at allies. Chum makes that really hard. It really makes Chum your priority point right away.
Chum and Sawbones both awkward for that. Now this run through, giving +2 to the next Saber. He has another run through in hand with the Tunic, so he could make the Saber come in for 6. But because of Sawbones, that won't be enough to actually clear the Chum. So he might just need to send this 4-power Saber into Sawbones. Looks like we raise an army already. Both players just playing their allies very, very early in this game.
That does give a potential window should Jacob want to go ahead and activate that Chum. Can check on the hand.
At the same time, though, if you activate Chum here, which he can't right now because he doesn't have an ally with Watery Grave, but even if he could, you could go Sellsword into Chum, into Dagger for 4, into the Chum anyway to clear it out.
Yep, good point.
So you don't fully get the value. You don't actually stuff Colin's turn here. And it looks like that's the play Colin's making anyway, since Sellsword went to the Chum.
Yeah, now Gravy Bones going to be on ally cleanup duty. How does it feel, Captain Bones?
That's how it feels.
That's fine.
Taste of your own medicine, if you will.
These guys are good.
Jacob does have the riches of Tropel Donnie of his own this go-around. Potentially get that gold count up a little bit. Kept the Sawbones around. Sawbones a very effective offensive piece as well.
Pop the gold draw, make a new gold draw.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Riches being pitched here for the gold, effectively replacing itself immediately. Sawbones still in the field. Looks like another Give No Quarter in his hand, but now a little bit short on allies.
Oh, look at the top card.
No allies in the graveyard, I believe. So Give No Quarter, effectively a dead card, unless he can maybe activate Gravy and get a Watery Grave card off the top.
Punkage, right now it feels like there's about a 40-card consensus in these Gravy Bones lists. And then the last 20 cards can be literal anything. Just anything possible can show up in those slots. And it's going to be so interesting to watch this deck evolve and understand what is actually the quote-unquote correct build. Pretty anemic turn here from Jacob Shaker. Does get 2 cards left with inefficient usage.
That was effectively 4 cards used to clear a Centauri Sellsword, Brian. That was not great for Jacob Shaker over there. He was lacking the Watery Grave cards in the yard for him to actually make use of such a big turn. Had the blues to even turn on Gravy Bones, dug a little bit with the compass as well. I mean, took a look at the top with the compass, pitched to gold as well. Just didn't find a Watery Grave card. Now onto Colin Eriksen over here.
It speaks to all the things you have to balance as Gravy Bones. You know, we saw a That All You Got in Jacob's hand. Fine card, powerful card. Not really synergistic with the core Gravy Bones game plan. Doesn't do the Watery Grave thing. And we saw Jacob punished on that particular turn cycle.
I do want to take a moment to talk about Colin Eriksen's swords of choice over here. We saw Andrew Rothermel in the Battle Hardened that he won on Kassai favor double Centauri Saber. Colin Eriksen, though, every single time I've seen him play Kassai, has always preferred 1 Centauri Saber, 1 Hot Streak. That's a loadout he prefers very, very much, and here we see it again. Let's see how much value the Hot Streak will even give him in this matchup.
Has the run through once again, so another attack will be coming out from Colin Eriksen.
Blade Runner as well wants to really buff up the Saber, which maybe leads us to believe that maybe that Saber isn't going to be clearing the Sawbones, and maybe it's actually going to Gravy Bones' face. Remember, Kassai has been activated this turn, and Kassai, unlike cards like Spoils of War, does need to hit a hero for you to get the gold. So perhaps that's why Colin is saying, this Saber's going to come in for 7. If you block my attack, it goes up to 8 because it's Centauri Saber, and on hit makes me a gold.
And this has the same Kassai.
Yeah, Colin really prioritizing gold generation here. And, you know, leaving behind an ally like Sawbones, Sawbones doesn't attack for free. Anytime you leave behind that type of ally, you can kind of feel like you're getting away with it because it costs your opponent a card from hand. The exchanges start becoming more value neutral.
Can also be a bit of a double-edged sword because if they set up more allies, when more allies are backed up by Sawbones, it gets really, really awkward to clear.
Very true. Defense for 4 here. And there we see that all you got coming out of the arsenal.
I want to point out the interesting blocking decision from Jacob Shaker over there. Had that all you got on the first hot streak, which is coming in for 2, could have gotten a card draw as well, decided to hold the reaction to perhaps match Colin Eriksen's ability to interact on the reaction step.
Makes sense to me. Gravy Bones activation here. Going to get a fresh card over on Jacob Shaker's side. Does discard
a Rigor Mortis.
Yep.
Needs to play a blue to have Gravy Bones active. Looks like blue has been played in the form of the Flying High. And then getting the resource of the Dead Threads over here, since the Rigor Mortis did hit the yard this turn to attack with the Sawbones with Go again, thanks to Flying High.
Clean block on that Sawbones. Last card is pitched. Going to bring the Rigor Mortis to the party as well. And Rigor Mortis immediately getting in on the action, coming in for a big 6. So big allies on the front side for Jacob Shaker in the arena right now. You kind of prefer the big butts, though, when you're facing down a Kassai, as many people do, Pankaj.
Rigor Mortis just 1 health. A Saber going into that, into Go again, into attacking Sawbones seems to be fairly clean for Colin Eriksen to clear both these allies. But does mean he did have to lose a bunch of life to make that play, and that's exactly what Gravy Bones wants. You lose life to clear the allies. Eventually, you don't have life anymore to clear the allies.
I can't believe I made a butt joke and you just no-sold me entirely.
Yeah. Decided to just not interact with that.
Maybe that was smart, honestly. In retrospect, I don't blame you. Here we see Colin on cleanup duty, going after those allies. Very clean cleanup once more. I think Kassai is just very good at taking care of most of these Gravy Bones allies. To me, it's starting to become clear to me that the game is going to be about Jacob finding a combination of difficult to clear allies at the same time and just make things harder on Colin. Right now, everything's easy.
He would need to have a big give no quarter turn, it seems like. Give no quarter turn where he gets to play 2 massive allies at a turn to go over Colin's damage.
1 blood on her hands used on the defense. I do always like to keep track of that card when I'm watching a Kassai, know how many copies are left. You don't need 3 copies, but usually want 1 to stick around, especially as you mentioned, Pankaj. Going to be pretty easy for Colin to farm copper if he wants to in this game.
I want to point out once again, Jacob's discipline with using the compass. Again, using the compass on his turn after he already drew a card of the golden tipple on this turn. Just, you can tell the experience he already has on his deck, realizing when is the optimal compass usage. For a lot of Gravy Bones players, we see them as activated almost muscle memory-esque on the opposing turn.
Jacob has the option here to shove an empty ship if he wants to. Does not have second blue, but can just go ahead and pitch the That All You Got to go ahead and ship. I think that's what he's debating.
It would still be CNC for 7, effectively. It won't have the High Tide active, but the High Tide active is just +1 and go again. The on-hit Destroy Arsenal is there regardless. But when you're against a deck with Valiant Dynamos and a bunch of 3 blocks, 7 doesn't feel as much as a breakpoint as it might into other decks.
Very true. I don't believe we've blued on this turn yet.
I don't think so.
I don't really know what else we can do in this case.
And I think that's what he was looking for with the compass activation. If he had a blue on top, he could go ahead and activate Gravy over here, discard the blue off the top, play one of the allies in his yard.
We could gold and go looking, but it's just going to take the 7 here is Jacob Shaker. I like that decision. I think this mode of Conqueror of the High Seas very early on in this High Seas CC format, a little underused. This is still a good card, Pankaj. Just totally fine.
I think people forget that the CNC part of it, or the Destroy Arsenal part of it, is not tied to High Tide. I've definitely made that mistake before early in the format as well.
Another Kassai activation, trying to go ahead and build up that gold. Maybe raise an army, an important part of Colin's plan here. Not really sure exactly what the end state looks like for Colin yet.
So I think especially when the opponent has no allies, it means you're just sending your swords to face, might as well activate Kassai, because one thing about Gravy Bones, he needs big hands to set up the board. The turn where he wants to play a bunch of allies, he needs to keep 3 to 4 cards at a minimum, it feels like. So Colin's just putting a bunch of pressure on Jacob Shaker here, which is exactly what you want to do when you're against a board state deck. Make sure you can pressure them on the turns where they don't have a board state yet so that they lose life to set up their board state.
Riches has been pitched for Colin Eriksen. All the Kassai fans out there watching with bated breath to understand what their leader thinks of that card. It has made the cut, as we expected. Over on Jacob's side, another reason why Colin is incentivized to play this way, Gravy doesn't defend very well for the most part, and you saw a hand loaded up with 2 blocks for Jacob Shaker. I believe 3 2-blocks and a ship.
Just to put things into perspective over here, this is face up from Colin Eriksen. It's 5 into 2. If Jacob wants to deny the gold, he'll need to give up 3 cards. Blocking 5 and then blocking 2 afterwards, there's no way to do it, especially because Gravy Bones doesn't have a lot of armor. So Jacob's saying, if I want to deny the on-hit, I have to give you 3 cards, and I don't do anything on my turn. Just one. There's no Gravy Bones hand that does well on 1 card, pretty much. So Colin Eriksen, yeah, sort of free-rolled into this gold. Remember, this was a 2-card hand from Colin Eriksen. Just unsheathed in Arsenal and riches of Tropaldani in his hand led to Colin Eriksen having 2 gold and refreshing dynamos at the end of this turn.
Yeah, it's been a minute since we've seen much of Jacob Shaker, but this is an old vet. Top 4, PT1, Punkage, all the way back in the day. Jacob Shaker showed he knew his way around Flesh and Blood. Also, top 8 U.S. Nationals last year. So for Jacob Shaker, again, I think maybe missing a marquee finish in the modern game. I kind of see Pro Tour New Jersey as predating the modern game, but Jacob Shaker has been there for quite some time.
He's been around also looking for that high-tier competitive event finish.
Unsheathed.
Speaking of empty ships, Brian, that was a Conqueror of the High Seas that was attacking an empty arsenal on Colin Eriksen's side. Colin still blocked it out fully with the Fate Foreseen. Also important to point out that he has chosen to bring in defense reactions into this matchup, which I think goes to show how different Gravy is compared to a classic Illusionist. Normally in the classic Illusionist, it feels you definitely don't want to bring in defense reactions. You feel quite bad about it. But Gravy does play a little bit more on the value axis. You can actually bring the defense reactions and not feel too bad about them. Unsheath, what a card to, as an upgrade for Kassai.
Yeah, Kassai just kind of quietly getting big pickups along the way. Unsheathed, Riches of Tropaldani, and Kassai starting to make her way back into the metagame.
This is the second time Colin has done just a 2-card 8 off the back of Unsheathed, if you include the Dynamo's refresh, giving him a life. Very, very strong look.
Might as well look at the top first.
Okay.
Jacob gathers a little information from that compass, figuring out what he wants to do with this particular hand.
Whole bunch of another Conqueror. He
I
might
feel like
see
he's just had
back-to-back
chip
Conqueror,
every single turn, basically.
which is best used when you have allies, or if you can follow it up with allies. Currently, though, those Conquerors haven't done too much because his board has been clear, and he just hasn't been able to resolve allies past the boat.
It does have an Oyston still out there in the graveyard.
Amethyst Amulet as well, making its way to the graveyard. That's yet another watery grave card. Amethyst Amulet, interesting inclusion as well. +2 damage, effectively Potion of Strength. That's an amulet with Legend of Watery Grave.
Yeah, I think Jacob on an amulet-heavy build of Gravy. And again, another variable in these Gravy lists. How many amulets do you like? Only Gravy Bones gets those cards in their full power version with Watery Grave. But just on their face, they're cards that are making decks all over the place, Punkage.
And this time, though, Gravy Bones is active. Did put the amulet in the grave this turn, which is a blue. So can go ahead and activate Gravy this turn if he wants to.
One of the best things about the amulets is their dual nature, both enabler and payoff for Gravy Bones.
Also, I love this play. Any turn where you actually play Golden Tipple, you can just freely activate the gold-plated hook. This Conqueror is coming in for 8 with on-hit, make a gold, but if Colin denies the gold as he's doing right now, the hook still stays around because the gold was created of Golden Tipple. Very, very strong combination of cards, the hook and Golden Tipple.
Look at the numbers that have been presented across this turn. It was 3 into 8 into Chum and effective graveyard setup as well with an ally left behind. Punkage, that's top tier stuff. There's not many decks in Flesh and Blood that can do that type of thing.
Definitely a very, very strong sequence of plays, but similarly, like Gravy does need to work to at least make use of these allies a little bit more. You need, if you have a whiteboard, you need some way to generate action points. And currently, Jacob Shaker doesn't have any rum to speak of on his side of the field. And here we see it, Brian. We spoke about this at the beginning of the game. Spoils of War, potentially farming these allies, these skeletons that Gravy Bones has access to, and just giving Colin Eriksen all the currency they need. That's 4 copper already that Jacob Shaker couldn't do anything about because he had resolved a chum. The blood on the hands that Colin Eriksen will be able to set up off the back of this copper will be massive.
The freest copper ever. Colin needed to make that play anyway, just got to do it with the added bonus of 4 copper for future blood on her hands. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chart, the high seas, paying big dividends. Gets a nice split here, gets the resources, gets the Whaler into the bin as well.
And that's a second Whaler hitting the bin. Would love a give no quarter on this hand, which is what we saw Austin Summers do yesterday with his Gravy Bones deck, was a Chart the high seas into give no quarter that just locked out Jude Carnett. Will Jacob Shaker be able to repeat that in this game? Looks like he's going to go fishing with the gold. There's a Gravy activation there. Yet another chum hitting the yard. Excuse me, that was a Gravy activation, not a pitching to gold activation. Whaler has hit the field.
Thus far, we've seen Chum, Whaler, Oyston, Anka, Sawbones.
Sawbones.
Thinking 15-ish allies so far. Rigger as well, I believe.
Yes.
Yep, so 18 allies.
Lots of allies for sure. It'll be interesting to see whether Jacobs also opted for Shelly, which I believe we saw in Austin Summers' list. Whaler coming in for 11 with 7 live to back it up as well.
And the whole hand is claimed here from Colin Eriksen.
Which will blow up the hook, because Jacob Shaker has not made a gold this turn. He did activate the hook for the Whaler Humperdinck attack. Oh, he did make a goal from Chart the High Seas, so it actually... Oh, excuse me. I was incorrect about that. So full block out by Colin over there.
Interesting. Do you feel like maybe Colin just didn't have what it takes to clear Whaler on that turn? Maybe no go again?
Didn't quite get a good look at the hand, but it could very well be the case. Did have a blue in that? I know it was 1 blue and 3 reds. But also maybe he's just asking Jacob, can you actually do something with the remaining 4 cards now they have Whaler on the field? Which is a challenge when the opponent has no rum. Sometimes Gravy can struggle with this. But
that is true.
There are other times.
The amulet yet.
There are other times where they can set up a chum next to the Whaler Humperdinck, and then you just never come back into the game. So Colin Eriksen potentially taking a bit of a risk there. See if Jacob Shaker is able to punish that. If you set up a chum and a Sawbones next to his Whaler Humperdinck, you could get into one of those lockout board states that we talk about, where just the opponent kind of has no recourse to clear your board.
Jacob looking for a little bit more information here at the top of the deck with Compass.
Also has 1 gold, which offers just so much flexibility in the Gravy deck, which is potentially why Colin prioritized actually blocking out the gold, recognizing that Jacob is starting to get a little bit gold-starved, which can put a bit of a hamper on some of the strongest Gravy Bones turns.
I want to point out, Colin has accumulated 3 gold at this point, pretty good for Kassai. Has also drawn a Raise an Army. And I wonder if those allies can pose long-term problems for Gravy Bones. It kind of depends on what portion of your deck you draw. Maybe you can put together combinations of golden tipples, murderous rabbles, those type of effects to clear out those Centauri sellswords. But if not, it gets a little awkward. You really don't want to send ally into ally. Your turns become very inefficient at that point.
One other tech card that we haven't yet touched on, Brian, which I'm curious whether Colin Eriksen is running in his list, is Midas Touch. It is a yellow 3-block. So yellow cards in Kassai are a little bit more fine. She needs yellows in a graveyard to fuel it as well, and would be very, very strong into a card like Whaler Humperdinck. Of course, you do give Jacob a whole bunch of gold, but it does sort of save you 7... It's likely 7 damage with Go again on a card. Have to wonder whether Colin Eriksen has maybe picked up a couple copies of that card to maybe answer these big allies from Jacob Shaker's side.
Yeah, Midas Touch, it feels like maybe a week or two too early into this metagame. Like, I don't know if people are there yet. I think it's coming, Ponkage. I think there's no question that people will start preparing for Gravy Bones after seeing what the hero is capable of here this weekend. I'm not quite sure that's the moment we're at yet. We'll have to watch and see what Colin is working with. I will point out that typically Colin only runs 2 copies of Raise an Army, so this could be the final time he gets to make allies in this game. If his list has not changed, very possible he feels Raise an Army is better in this metagame, has picked up a 3rd copy. We'll have to wait and see. But now Jacob Shaker is looking to build that board that we talked about, that really wide, problematic board for Kassai to clear. And Whaler Humperdinck one more time rumbles in for a big 11.
13 because of the Amethyst
Great
Amulet,
point,
Brian.
yeah.
It's Potion of Strength effectively buffing up the Whaler Humperdinck. Hook activated as well. Jacob Shaker saying, this time he hasn't made a goal this turn, though. So the hook will blow up if this is blocked out. But, as you pointed out, Brian, could very well be the last Raise an Army from Colin Eriksen's side. Doesn't want to give that up. Taking 12 to the face, giving Jacob Shaker a gold, and now needs to deal with this board state. And we spoke about this. When you get to back up the Whaler Humperdinck with something like a Sawbones, with something like a Chum, now it gets really awkward. Sawbones is actually quite awkward for Kassai to deal with, because you can send 2 comfortably, but then Sawbones will just be activated, and now you have to send something else at it. So you can't just send 2 at Sawbones.
Yeah, pretty awkward for Colin. Gold is just going to be popped here for a redraw. Colin looking for something in this hand.
So he does run a 3rd Raise an Army.
Yeah, picked up an additional copy of Raise an Army here.
Infinite copper, yes.
And now the copper will truly flow for Colin Eriksen. Spoils of War. That means, Punkage, what we are playing towards now is a huge blood on her hands turn. You know it's coming if you're in Jacob's seat. How do you prepare for that, not possibility, but eventuality at this point?
Have a massive board so that the big swords are actually going to your allies and not to your face.
Sounds like a good plan.
And you need a life buffer as well, because if you might have a massive board, but if your life is at 10, Colin can just send 20 to 25 damage at your face, and then you can't actually leverage a big board as well. So you need both a big board and a life buffer to actually prevent Colin from having a massive blood on a handstand that just closes out the game.
Here is that Raise an Army, 2 sellswords coming down. They're going to be put to work battling with that Whaler Humperdinck, somehow coming out on top and taking down the huge ally with the help of a hot streak.
Colin really wanted to find a blue this... Oh, wait, no. Because of the sword being free of the draw of the gold at the beginning of the turn, able to do that whole thing. And now it's Shaco. Shaco needs to deal with 2 sellswords on the field.
How the turntables have turned, Punkage.
Chart the high seas. Is he going to hit this time? Looks like blue and a yellow.
Again.
Exactly, once again.
Very good chart the high seas thus far from Jacob Shaker. Another Oyston hits the bin. 3 resources at the ready. What can Jacob put together here? Feels like an important turn. Did not have an arsenal going into this turn. Not really anything set up in the arena anymore.
So far, to his credit, does have an Avasti over here, and you want some go again on this turn, Brian. You need to clear at least one of these sellswords, maybe even both of them, and Avasti probably going to help with that for sure.
I'll look at the top card.
Yep.
Yeah, particularly with that Oyston has access to a pretty cheap ally, which should work well with available resources, possibly being able to set up an Oyston and a big ally and clearing out those sellswords.
Which will leave Colin Eriksen with a big hand. I do believe he pitched the last Raise an Army to fuel the previous turn, so there's still one more Raise an Army in the deck for later on. So gold still very, very strong for Kassai. I mean, of course, gold already strong because of the hero ability, but even more so with the threat of the last Raise an Army. This is so cool, Brian. We've already seen 2 Raise an Armies resolve this game. We've seen a Humperdinck come down here as well. Both sides just getting to play their massive, massive power cards. However, Colin Eriksen still has one more in his deck that we haven't seen yet, and that's Blood on her Hands. You know, those 8 copper pieces right there, just primed to be used to fuel the Blood on her Hands.
Cannot wait to get spending, I'm sure. Colin Eriksen certainly has a purchase he plans to make as we get to the late game, and those Blood on her Hands try to influence this matchup.
And Avasti comes down, going to give the first ally attack go again. Chum coming in, gets go again from the compass. This attack will have go again. Clearing a sellsword. Yeah. So, it's giving me almost Draw My Mirror-esque vibes, where one player sets up a board, the other one sets up a board to clear the other's board, and this kind of exchange is kind of happening. Of course, on Colin Eriksen's side, there's only so much board he can create. So now he's going to need to deal with Jacob Shaker's allies the old-fashioned way, if you will.
Yeah, Jacob has access to a couple resources here. One floating, also has the dead threads, but he's just going to deploy the Oyston
This one does not have Go Again, though. The Compass only gave Go Again to the Chum, so Colin Eriksen still left with one more Sellsword. Definitely going to be very happy with that. Gonna pop Copper. That's not something you see very much. A little bit resource heavy on Colin Eriksen's side. Of course, this still turns on Kassai's hero ability, so the swords are now free. Provoke, a good card to make use of when you're resource heavy.
Play a hit and run, and tell me if you want to respond at any point here.
No, you're good.
The rare copper draw from Colin Eriksen, but it looks like it's going to pay dividends here.
And this is 7 damage going towards Chum.
Make a copper token.
And we'll be making copper off Outland Skirmish. Sellsword now can join the fray as well. Just gonna clear out the Oyston. Once again, Colin Eriksen somehow ahead on the board here against a Necromancer. Cleared the board, still has his own Sellsword remaining, and the turn isn't over yet. There's still a Blade Flurry buff for the second hot streak over here.
Yeah, and it's going to carry the Kassai activation as well, asking Jacob if he wants to commit cards to the defense here to try and prevent Colin from stacking up the gold once more. And if I'm in Jacob's seat, I see how problematic the gold has made things for me. It is these Centauri Sellswords that are really allowing Colin Eriksen to go ahead and keep pace, and he knows that another Raisin army is still lurking in the deck, so each of those gold can represent another Sellsword. They also just represent a turned-on Kassai that can go ahead and use her swords efficiently.
One other very unique thing about Colin Eriksen's Kassai builds is the number of blues that he likes to run. Ends up being a little bit more blue-heavy than many other Kassai lists, which means he's actually a bit shorter on yellows, which limits the number of Kassai activations he can do throughout the game. It just shows the testament to his skill of how he knows exactly when he should be activating Kassai, because he has limited numbers of them, but he's always made maximal use of them. I believe almost every one of them he's done this game has given him a gold. You have to notice those spots to pilot Kassai the way he does.
I'll block 3, take 1.
A little bit of damage slated to leak here, but the Provoke is going to get in the mix as well, and a little bit of warrior-style disruption from Colin Eriksen.
So this is interesting. The hot streak was going to go through to give him the gold, but if Jacob Shaker reveals a blocking action card, it will be blocking out the hot streak afterwards. So Colin doing the disruption over here, but sacrificing the gold from Kassai activation to do so.
Yeah, and Jacob did call out that he could go ahead and stop the gold, and will do so with the blue revealed. Colin just valuing taking away a card from hand from Jacob more than the gold at this moment.
And I think the reason he valued that higher is because he still has a board.
That
he
makes
still
sense.
has that Sellsword right now. Just, yeah, I think what he was trying to bait Jacob into doing was perhaps blocking out the on-hit of the gold and then provoking, but still saying, you know what, I'm just going to get rid of one more card. It's unlikely you can deal with my Sellsword and pressure me. So currently, I'd say board state-wise, Colin Eriksen is higher, except for this Murderous Rabble coming in and messing up his plans.
Murderous Rabble does its thing. We mentioned this as an important card for potentially dealing with those Sellswords. Has effectively done so, revealing the blue.
And that's a blue headed to yard as well for Gravy Bones. I think I want to talk about, Brian, deck size.
Yeah.
Look at that graveyard and Watery Grave Pile for Jacob Shaker, and not too many cards remaining in deck against a Warrior with a whole bunch of 3 blocks and Valen Dynamos as well.
We talked yesterday about Kassai's fatigue plan. It is often revolving around fatigue by damage. It's not about turtling up. It's about just going ahead, getting in there, mixing it up, and slowly running your opponent out of options. A good option, though, for Jacob Shaker here has now deployed that Diamond Amulet. Again, we mentioned a seemingly amulet-heavy build, but this may be the best of them, picking up that additional action point.
Instead of Rum, it looks like Jacob has gone for the Amulet side to solve the action starvation issues that Gravy Bones tends to have. The other thing to point out about Kassai's fatigue, at least in this matchup, is that a lot of damage have been soaked up by the Sellswords, and that's part of why Colin Eriksen is still sitting at a fairly comfortable 17 life, as he has full tempo and starting off with a strong slice and dice turn.
Yeah, I will also note boats used up for Jacob Shaker. Those are your biggest attack actions, and I think not having those in the deck also putting a cap on potential damage numbers on future turns. 2 Whalers used up as well, so no double Whaler setups apt to come in the late
There
game.
is a third Whaler in Jacob's hand, though, Brian. So he's running all 3 copies of that card.
I love that decision. I really think this card is very important, and it's important for the type of things that can somewhat exploit Gravy. Maybe in unknown metagames, you say, I don't really need Whaler. I just have this value engine. As people learn how to play against Gravy, I think Whaler becomes more and more important.
Life totals now in Colin Eriksen's favor. Jacob Shaker took the entire slice and dice turn there. Colin Eriksen, though, did not have the yellows in the yard to do another Kassai activation there, so no currency generation from that, but got a bunch of life damage in.
And immediately upon that Whaler hitting the bin, it's followed up by Give No Quarter, and that means the third and final Whaler joins the fray and is going to get in the mix as well, coming in for 11 on Colin's side. You want to defend a little bit, and is going to do so effectively, I believe, and that should be the end of that gold-baited hook here.
Sure, that's fine. I'll pop the amulet. Sure.
Amulet has been popped over here. Can Jacob Shaker make another gold summon? Nope, so the gold-baited hook will be going away. It does get to back up the Whaler Humperdinck with the Sawbones, though, thanks to the Diamond Amulet. And now Whaler Humperdinck backed up with Sawbones, which is exactly where you want to be. Colin Eriksen will need to somehow deal 8 damage to the ally if he wants to get it off the field.
Copper draw again from Colin Eriksen, followed up with Unsheath. Now the swords are free. That means that Centauri Saber able to do its thing, and it's just got to clear the Sawbones here.
It's forced to, because he only has 7 damage off this Unsheath, so he had to send 5 into Sawbones, which is not where you want to be. Whaler Humperdinck gonna survive one more turn. And this is 2 damage to Gravy Bones' face. But Humperdinck staying around for one more turn.
Punkage, who's winning this game right now?
Right now, I'd say it's Jacob, because the Whaler Humperdinck's still around. And the back of his dead, all you got as well, freely blocking the sword. Very, very good for him. I just want to point out, Colin Eriksen effectively used his Tunic to draw a card there, because you would have needed to pitch a card anyway to swing the swords. Instead, using it for a copper alongside the Tunic so you can just refresh the arsenal.
I was thinking about pushing back on your assessment of this game, given that blood on her hands is still out there lurking for Colin Eriksen. But I'm now doubting myself a little bit, having seen the hand that Colin Eriksen has drawn, and I think he's got it hidden from our cameras, but I caught a peek as it was coming off the top of the deck. I think it's quad red, Punkage, which could pose some problems for him facing down a Whaler Humperdinck.
The other thing to point out about blood on the hands is that when you resolve the card, you need a gold on the field. You need your swords to be free that turn, because you'll be swinging so many sword attacks. You need it to be free. And Colin Eriksen currently sitting on 0 gold over there. So unless he wants to pop a copper to make the swords free on the blood on the hands turn, he needs a way to generate that gold. But while there's a massive ally on the field, I think he might be gold star for a little bit, which does reduce the threat of the blood on the hands.
High seas have been charted here. Golden Tipple going to do its thing. Look to refresh the gold over on the side of Jacob Shaker.
Blue Golden Tipple. I would have never expected this card to be as much of a mainstay in Gravy decks as it is, but it is so impressive. Jacob Shaker had no gold, but thanks to Golden Tipple, did create a gold off of it unconditionally, in a sense. You want to discard your yellows anyway.
I looked at the top already.
And lets him fuel the Gravy Bones ability.
You've gravied as well, haven't you? No.
I've not yet, because I have not had a gold yet.
You've not a gold. Right. You've got a gold with Temple. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Shot the High Seas, of course, a blue that has hit the yard this turn. So Gravy Bones is live.
I'm going to have to think for a sec. 18 minutes. Okay.
Yep.
How big is that deck for Jacob Shaker?
Looks to be 12? 12-ish, maybe?
Almost certainly just that.
Plus the 3 cards in hand, the 1 in a pit zone.
It's not a lot, Punkage.
Not a lot. But Gravy, of course, has virtual cards in the graveyard. Avast E as well. Great way to actually get go again on the allies' attacks. Compass, of course, going to give the Watery Grave card played this turn go again as well. So it looks like it might be a double ally attack turn this turn, Brian.
It was a good red for Colin to have. Picks up a refresh with the sync. Will not share the hand still. We'll see if he got the resources he needs to go ahead and finally take down this Whaler Humperdinck.
Avasti going to be giving Jacob Shaker the 2nd gold, conferring that on-hit onto the Whaler Humperdinck.
Colin falls to just 10 here. 1 Whaler shot away from death.
He has to clear on this turn. Currently has only used 1 card. Rigor Mortis coming in, though. Has something to say about that. It's going to be representing another 6 damage on this turn.
1 resource floating.
And now the Rigor gets into the mix.
I will.
And Colin Eriksen did find a blue off the top.
He did. It was
from that
trot
sync book.
along.
And that's exactly what he needed to be able to come back in this game. If that's even possible at this point, he needs to clear this board. This will be the 3rd Humperdinck, though, which would be very, very good for him.
Spoils kicks things off here. That means more copper going to go ahead and join the fray.
Up to 6 with go again.
Okay.
That is fine.
6 damage put on the Humperdinck. And then the hot streak comes through, clears it out. But Rigor Mortis remains out there in the arena.
That was a 3-card play to deal with the Humperdinck. And yeah, Rigor Mortis still staying around. Can Jacob Shaker give it go again, though? Looks like we're back on the riches, I believe.
Another amulet,
Yes.
but it's a ruby amulet. Does have the riches, as you mentioned. Suspect we'll see some gold usage here from Jacob.
Cycle a gold, make a new gold draw card.
Rush card picked up.
Second time we've seen Jacob make that play. First time we saw him pitch the amulet as well, the riches, excuse me, was also just to pop a gold and draw a new card.
Another card grabbed here.
That's from the Gravy activation.
Eye of Ophidia, the draw.
Discard Oyston.
And I wonder how much go again is actually left in Jacob Shaker's deck. With no Whalers, no go again, the damage per turn output could get a little low, and it's very possible that Colin can kind of move into this posture of defend a little bit, clear a little bit, and just run Jacob Shaker out of threats. Does have flying high.
And back alley break line as well. Eevee's able to get that in the yard off of Gravy Bone's ability.
Yeah,
potentially.
there's some options here.
Yeah, he's opted to go for that sort of route for action points rather than rum generation. I don't believe we've seen a tip the barkeep at all
I think
in
you're
his
right,
list. Which, I think that's is a unique take on the way to get action points for Gravy Bones. I think a lot of people have preferred the tip the barkeep, but Jacob Shaker here going for this flying high instead. Rigor Mortis, not a blue attack, but still it's going to get go again off that card.
That's fine.
Going to force Colin to do some more defending. Is able to filter the hand once more with the sink below and takes 1 damage, falls to just 3. Does Colin Eriksen.
Still leaking 1. And the blue card has hit Jacob Shaker's yard this turn in the form of the flying high. So it looks like it's going to be another double ally attack turn, but the Rabble first.
That's set up the top of the deck with the Eye of Ophidia, so knows he's coming in for 3. Demands another card from Colin. Still more follow-up here as that back alley break line is pitched. Anka joins the fray and is also going to rumble, coming in for a big 5 here.
So you have to wonder, I think going back to what you said, Brian, maybe he just needs to block out and just make Jacob Shaker continue to have go-again attacks on allies. And when Jacob probably eventually doesn't actually have a go again on an ally, maybe that's when Colin Eriksen actually strikes back.
Yeah, I just don't think there's that much left. For Jacob, it's going to be about how can you set up these back alley break lines? Is there actually a path to go ahead and generate action points from them? And again, here we see a count of the deck. It's thin, Pankaj. I think it was 10 or 11 cards on the reveal. 3 cards entering from the pitch, 1 still left behind in Arsenal. So about 15 cards total in deck. There is still an Oyston in the graveyard.
And now Colin Eriksen drops down to 1. But of course, with the stance he's taking, probably going to refresh the Dynamos as well. It's going to be functionally gaining a life on his turn as well. But probably clearing the board from Jacob Shaker. And then you ask Jacob Shaker, can you resolve an ally, give it go again, and resolve a second one? Because if you're just attacking a 1 ally a turn, Brian, I'm totally with you. It seems like Colin Eriksen can actually just come out on top in this sort of fatigue race that we're in.
I think we're both like...
Players acknowledging the possibility of time influencing this match. Obviously, neither player wants a draw in this spot. We'll have to manage these last 13 minutes of the match very effectively to make sure it's played to conclusion.
So I do want to point out, Anka's active ability is not nothing in this matchup. Colin Eriksen does want to draw cards on his turn, so we'll need to deal with the Anka before he can actually make use of Kassai's hero ability. No go again, though, for Colin on this turn. Just played out the provoke to empty it out from his arsenal. Anka going to stay. Violent Dynamo's not going to be refreshed. Is this a window for Jacob Shaker? Can he get go again? Call to the grave. You can put a back alley break line into your yard. Get the second action point.
Only 1 kill is really good for me.
Is that... We good there?
I imagine you can play it.
I think we're... Yeah.
A second since I read the book, so I just wanted to confirm the wording.
Courtside exchange kicking things off here for Jacob Shaker. Another Rigor Mortis in the mix. Gold refreshed here. Card is picked up off the top.
And I think that was a murderous rabble, Brian,
right,
with the opponent at 1.
That's a big threat. On hit, win.
We might see him go potentially 3 wide on this turn.
So we have a Morty there, so it's...
Jacob stating,
that into that.
crossing T's, dotting I's. That tells me somebody who thinks he's found an end state that leads to a winning line.
I will.
We'll see if that is true.
Might have a deterministic win here. I believe he arsenaled an amulet as well, so that's not really going to come in handy this turn at
I'll
least.
break the chain.
Colin forced to defend that rabble.
I'll
Coming
call
in
the
for
grave.
3. Follow-up is called to the grave. This gets the back alley break line. Let's take a look at what's left in the deck. There's a blue flying high. I think there was a golden tipple as well. So a few sources of go again. This kind of feels like the key turn, Pankaj. It feels like Jacob has to get through here.
I think so too, Brian. Not too much go again left in there. And this is also a turn where he had a murderous rabble as well.
It's pretty low.
You're not going to have too many turns where you actually get to go 3 wide.
That all you got. Gonna head back into the deck as well.
Okay, I'm just triple checking. 5, 1 action point.
5 from that Anka. It's time for the Tunic to get in the mix. Goes to reaction, has the sink below. Colin Eriksen had the riches in hand and was able to sink it with the sink below. And now Blood on Her Hands has come back around here, but it is going to be committed to the defense. And that means no cleanup here from Colin Eriksen.
The sink below was firstly helping him blocking out the full damage and get rid of the no block in his hand. Now Jacob Shaker, he didn't get through on a 3 attack wide turn, Brian. That was Murderous Rabble with Anka, with Rigor Mortis. Can he do something like that again? He's holding Eye of Ophidia and Riches right now.
Yeah, double gem, one more refresh of this hand. Portside Exchange, Tipple.
Let's go.
Card in Arsenal is Amulet. I feel like Colin Eriksen's position is okay here. If he's only facing 1 attack from these allies, it's very easy to defend. But Jacob Shaker, of course, can continue to go into the deck with gold, with Gravy Bones, and get a little bit deeper, especially on the back of that Riches of Trouble Downey. So I don't think this is decided yet.
And the Eye of Ophidia as well basically has his pick of the litter of the remaining 4 cards in deck. Maybe he wants to go try and find the Flying High. Flying High with the Golden Tipple could potentially let him go 4 wide, which I don't think Colin Eriksen will ever be able to block out.
Yeah, was unable to
Flying
refresh
High.
that Dynamo.
Drew the Flying High off the gold. Has it over here.
Flying high.
Here you see
6
the
go
rigor
again, I'll opt to.
coming in for 6. Jacob sets up the deck. Colin defends for 6 here.
Let's go.
Still an action point remaining for Jacob Shaker.
Let's go.
Surely flying high into Tipple.
Go again.
1 go again. You hate when that's lethal.
Yeah, and Trot Along demanded here.
Draw
Portside pitched.
Break the chain. Sure. No gold.
He needs to send more than 3 damage.
He just has Anka at the ready, Pankaj.
Exactly. I drew another Flying High. No, another Tipple, I think?
That was Tipple, yeah.
Okay. So...
I don't have any resources left, do I? I don't think so. That's still fine, because I have to... No, I've not been an ally either. No, you've not been 1 card left? Okay, let's not throw the game. Anka.
Go.
Yeah, and Anka comes through and cleans things up. Things got a little weird on that last turn, Pankaj. I wasn't really sure what we were waiting on, but ultimately Jacob Shaker did find the line. And I think that game, despite Colin losing with Jacob still at 16 life, that game was so close, Pankaj. It was played on a razor's edge, just a little bit more turning into Colin's favor. And I think he had everything he needed to fatigue that Gravy Bones, but Gravy had exactly the last turn he needed to push through those final points of damage.
It was that Golden Tipple. It was that 1 attack Golden Tipple, which just pushed things over the edge. And I definitely agree. The life totals weren't indicative of how close that game was. Also, need to point out, Colin Eriksen was sitting on 4 to 8 copper for most of that game and just never got to resolve the Blood on her hands.
Just on a more opportune turn, Blood on her hands goes off, it changes the math of that game top to bottom. Maybe it starts demanding more cards from Jacob's hand, but really well played stuff from both players. And I just have to, again, you know, I say it every time I come into the booth now, but it is so true. Flesh and Blood players have gotten so good, and Jacob Shaker has been good for a long time, but to have only a few weeks of experience with Gravy Bones and to play it at that level, it's so impressive to me, Pankaj.
And on Colin Eriksen's side as well, to play into a deck that just came out as well as he did, recognizing exactly those Raisin Army turns looked so impressive. It looked like he was doing a better Gravy impression than Gravy on some of those turns as well.
Yeah. So obviously, Pankaj, we talk a lot about upcoming competitive events when we come to cover our World Tour stops, but I want to talk about another big event not really of the competitive variety. And it's the first appearance of Legend Story Studios at San Diego Comic-Con. And I'm so excited that we're going to get to be a part of this milestone moment in pop culture. It has defined the cultural zeitgeist for what feels like over a decade now. And finally, Legend Story Studios gets to be part of it in collaboration with our good friends at Weta Workshop. And part of what we are bringing to you at San Diego Comic-Con is a new form of Armory deck. It's an Armory deck pointed towards the Living Legend format. It is Armory deck Visceri and Armory deck Prism. These are going to be available for the first time at San Diego Comic-Con coming up that weekend, July 24th through 27th. They'll also be at Gen Con, available at conventions for a little while, and I'm so pleased that we're just able to expand this line a little bit. Look, I wouldn't consider this a core offering. It's just something cool we can put out there, something as a special treat for the folks who are going to be in attendance at San Diego Comic-Con.
And it's also a perfect complement for the World Championships later this year as well, where Living Legend is going to debut as a competitive format as well. You don't have full details of how many rounds of that, but we do know it will show up. So a great product for both players new to the game, maybe showing up at Comic-Con to get introduced to Flesh and Blood, but also veterans alike.
I don't know, man. I got pretty good details on how many rounds of LL we're going to play, and it is several. I'll say we'll play several rounds of LL, and I encourage you to play LL. As I've mentioned several times, an important part of the Flesh and Blood ecosystem going forward. A little nod to that here with these cool Armory deck legends. And I can't say enough about the folks at Weta Workshop. You know, we've collaborated with them a few times now, fellow Kiwi company down there in New Zealand. I've went and done, I forget what it's called. They have a installation in Auckland, Weta Workshop Unleashed, I think it's called. And you do this cool quasi-factory tour. It's not a real factory, it's a simulated factory, but it shows all of their stuff, their practical effects they're making, kind of how they go about collaborating in Hollywood, in other spaces to make cool stuff like the Prism statue that we debuted. So if you are coming down for Calling Auckland, find yourself some information about what Weta offers. You can even go down and tour their actual home base, I think down in Wellington, if I recall correctly, if you really want to see what Weta is capable of. But a top-tier Kiwi company, and so proud to be collaborating with them as Legend Story Studios as we head to San Diego Comic-Con International. Ponkage, hell of a round of CC we just played. 3 more to go before we find out who is going to be competing in our top 8. And we have none other than Majin Bae trying to lock things up next round. We'll see if he can get the job done right after this break.
Welcome back to World Tour Las Vegas, where we have the US Nationals Championships going on right now. 3 more rounds of classic constructed gameplay for you today, and we have an exciting one coming up, Ellie. We have none other than Majin Bae on his Verdance in our next game coming up. But before we get into the gameplay, folks, let's take a look at our standings. After round 12, we are now in the moment where players are playing for their win-in-ins, for their lose-in-outs evens. Tensions are higher than they have ever been, and leading the leaderboard after round 12, we have both Majin Bae and Adrian Gebhart on the 2 Earth heroes, both coming out in Rosetta.
Yeah, we have a lot of names on the screen that we've been following throughout the weekend, but there are a lot of names here that we haven't been.
Absolutely, and right below them, some of those new names, Randy Davis, Arjun Garg, both also on Florian. Lots of Florians over here, which was a little bit different after day 1, where Florian's representation was a little bit lower than we expected it to be.
He was only about 12% of the field, I believe.
Exactly, and even after the CC rounds, not too many undefeated Florians, but the draft is where I think these Florian players really showed their chops, showing they know what it takes to take down a limited format. Of course, moving down further on the list, we have Cabrera, who managed to play Scurv in both drafts this past weekend, and the first assassin to show up on our leaderboard.
Yeah, I also want to mention, just quick shout out, Cabrera also took down Tao Tao last round in the Assassin Mirror. Absolutely no slouch in Classic Constructed. We saw her do well in draft, but she is here to flex on everyone. Also want to point out, a little bit lower down at the same 10-2 bracket, we have Jacob Shaker, who top-8'd last year's US Nationals, perhaps poised to do it again on a brand new hero, the release weekend of Mr. Gravy Bones.
I also want to point out the second half of this list over here really just shows the diversity of heroes that we have in this format. It's been a bit of a narrative that this weekend where you can be an expert in your class, you can play whatever you want and do well. We have a Kassai on this list, piloted by Patrick McGregor. We have a Prism, piloted by Andrew Cook, Gravy Bones, as he pointed out, and of course an Azalea as well at 10-2, piloted by Jacob Lantz. Just so many heroes to look forward to in this format.
There's so much going on this weekend in terms of format diversity. A brand new limited set that, I mean, the reviews are raving. Everyone is having so much fun charting the high seas, and I believe we're about to have quite a bit of fun diving into this match of flesh and blood.
So we've taken a look at the standings, Ellie. I think it's time to get into some flesh and blood. Let's get right into the game. Majin Bae on Verdance against Adrian Gebhart on Florian, our only 2 X1s after 12 rounds at US Nationals.
Yeah, you might be wondering why we've broken our weekend convention a little bit here. I'm not here with Sam. Pankaj isn't here with Brian. We are here because both of us are friends and testing partners of Mr. Majin Bae with some unique insight into the deck that he has brought here. Tell me about how this game has started here, Pankaj.
So firstly, Verdance already wants to play a Florian. The reason Majin wanted to bring this deck was because he's confident into a Florian matchup, which is what we were expecting to be highly represented. Something Majin might not have been expecting, which he still has practice into, but I do want to point out the Dread Scythe on Adrian's side, that he is prepared for this matchup. The on-hit on that card, which is split both ways, the arcane damage and the physical itself, will prevent Verdance from gaining life on their own turn when it comes back to them. And Majin is sporting healing potions. This weapon could pose quite a bit of a problem for Majin.
Yeah, not to mention, not only did he maybe not expect the Dread Scythe, he probably didn't expect a race face for 9 coming from the Florian. Pretty spicy piece of tech from Mr. Gebhart on the other side of the table on his first turn. It bought Majin's entire hand, and all he did was play out a healing potion and pass back.
I just want to set the stakes a little bit, Ellie. Both these players functionally playing for win-in. Whoever wins this match is locked for top 8 at World Tour Las Vegas.
World Tour Las Vegas and the US National Championship there within. Dread Scythe coming in for 3 and a Rune Chant backed up with it. Maybe a little bit of an awkward hand for Adrian here. Majin just played out a healing potion and passed, forcing Florian to convert all 4 cards, and all we saw on the return was Grasp of the Arcanite and Dread Scythe swung.
And that is a bit of a sticking point for Florian lists sometimes. If they lend too defensive. They can't actually convert big hands. There is a trot along in Adrian's pit zone, though, so you have to wonder, does he have other plans with these cards? Maybe discarding a Fruits of the Forest to gain some life? No, just
It's possible he
elected
didn't
not to
have
use.
another attack action card to follow up with there.
Definitely. Majin, of course, taking the full 5 damage, which means he can no longer gain life on this turn thanks to a Dread Scythe on head ability. Does, of course, have AB1 in the form of Metacarpus nodes. Elected not to use it for the AB on that turn.
Gaining life doesn't seem to be part of his plan on this turn, as he has hidden his hand away from me the moment I chose to look, but he's sending 5 go again on E-Strike, giving us a bit of a hint that I think he may be following up with another attack action here, and maybe looking to arsenal that root-bound Carapace in his hand. 7 block from Adrian on the other side of the table. Sorry, 6, So Tomorrow and an Oasis Respite. No life gained because he is presently ahead.
The Oasis Respite in the deck as well. Adrian is tagged for this matchup. Oasis Respite alongside the Plume of Evergrowth as well, Ellie. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Seeds of Tomorrow coming out of Adrian. And on the Verdance combo turn, if you have Seeds of Tomorrow, which you have easy access to because of Plume of Evergrowth, alongside something at Oasis Respite or the full AB3 that Adrian is sporting with Dire Carapace and Nullrune Boots, you could potentially stuff Margin's combo turn enough where you can actually just end up fatiguing them, because remember, Verdance does not have a weapon.
Yeah. And much like Majin's very first turn of this game, Adrian there decided to just pass back after using his whole hand on the defensive. Both players have committed their entire turns to that game action so far. Majin sending across CNC and intentionally pitching a red before a blue, leaving 2 floating, possibly representing a pummel. But what seems a little bit more likely in this game state is that he was incapable of using his full hand. And something we saw this occur in our last round of draft with those block cards, where when your opponent doesn't attack you and you have these defensive pieces clogged up in your hand, it can get a little bit awkward to get them out.
Here we see both Earth heroes showing a little bit of awkwardness in their deck building, where sometimes they just can't convert big hands. Adrian here taking a bit of an offensive stance right now, blocking with both armor pieces. He doesn't have too much of that remaining now. Just one more block on grass with the Arc Knight. You can't block a Dire Carapace anymore in this game because you can't let that blown up. That is your AB2 piece. So what does he have going on? Looks like it's a felling of the crown.
Just felling of the crown. Just the classic Codex level Earth attack action. This is only going to come in for 4+1 from the Might, as Adrian does not yet have 4 Earth cards in his banished zone, but that lack of offensive value is going to be made up for by the decomposability, taking a card out of Majin Bae's hand and putting it on the bottom of his deck.
A little bit of an awkward first felling for Adrian. You definitely want to resolve something like Rootbound Carapace first before your first felling. But I'm still happy for it to come in for 5. But I do want to point out, Adrian did bottom a card from his own hand to that felling. And remember, he gave up armor for that. Do you know what he bottomed, Ellie? He bottomed a Channel Mount Heroic. He's trying to do some sort of counter pitch tag against Majin Bae, because he knows in that end state, Majin needs to hold a whole bunch of cards to the Verdance combo. Adrian's saying, I'll have the CMH ready for you when you want to do that.
Yeah, something I want to point out here is that Majin just stuck a new pickup from High Seas onto the board, that Ponamu Amulet, a functional 4th healing potion.
And once again, Majin asking Adrian, can you convert your full 4 cards? You seem to be a bit more of a defensively slanted Florian. Are you able to do that? Fruits of the Forest, a good way to actually convert a hand, since it does let you gain life. And remember, Adrian is not on Reaping Blade, so he can actually gain life off the card, choosing instead to deploy a Channel the Millennium Tree.
Bit of a nasty setup into this life gain wizard here with the Channel the Millennium Tree. Arcane damage from that Dread Scythe getting pumped up by the Channel will be incredibly hard for Majin to block out, as he only has access to AB3, so Dread Scythe pinging for 4 is all but guaranteed to come over the top.
Which means no more life gain for Majin on his turn, which for now doesn't matter so much, but in the endgame, with the potions set up and everything, you could see that being a huge problem for Majin Bae.
Swarming Gloomveil for 3, go again granted by establishing the Channel the Millennium Tree, followed by that Dread Scythe for 3 and 4. Majin discarding a Fruits of the Forest in response to get that life gain out of his hand before it becomes a problem. That is a little bit of the teeth of the Dread Scythe strategy being shown here. It's not a static ability like Reaping Blade, so if you have instant speed life gain in response to the damage, you can just clear it before it's a problem.
Just to clarify, folks, that was not 4 rune chance. Adrian was just representing 4 arcane damage off the back of the Dread Scythe.
That's one of those ways to clarify the game state that seems a little bit confusing until you explain it, and then it's like, oh, that's quite helpful, thank you. Majin returning fire with a red cadaverous tilling, perhaps a little bit more happy to have his first decompose come in the form of 8 power here rather than a felling for just 4, and I believe his arsenal is a felling of the crown right now.
Didn't quite catch a glimpse of that, but that bodes very well for Majin Bae if that is indeed the case. It means any future fellings and future plow unders will be coming in for their full maximum value. And Adrian over here giving up his last block of armor on the grass with the Arc Knight. No more armor to speak of for Florian for the rest of the game. Blocking with the Swarming Gloomveil as well.
Gotta get that value when and where you can. And outside of Command and Conquer, these Verdance decks don't have too incredibly much on hits in them.
And here we see the Seeds of Tomorrow flashed
Yeah.
with the Bramble Spark fusion effect. So Majin Bae knows that the card is in the deck somewhere for Adrian. Maybe sporting multiple copies as well is something he'll need to be wary of. But until it hits the graveyard, Majin Bae is probably just feeling a little bit safe from that card because that's the best place for it to be when the opponent is on Plume of Evergrowth.
He may be feeling a little bit safe from that Seeds of Tomorrow on the bottom of Adrian's deck, but he might not be feeling very safe from this attack for 14. Coming across, taking all of the Arcane, and looks like a block for 10 coming from Majin's side of the table, clearing his whole hand to play what I believe is a felling of the crown in the arsenal.
I just want to point out an optimization that Majin Bae is making. Opponent has, for 2 back-to-back turns, sent Arcane damage for 4, which means you can convert your blue into 3 block from Arcane, pitching the Metacarpus Note and Stormstriders. Instead, he elected to block with it. And that tells us he's setting up something nasty in the pitch stack. He doesn't want cards like the Everbloom Life in that pitch stack. He wants the cards like the Meritus Scolding in the pitch stack because that's a very strong, tall Arcane damage spell for your endgame.
Not only does it set up a nasty pitch stack like with that blue Emeritus Scolding we see in the pitch zone right now, it also gets extra Earth cards into his yard, which may be pretty important for future Rootbound Carapaces, as it seems, like you said, Adrian has started to tilt a little bit more into an offensive posture, but no amount of offensive posture can handle the might of the tree crashing down on top, buying the full hand from him, and he's just going to pass back through to Majin here.
And that was the second felling from Adrian over there. He blocked with the second felling. One has already been used, so not... How much more threats does he have in his deck? He might just be electing for the full fatigue-style game plan, despite having a bit of an aggressive back-to-back sequence of turns off the back of a Channel Millennium Tree.
Majin discarding a Fruits of the Forest to gain 2 life and send across 1 Arcane. That is the beauty of Verdance's hero ability. Once you are online, all of those fruits can easily convert for basically 3 with Go Again, followed up by an E-Strike for 7. This is an efficient 3-card 10, clearing the full hand with no awkwardness left over from that early game state. Adrian blocking 3 with a Trot Along and taking 4. It is 30 all.
Speaking of efficiencies, I want to point out Majin Bae got online on Verdance with 3 decomposes.
Yeah.
It was a Rootbound Carapace, a Cadaverous Tilling, and a Felling of the Crown. That is the most efficient way for you to get online on these Earth Heroes, just 3 decomposes, 2 Earth cards for the first one, into 3 Earth cards and 3 Earth cards again. So very, very fortunate sequence of decomposing for Majin Bae. On Adrian's side, though, he's decomposing of his Plow Under, which will come in for 6, but he's still not online yet. This Earth Hero falling a little bit behind against the other Earth Hero counterpart.
Not just 6 physical damage, this Bramble Spark is also going to add +3 and a point of arcane damage. So this is actually cracking across for 9. No slouch.
And it did
for a 3-card play.
And it sank away Majin Bae's, I believe, Sink Below in his arsenal as well.
Yeah,
and
that
that's
might mess with his pitch stack,
exactly. That's not something he wants down there. It's a red card that only blocks when he typically will want to do some sort of massive Verdance combo.
Also throws a bit of a wrench in how he's thinking about it. Speaking of a wrench in things, Majin taking all 10, it looks like, down to 20. Curious to see what his hand has in store.
It's got a heartbeat, Ellie. And
That's true. It has a heartbeat it can hold.
when he's online. And Dreadsight was not used on Adrian's turn over here, so he's able to gain life of the Fruits of the Forest here as well. Red Fruits of the Forest, I love this card.
It's so good.
I kept trying to tell him we need to play this card. I'm so glad he agreed and is finally in this list.
Plow Under coming across from Majin. Both of these players just sending Earth Majestics back and forth at each other across the table. 6 damage is the ask here. Let's take a look. Never mind. Let's take a look at Adrian's graveyard.
Instead of his hand, Now we can look at his hand, though. He said he had plans for that arsenal. He's found his third copy of Felling over here, but Felling a card that you need to empty the rest of your hand for you to get full value from it. So it would mean he would need to give up Swarming Gloomveil and CNC, which are both pretty strong threats.
He is capable of setting himself up to send that Felling, but it might not be the right time for it.
And that just turns on the Tism.
Could even be a block 3 send CNC Arsenal Felling, but it means on the following turn, again, you need to empty your hand to go and resolve the Felling. So perhaps this is the best time. Bit of a tough call for Adrian over here. Going a little bit into the tank for that.
Looks like he's lining up one blocking card here, giving up the Swarming Gloomveil and taking 3 down to 26 to Majin's 22.
You know what will be really funny? We were talking about counter pitch stacking. If he just sends a Felling over here, okay. If he sent a Felling and bottom the CNC to go in Majin's Sync Willow, that was bottom from a plow. Looks like not going to be the case for Adrian over here. It's going to be a CNC over here. It makes more sense. It's just a much better value play, but would have been funny.
Coming in for 6. Looks like it's going to buy a piece of armor, but because Majin already has 4 Earth cards in his banished zone, blocking Emeritus Scolding and Barkskin of the Millennium Tree is going to cover all 6 thanks to the generated embodiment of Earth, and it looks like that's all Adrian has on this turn.
What an efficient block. Barkskin Millennium Tree in Verdance. Not as strong as in Florian because you don't get double embodiment, but still does so much. And here we see it, Ellie. Rampant Growth hits the field.
The very first one of the game, generating a Verdance trigger thanks to the life half of Rampant Growth resolving. After that resolves, Verdance trigger goes on the stack above the Rampant Growth waiting to resolve. So 1 Arcane is going to come in. Once that Arcane is resolved, then he will amp 1 as he's gained 1 life this turn.
And this sequence of plays tells us that Majin has a big arcane damage spell to come after this. Normally, you might respond to a Verdance ping and have the Rampant Growth amp go on that. Looks like not. No, I think he was just emptying his hand, actually, Ellie. Just had a no block.
Possible he follows up with a Waning Moon activation here
Could be.
to utilize that amp, but it's also possible that he's just getting that Rampant Growth in his graveyard so that he can pick it up later with that Plume of Evergrowth. We see actually both players have presented this piece of equipment, and I'm going to take a quick guess at what this is going to be. I think Majin wants to use that to represent a triple Rampant Growth combo, but what Adrian wants to use it for in this game is to buy back a Seeds of Tomorrow to stuff some of that deadly arcane combo.
One thing to point out, though, Majin Bae has elected not to bring Surgeon Aethertide in this matchup. It is Waning Moon instead. I believe Surgeon Aethertide has been cut from these Verdance lists, particularly because of the introduction of Arcane Compliance, which Surgeon Aethertide is quite soft against.
Speaking of the arcane combo, he's holding 2 Rampant Growth lives here in addition to 2 blues. We could see him either pitch stack these away or go for it a little bit earlier than expected, but before that he has to deal with Command and Conquer from Adrian's side. Another attack in a string of disruption from our Florian player here in the feature match arena at the 2025 National Championships here in Las Vegas.
String of disruptive turns indeed, Ellie. It was plow under into CNC, and we know there's a felling of the crown in the arsenal as well for Adrian, so there's more of that to come as well for Majin Bae. Can he navigate himself out of this double Rampant Growth hand? Opponent is at 24, and that's the other thing to point out. Adrian has been leaking some damage, which means you don't need to go for the full triple, quadruple healing pot combo to get at your opponent when they're already in the 20s. So perhaps that's what Majin is considering.
He may still have to go somewhat tall due to what that Plume of Evergrowth represents.
No Seeds of Tomorrow in the yard right now, though, for Adrian. Still needs to get that there. But he could have multiple copies in the deck. We don't know how many he's running. We've already seen 2 Oasis Respites. You have to think potentially his other prevention effects.
There's a bit of an interesting problem for him there. Even though Majin has chosen to take 6 here, destroying the Rootbound Carapace in his arsenal, Adrian might feel a little bit ahead, but there's a bit of an awkward problem for his deck. He's got a lot of tech for Surgeon Aethertide being the offering on the combo turn, Pankaj, but there's no Surgeon Aethertide to speak of on the board.
And Majin took the full 6, lost the defense reaction, posturing to pop an amulet. This is it, Ellie. Fireworks about to happen from our Earth Wizard over here. How much damage is this arcane spell going to be?
First, we have to find out if he's even gonna fire it off.
Looking at this hand, doesn't have a tall arcane spell like a Burn Bear to go off of these rampant growths, so might just be putting the amp onto a Verdance ping, possibly off the second healing potion that he pops, should he choose to go for that line on this turn. That will be both rampant growths out as well, and one already in the yard, so still have access to one more later on down the line, but with no healing potions.
First healing potion effect activated. Verdance trigger on the stack and arcane barriered.
Time
2 life gained on this turn from Majin. 4 life gained. Another Verdance trigger happening here. Another point of arcane damage threatened to Adrian's life total.
Time to start the count, folks. How much life has Majin Bae gained? So far, it's been 4. It's like a reverse Kano, where Kano, you have to keep track of how much arcane damage has been dealt. For Verdance, how much life have they gained? 5 so far, folks, thanks to Everbloom Life.
Another Verdance trigger on the stack, represented by that art card from Rosetta. First rampant growth hits the stack. Life trigger resolves, generating a Verdance trigger. I want everyone to know at home, Pankaj is doing math on a piece of paper. He is primed and ready to see a big, fat arcane spell come across on this turn. The second rampant growth hits the table in response to the first one. So what's going to happen here is this life trigger is going to deal 1. He's going to gain 1, deal 1 with Verdance. The life trigger is going to resolve. Rampant growth is going to resolve. Then another rampant growth is going to resolve. But before any of that, he activates Plume of Evergrowth, getting another rampant growth life. 1 more life trigger on the stack. 1 more Verdance trigger on the stack. And then a massive arcane spell for how much, Pankaj?
25 will be how much this Verdance ping comes for, because each of these rampant growths are amping 8 on the 1 damage Verdance ping, represented by the Verdance feat token that Majin Bae has elected to bring onto the coverage area at World Tour Vegas. 25 damage, Verdance ping. Arcane Compliance cannot touch this either. Majin Bae is teched for against that card.
That's a really, really smart thing to point out here, Pankaj. This is not an action card dealing arcane damage. He's not sending across a Burn Bear. He is ready for his opponent to present an arcane compliance, but his opponent didn't have an arcane compliance. He had 1 red and 1 blue. He has arcane barrier 3 and 1, all the way down to 2 life after this massive arcane spell for 25. And if things weren't bad enough for Adrian on that side of the table, he also gained 8 life on that turn.
And Adrian is at 2. Stormstriders on the other side. Has Majin Bae found the arcane spell? Looks like he didn't, Ellie. That is not only a hand with no arcane spell, it's a bit of a resource light hand as well. And therefore, we see the Felling of the Crown go to the bottom to fuel the E-Strike. Adrian has gotten away with murder a little bit over there. Could have just died on his turn.
Blocking the whole turn out. Not dead yet, but the writing may be on the wall for Mr. Gebhart here. He's passing through. And
once again,
Majin still doesn't have it.
Did manage to take all the cards from Adrian once again. No arcane spell. That can be something that happens with these Verdance lists. We've already seen 2 Emeritus Scoldings go to the bottom of the pitch stack for Majin Bae, and sometimes you just don't have the additional arcane spells. And now a little bit of an anemic turn for Majin, just a CNC, but does have a Fruits of the Forest in hand as well to send 1 more damage against Adrian.
Yeah, and that's half of Adrian's current life total, so that life gain ping is still going to buy a card from him. 27-2. Majin gets further and further out of range. What could Florian possibly have in the arsenal to fire back here? And I'll tell you right now what it is. It's a Felling of the Crown, but it may be too little, too late for Adrian there. We see the pulsing ether life in Majin's hand.
So this is a very interesting spot. Adrian needs to pass priority first, and if he does, Majin can just say, fine, I won't send it.
Right.
But if Adrian chooses to play the Felling, Majin can respond and kill him, and that's what's happening. Felling of the Crown. Majin has pulsing ether life. Stormstride is coming out onto the field.
Decompose resolve.
And here we go. Metacarpus nodes as well. 5 damage goes through.
The fist bump is extended. Majin Bae is your winner. A commanding performance in round 13 of the United States National Championship 2025. Congratulations. He is locked now, I believe, for top 8. What a freaking game, Pankaj.
Our World Tour Weekly host is locked for top 8 at US Nationals, and what an amazing game. 25 damage, Verdance ping. A little bit anticlimactic afterwards, took 3 turns to find a Stormstrider spell, but eventually did manage to get there.
Can you Like, can you imagine what the next World Tour Weekly is going to look like? By the way, top 8 of last week's United States National Championship, me, says Majin Bae.
What a fantastic finish. And I have to shout out Adrian as well for navigating that game as well as he did. He showed up teched for this matchup.
Yeah,
had
he
the
was
dread
prepared.
sights, had the plumes, didn't manage to get a Seize of Tomorrow in the yard though, and I think that affected him a little bit on Margin's massive combo turn. Couldn't prevent as much damage as he would have liked to. Massive props to him. He's not out of it yet though. Still has more games to play to make his way into US Nationals top 8.
He's only Eriksen too. He is definitely plenty still in this tournament.
Absolutely. And he has more games to play, and we have more games to watch, folks. We have a second game for you all to watch. But before that, we have, I believe, a player of the year. Yes,
bracket.
we're going to take a look at that. Let's move on and take a look at one of these leaderboards, which we haven't touched on a lot over this weekend. So it'll be very interesting to see. Remember, folks, player of the year, 1.5 million USD on the line for our player of the year.
Look at this sick animation with Jarl and Dorinthia from 2 kind of classic Flesh and Blood cards. And this is a race between some of Flesh and Blood's classic faces looking to be the player of the year with a massive 100,000 US dollar prize pool. You collect Player of the Year points by performing well at events all over the world, Pankaj.
And one of my favorite things about the Player of the Year is that it isn't specific to one region. Each of the major 3 regions, the Americas, Asia, and Europe, each have their own Player of the Year. There is also one global Player of the Year as well, but it is across all these different regions, allowing everyone to access this amazing, amazing prize pool.
Yeah, that's very, very true.
And here's where you can earn this Player of the Year points if you are looking to get your name on that leaderboard, all the way from Battle Hardens as well, which there are plenty of across the world. A lot more accessible compared to maybe some of the bigger events where you need to qualify for. Up to 4 points available at a Battle Hardens, 16 at your various national championships, alongside callings as well, also boasting 16 points available there. And then, of course, our Tier 4 events, LE Pro Tours and World Championships. 28 World Tour points and 32 available at World Championships itself.
And here is the Player of the Year leaderboard for the Americas. A familiar face to anyone following this race all year. At the top, we have Brody Spurlock in first place, followed by Michael Squared immediately after. And in the next region in Europe, we have Jacob Clements, another familiar face to anyone who follows this, as well as a certain 2-time Pro Tour World Champion in third place, Pablo Pintor.
Very neck and neck is the Europe leaderboard, but of course, let's not forget the Asia Pacific region as well. Nick Butcher, excuse me, leading the pack over here with 35 points, and right behind him, putting Tom of Team Blue Pitch at 34 points.
And this is the overall leaderboard here. We have Brody, Michael Hamilton, Jacob Clements, another. So we have Michael Squared and Jacob Squared on this Player of the Year leaderboard, ranging from 34 to 81 points. That may seem like a lot. However, I mean, doing well at Worlds is 30 points on its own. This is still anyone's race.
Definitely agree. And all the regions represented here on our global leaderboard as well. Remember, folks, make it out to your Flesh and Blood events. Get your name on this board alongside all the other names of Flesh and Blood that we have come to love.
And speaking of coming to love Flesh and Blood, we're going straight into a game here after we take a look at me and Pankaj Lovely here. We're going to dive straight into a game. We have an Oscilio game on stream here, which is quite exciting.
Piloted by none other than Alexander Vore himself, Wizard Aficionado. We had one Wizard Aficionado in the form of Majin Bae, but what about second Wizard Aficionado?
2 in 1 round, what a treat.
Exactly, and that game is ready. Remember, these players are playing for their not quite winnings, but whoever loses this will be out of contention for top 8. Both of them are in the X3. Who will make it out on top? Will it be Alexander Vore piloting Oscilio, or will it be Hughes piloting Vynnset?
Yeah, they're fighting for their tournament life here. A pretty interesting matchup. You have a somewhat defensive deck in the form of Vynnset and Oscilio on the other side of the table. We know quite well that Oscilio really doesn't like being disrupted, which can be a little bit of a problem in this matchup. Vynnset just has so much disruption in the form of all those RuneGate attacks. And speaking of RuneGate attacks, it looked like Hughes' first turn was banishing a card to Deathly Delight.
And priority passed over to Alexander Vore here. This is still turn 0, folks. He's choosing to discard to Oscilio's ability, do a little bit more filtering. Has found some sigils as well, Ellie. Could even deploy them right now on turn 0.
Might be a little bit of a sketchy ask to drop 2 of these on the table, but he's going to go for it anyways, telling his opponent, daring him to send an attack across, and it looks like he might fire off that Deathly Delight here with 2 rune chains to follow it up.
Does still have blocking cards as Alexander Vore, so could go ahead and block some of this damage. Still going to leak a minimum of 2 damage no matter how he blocks this turn, so sort of punished a little bit for this aggressive stance, but gets to go into his first real turn of the game with 2 sigils on the board already.
Looks like he's taking 2 down to 34 on this attack for 5. Hughes is going to gain 1 to 40 because of the on-pain effect from Deathly Delight, seeing that one player has lost life this turn.
And forcing Hughes to go ahead and use that Blood Debt card on turn 0 isn't nothing either. You are stymieing future turns, future go-again turns from Hughes Lee over there. He wants to have more Blood Debt cards to make use of those go-again effects, but he might not have them now because Alexander Vore effectively forced it out on turn 0.
Yeah, a little bit of an awkward hand for Hughes there, too. He pitched an attack action, banished an attack action, and then arsenaled an Eloquent Eulogy, another of which is in his hand.
And you know what else punishes him for expending the rune chants on his first turn over here? That reduced rune chant that he's holding right now, Ellie. Has no rune chants on the back end right now to make the defense reaction free. Will need to pitch to it or just go ahead and arsenal it on his turn.
3 points of value is a pretty small price to pay to get to start the game with your game plan a little bit live here. And Alex Vore is going to send a blast to Oblivion with Go Again. One of the most premium attack actions you can find in your Oscilio deck here. Not only is this a powerful combo piece, but it lets you do important interstitial game plan things, like he can bounce the Sigil of Conductivity to make another Embodiment of Lightning, or should he have a Channel Lightning Valley on the board, like the one he's holding right now, he can return it to his hand with Blast to Oblivion's triggered ability to reset the amount of channel counters on it and get more draws in the future.
Alexander Vore already with a very explosive start over here. Blast to Oblivion on his first real turn of the game with the Sigil of Conductivity already on the ground. Alexander Vore reacting with a Channel Lightning Valley. Blast to Oblivion trigger on the stack. Gonna bounce back Sigil of Conductivity. Do not blink, folks. Lots of actions going to be happening right now on this Oscilio turn. Makes another Embodiment of Lightning.
From what I've heard, these Oscilio players are pretty stoked about their one new treat from High Seas, and it's showing here. These heroes are coming. I mean, this hero is coming out the gate swinging in the first game that we've seen of him today.
Question is, does he have more attack actions right now to make use of the Embodiment of Lightning that he's generated from the Blast to Oblivion? Hasn't activated Oscilio yet, so still could go digging further. I think was relying on the Channel Lightning Valley draw, which got stuffed by Hughes Lee. Did need to pitch eventually for that reduced rune chant, but does make a rune chant on the back as well.
Not the worst thing ever, though, because his hand contains 2 copies of Consigned to Cosmos, or more affectionately known by Oscilio players, 0-cost 3-block Shock, which he can run out amped for, I believe, 4 if he fires off the Sigil of Conductivity in his hand and then activates Volzar.
So there is a bit of awkwardness sometimes when you play a Sigil out with Channel Lightning Valley on the field. You want to pitch for Volzar, and yep, that's exactly what he's doing. Before the Sigil resolves,
is that true?
Well, so, see, the Sigil makes Volzar free.
Right.
Which means you can't pitch to it to keep Channel Lightning Valley around. So you want, exactly, so you want to pitch to Volzar first and then play the Sigil.
So you think he's more prioritizing keeping Channel Lightning Valley in play than arsenaling a combo piece?
Well, he's going to draw back up, right? Because Shock is coming in for 5 and Channel Lightning Valley hasn't had its on hit yet. So he's going to draw, he's going to have to refresh the arsenal anyway. So this has been great sequencing for Alexander Vore's side, showing his experience on this deck, playing the Sigil, responding to the Sigil with Volzar, and then this Shock, 0-cost Shock, as you pointed out, Ellie. That's what this card is. The left half of it doesn't matter so much. 5 arcane damage coming to Hughes Lee face. And Vynnset, not really known to have a lot of resource cards to deal with arcane damage effectively.
I will say, though, Consigned to Cosmos, the left half of Consigned to Cosmos Shock, is not entirely textless. That is also a lightning card, so if you manage to resolve it, which is relevant in this matchup because he can banish Malefic incantations from his opponent's graveyard, it will afford you an extra point of amp.
over to Hughes Lee's side of the board. Alexander Vore also very well set up. He was already set up going to his first real turn of the game, but now he has an Embodiment of Lightning, a Channel Lightning Valley, and a Sigil of Conductivity. What can Hughes Lee do about the Sigil of Conductivity actually under threat here from the Rune Chants on Hughes Lee's side?
Not a bad return, though, with this Beseech the Demigod. He may have spent all his Rune Chants on turn 0 and been forced to pitch into that reduced to Rune Chant. However, an attack for 9 is the offering here. Pretty solid return.
Who are beseeching the Demigod indeed. Eloquent Eulogy coming in for 7 physical damage and 2 arcane. You know what this feels like? 2 glass cannon arcane damage decks going against each other. Both these decks don't really want to block. Both these decks don't really want to defend arcane damage. They just want to send it at their opponent.
Very true. Vynnset is definitely down to block physical damage, but arcane damage gets a little bit more awkward for her as she's just so trim on resources. Oscilio activation on Alex's side of the table, discarding a Comet Storm Shock to filter the hand, but may not have found what he wanted. I think he saw another instant off the top, and he only has 2 block in the form of attack actions in his hand with which to take advantage of this electromagnetic somersault.
Perhaps looking for a way to make that card be used offensively on his turn instead. I just have to point out, if the Sigil of Conductivity breaks because of the Rune Chants, that would be a second Embodiment of Lightning, which doesn't do anything.
It's fully wasted, Pankaj. He is going to let it die here, not opting to bounce it.
Which does mean an Eloquence token for Hughes Lee on this turn, thanks to Eloquent Eulogy's on pain effect, as you rightly coined that term.
I didn't coin it. It was Sam. It's okay.
Oh, okay, fine.
I'll give up
credit
the
to Sam
credit.
then. Yeah, okay.
You can tell everyone. That's me, though.
I also want to point out a unique chess piece on Alexander Vore's side, that old Knocker.
Yeah, big upgrade.
Exactly. A limited piece in high seas, it seems like. But these Wizard players somehow find a way to make use of these limited equipment pieces. Plume of Evergrowth, for example. Ragamuffin's hat in Kano as well. And now old Knocker on Alexander Vore's side of the field.
Yeah, it blocks 1 and does functionally the same thing as Blossom of Spring. Affords you a resource on your combo turn, something Oscilio players want desperately. Sending across 4 here with Flittering Charge. Go again, thanks to the Embodiment of Lightning, is Alex Vore. Hughes Lee just shoving 4 armor here, taking a bit of an aggressive stance. Another Flittering Charge is the follow-up.
And I really like that block from Hughes Lee over here. You need to make sure you get value from your equipment blocks, because if Alexander Vore sends a massive arcane damage spell, you don't want to have block remaining on equipment and feel like you've wasted that. Also, Channel Lightning Valley still on the field over here, does need to care about that on hit as well.
This kind of came up in our previous game, too. Adrian shoved his armor onto the combat chain very, very early to just get some value out of it before the arcane damage started coming down. And we're seeing the same play pattern take shape here for another Rune Blade.
Currently Flittering Charge with no go again, but of course Alexander Vore does have Electromagnetic Somersault in his hand to give it go again, and has another Sigil as well to play that other one again with go again as well, and finish it off with an Arcane Spell with the Etchings of Arcana, I believe. So Alexander Vore is set up to have a very, very strong turn here.
Yeah, the Etchings of Arcana can also buy him back that Sigil of Conductivity. He was a little bit sad to lose to a Rune Chant on the previous turn.
And there is a little bit of a fork here for Hughes' side. If he spends too much on these early turns to try and block out Channel Lightning Valley and get blown out anyway at the end of the chain when a massive Etchings comes online, it can feel really, really bad. It's almost Aurora-esque in that sense.
Yeah, you'd think they might both be lightning heroes, Pankaj. Alex Vore reacting with that electromagnetic somersault, like he said, drawing off Channel Lightning Valley in the resolution step after dealing a point of damage and finding a high voltage on the top, which is a bit of an interesting pick for this Oscilio deck. I know a lot of Oscilio players were a little bit past this card, but it's looking pretty premium in this hand. It's going to give the second attack from this Flittering Charge for 4 go again, as well as afford 2 points of amp for that massive Etchings of Arcana that's going to come in at the end of this combat chain.
Question is, does he want to deploy the high voltage here or the Sigil to give the Flittering Charge go again? Looks like it's going to be a Sigil of Lightning instead. And is he going to Arsenal high voltage or play it over here? Doesn't seem to have a line right now to keep the Channel Lightning Valley around. Only has 1 lightning card in hand right now. Won't be able to get 2 in the pit zone. And of course, Volzar is free right now as well. Looks like he's playing both of them, Ali. 6 lightning cards have been played this turn. Amp 1 from high voltage as well. Etchings of Arcana coming in for a massive 10.
Speaking of non-standard inclusions here, something I want to point out is that Shadow of Ursa, blocked with by Hughes Lee, also a bit of a non-standard inclusion for these Vynnset decks, but a very interesting one at that. It lets you get multiple Blood Deck cards into your banished zone in a single turn.
Sigil of Conductivity back to Alexander Vore's hand thanks to Etchings of Arcana. That was a 22 damage turn. I want to say there were 3 Flittering Shards and then a arcane damage spell for 10 at the end over there with an Arsenal refresh as well. What an amazingly explosive start from Alexander Vore. Life totals haven't quite been updated yet. Let's see what Hughes Lee has to say about this.
Definitely a reasonable return here. We're seeing a Deathly Delight put in the Banish Zone and a Funeral Moon following it up. This is going to gain go again from the Eloquence token he so critically made on the previous turn cycle with that massive 2-card Eloquent Eulogy for 9 play. And since this has go again, he's going to get to send across this Deathly Delight for 2 and 5, threatening life gain should this connect. A reasonable way to shore up some of the life lost to that absolutely colossal Etchings of Arcana on the previous turn from Alex.
And since Funeral Moon is a shadow action as well,
yeah,
Hughes Lee could pay one. Yeah, I think he did pay 1 to the Vynnset ability, which basically guarantees he's going to gain the life back from Deathly Delight and tell Alex, well, you have nothing. There's nothing you can do to prevent me from gaining this extra life from Deathly Delight.
Yeah, and since you gain back the life you pay into the Vynnset ability, you more or less just trade. You gain. It's basically a piece of true damage, right?
You take away a mode of interaction from your opponent. Alexander Vore here posturing maybe to block a little bit.
Yeah, a bit of an awkward hand. Lightning Press, Somersault, Blast to Oblivion, and Etchings of Arcana. Not much go again to speak of here. That Sigil of Lightning is going to afford him an embodiment of lightning, but he can't do the most explosive thing his deck is capable of. He is still, at the end of the day, a bit of a combo deck. He is looking for that Gone in a Flash setup with those Lightning Greaves, and though he's done something powerful this game, he doesn't seem quite ready to try and go off here, so this might be a bit of a hard decision point for him.
He needs cards to bounce with that Blast to Oblivion. Remember, the Sigil of Lightning will go away at the start of his turn.
He
so
thankfully
if he plays,
does have the Sigil of Conductivity in his arsenal from the previous turn.
And then he needs more instants to actually play in the Blast to Oblivion's Chainlink to bounce that back as well. So taking the Rune Charm is Alexander Vore, trying to navigate the rest of his turn over here. Still has the Lightning Greaves and Aether Bindings of the Third Age up, which, to your point, Ellie, there is a Gone in a Flash turn coming at some point.
I can't believe how much armor this hero has now. That's 4. There's 4 points of armor on Oscilio's side of the table.
You know, I completely forgot that Old Knocker has armor because I just assume it's basically it's always used for its effect and that it actually can block. But yeah, you're right. I think when he came out, he just had like 2 pieces of armor and people are like, whoa, this guy is so fragile.
So fragile, 36 life, 2 points of armor.
Now, over to Alexander Vore, took the entire damage from Hughes Lee, and Hughes Lee gained 2 life as well. So life lead on his side now, 26-19, as Alex Vore tries to navigate this entire 5-card Oscilio hand.
Yeah, looks like he opted, even though it was a bit of an awkward one, he is just going to go over to his turn and use all 5 cards. His turn kicks off with a Sigil of Lightning trigger at the start of his action phase, generating an embodiment of lightning.
And that has to be so scary if you're on Hughes' side. Oscilio didn't activate Oscilio on your turn and went to his side with a full 5-card hand.
Block.
What has he got going on? He doesn't even need to filter his hand. Something scary is going to happen. Looks like it's going to be a Blast to Oblivion combo turn.
Yeah, a little mini combo like we saw last turn. Again, still not quite that Gone in a Flash setup, but because he has an Etchings of Arcana in his hand here and a Sigil to pay for Volzar on the board, it's likely he gets to send another massive arcane spell. I wonder if he ends up trying to close this game without ever even finding the full combo, Pankaj?
Blast to Oblivion has such an interesting interaction in this matchup as well because you can bounce the opponent's Rune Chants. If the Vynnset tries to end their turn with a couple of Rune Chants, which they often want to do, especially when they're not running Vexing Quill Hand, which usually has decided not to bring in this matchup, if you can just bounce a couple of Rune Chants, you can make their turn really, really awkward. Right now, though, Alexander Vore choosing to bounce a Sigil of Conductivity, making yet another embodiment of lightning, bouncing the Blast of Oblivion to his hand as well. All the go again he has access to all the go again right now.
All the go again in the game, in the world. All of it, just all of it. Another embodiment of lightning on the board, like you said, but only 1 attack action in hand to work with.
Lightning Press as well to pair with the other Blast Oblivion, which is going to get go again from the remaining embodiment of Lightning already. This hero is so cool, Ellie.
This hero's so damn cool. 4 go again is the ask of Hughes. Let's see what he's cooking with here. There is a reduced to rune chant in this hand, but like last time, it's a little bit awkward. He's going to have to pay for it because he keeps ending with no rune chants and he can't find a Malefic incantation to establish.
Definitely an awkward start for Hughesley here, which is very different from Alexander Vore's very amazing start, if you will. And also, this hand on Hughes' side doesn't have a very strong rune gate card. The Deathly Whale requires 3 rune chants already. Vynnset will give 1, Reduced Rune Chant will give the other one, but he still needs to find a 3rd. Perhaps the Arsenal could come in and let him do that, or he might be forced to just take a defensive posture on this turn. But there's only so much you can block out against an Oscilio. Eventually, they will find that combo turn.
Especially he only has AB3 because of Dyadic Carapace and Grimoire of the Haunt. But before we can talk about arcane damage, we have to talk about this Lightning Press coming across, making this Blast connect for 7, putting Hughes down to 15, amping Volzar by 1 more, and setting Alex up for a massive arcane spell that will not only end his turn with him with an arsenal, it will also leave him an embodiment of lightning because of the Blast flickering the Sigil of Conductivity. Etchings of Arcana amped for 10, a second turn in a row. His life total might be gone in a flash before we even find the titular card.
Playing Sigil of Conductivity there not only is an extra lightning card for Volzar, it also makes the activation free. And once again, Alexander Vore has concocted an extremely terrifying Blast to Oblivion combo. Etchings of Arcana will let him pick up a Sigil again and refresh that arsenal once again. He's playing with 6 cards each turn, it feels like, Ellie.
Yeah, Hughes put in a pretty awkward spot here, too. He held onto that Reduced to Rune Chant a little bit too long, and now there's no more physical damage coming across on this turn cycle for him to actually use it on.
Which means that's also 1 fewer rune chant he's going to be able to go into his turn with. I think he was expecting more Blast Oblivions to come out.
I think so, too.
Didn't get to use it. Now, how will he use this card? Use his hand efficiently, given that he can only now use 1 of these cards to block 3 from the Etchings of Arcana, 10 arcane damage.
He can intentionally pitch inefficiently, putting a red like the Reduced to Rune Chant in the pitch zone first to get the cards out of hand, but he won't get any extra value because he's capped on how much arcane damage he's capable of preventing at the moment with his equipment.
So minimum 7 damage going to be leaking through. Hughesley will go all the way down to 8 life. And Alexander Vore, once again, Ellie, he just is set up so well. Got an embodiment of lightning and a sigil on field already with another sigil and arsenal. This is before we've even seen any sigils of brilliance. This has just been sigils of lightning and sigils of conductivity.
Yeah, before we saw Alex Vore tear up the draft tables, before we saw him tear up the CC events with Oscilio, we know he was one of the best Kano players in the entire game, and it just transfers so much here. Clearly, he is setting up these undeniable sequences with massive arcane spells at the end of them. And speaking of massive arcane spells at the end of a turn, it looks like he's lacking one a little bit. He's found the Gone in a Flash in this hand, but doesn't have all that much to work with. Hughes banishing a yellow Deathly Whale and generating 1 rune chant, but I'm unsure he's going to be able to get to 3 to fire it off.
Here's where perhaps he's missing the Vexing Quill hand. Looks like it's going to be Eloquent Elegy. Now, I do want to point out, we've been focusing a lot on Alexander Vore, but so far Hughes hasn't been able to find the disruption. Now, though, he has it. Succumb to Temptation in his hand. Oh, it looks like he pitched it instead.
Looks like he wants to arsenal the Reduced to Rune Chant and set himself up to use it to cover up a little bit of life when Oscilio goes for it. The Succumb is quite a powerful card, but it can be a little bit risky to keep extra cards in your hand to try and send it across against the Constella Intelligence, because if they just opt to Arcane Barrier because their hand isn't good, that card can get pretty dang stuck. Oscilio activation, filtering away a high voltage and finding an electrostatic discharge. Definitely more attractive in conjunction with Gone in a Flash, but still not an arcane spell.
Interesting decision by Hughes over there, arsenaling Reduced to Rune Chant while he's going to be ending this turn with no Rune Chant to speak of, because the one he has right now is being used by the Eloquent Elegy. Oh, but of course, Sigil of Conductivity would have always stopped the Rune Chant there. That's why he elected to pitch away the Succumb to Temptation. 4 damage coming in through from Eloquent Elegy will confer an Eloquence token for Hughesley there. Arsenaling Reduced to Rune Chant. with no rune chance to speak of. Does have AB2 though, so if he draws a blue, he still will be able to pay 1 for reduced rune chant, have 2 floating to pay into Diadetic Carapace should arcane damage come his way.
Alex Vore has a lot of damage to work with on this hand. Even if no arcane spell has made itself known, Gone in a Flash, Electrostatic Discharge, Fry, and Flittering Charge with an instant in the arsenal is definitely capable of mustering up some serious pain for the Iron Maiden to deal with. And at only 7 life, it might just not even come up with the massive combo.
Once again, you must be just kind of scared if you're in Hughes' seat. You're seeing a Gone in a Flash being resolved without Lightning Greaves, which means Alexander Vore has nasty plans with this card.
All of his armor is still on the board. Let's take a look at Hughes' hand. He is capable of making use of Face Purgatory with this hand, which might be exactly what he needs to do on this turn cycle to slow the Lightning Wizard down a little bit.
Not only that, has found a second reduced rune chant, which does combo well with the first one. You just pay for one of them, and then you can play the other one for free, which would get him up to 2 rune chants. And on his turn, he'll finally be able to do something disruptive in the form of the Widespread Destruction. Should he survive this turn, though? That is the massive question.
Curious to see what he pitches to this reduced to rune chant. He is gonna drop the Deadwood Dirge in his pitch zone, holding on to that Widespread Destruction, both to be able to banish 2 his hero ability, as well as block with to set up Face Purgatory.
There's a very intricate interaction happening here right now, folks.
I know,
Alexander Vore could respond to the reduced rune chant, bouncing back the Gone in a Flash to nullify the rune chant generation. Looks like he did let it pass, though, because he needed the go again to resolve from the Gone in a Flash.
Yeah, picking that Gone in a Flash back up with that Sigil of Lightning. Looks like it's going to be followed by Fry, cracking in for 3, but representing an extra point of value. This card, not quite the stinker it is in Aurora, a bit of a powerhouse in this hero because it represents basically 4 value since it adds another point of amp to your Volzar's check.
I know how much you hate Fry in Aurora. You were hating on the card so much during the deck building. Do not put this card in your Aurora deck.
Please do not put Fry in your constructed decks. Looks like Electrostatic Discharge followed after Fry was blocked for 3. Flittering Charge coming in for 7. That is Hughes' entire life total, and because he blocked with that Widespread Destruction, he can't get Alex's last card with that Face Purgatory. He's a little bit stuck here.
And he also knows the last card is the Gone in a Flash. He knows that's going to the Arsenal, but he just gave up his Arsenal Disruption in the form of the Widespread Destruction, so won't have any way to interact with that Arsenal. For Hughes, he might be facing down just a full Gone in a Flash turn with nothing to do about it. I have to say, though, the first Reduced Rune Chant resolving does offer him a little bit of a break. He's going to be able to resolve the second one in his arsenal for free and go up to 2 Rune Chants.
Gonna get that last bit of block on that Grasp of the Arknight. 2 Rune Chants to work with here, and the Reduced to Rune Chant cleared from Arsenal. But for those Rune Chants to do the work they were destined to, the Shadow Runeblade must have a Blood Debt attack in her hand, and she doesn't right now.
So she does have the Deathly Wail from the previous turn, which he didn't manage to clear up. Remember, he banished Deathly Wail and then attacked with Eloquent Eulogy, pitching for it. So that's why he just elected not to hold on to another Blood Debt card and cleared the one already in his banish zone. Remember, that does deal damage to him if he doesn't clear it out. So sending 8 in the form of his Deathly Wail, but this is just damage, Ellie. And Alexander Vore can just absolutely just take this, maybe even just give some armor and come back with a massive Gone in a Flash turn.
Speaking of a massive Gone in a Flash turn here, he has found all the pieces. The chess pieces are in place. The dominoes are set up, and Alex looks ready to knock them down with 2 Sigil of Brilliance in his hand, as well as a pretty interesting inclusion here. Ether Spindle, not a very standard card in a lot of these Oscilio decks, but it does something really powerful when you are so all in on a combo, either Wildfire or Gone in a Flash. Pick your poison. This card helps you sculpt the top of your deck and helps you find the ideal hand to blast your opponents to oblivion with.
Perhaps Alexander Vore's Kano bias coming out to show over here. Loves the Aether Spindle, wants to opt with the card, isn't quite ready to let go of the card no matter what wizard he plays.
Playing out the Sigil of Brilliance in response to all of this. I wonder if he's going to get to block with Flash of Brilliance on this turn.
and Aether Bindings at the third age potentially as well to just amp even more in his turn while the opponent is at 5 with only AB3. Yes, that is coming out, and once again Hughes is sort of just facing down the barrel of a massive gone in a flash turn from this Oscilio.
3, triggering the flash.
Blocking 3, triggering a Flash of Brilliance, discarding Eclectic Magnetism to its triggered ability, and returning an aura he controls to its owner's hand. And since Sigil of Brilliance has left the arena, he draws a card.
And I believe he drew a Blast to Oblivion, Ellie. This combo turn just got even scarier. I don't think Hughes even has a life to survive for the grand finale of the combo in that arcane damage spell.
Yeah, Alex got a little bit low throughout the course of this game. Hughes did hit him pretty hard on that turn, but 10 is plenty to work with when you are ready to go on this turn.
Alexander Vore just double checking if he wants to activate Azalea on the end of Hughes Lee's turn.
Clarifying that he should have 1 Rune Chant on the board thanks to Deathly Whale's Chain Close ability.
Still some armor left on Hughes' side though, so he's at 5 but does have 2 block on Phase Purgatory, 1 block on Spellbound Creepers. You can't block with Direct Carapace because you're against a deck that sends a lot of tall arcane damage. So 3 more life, 3 virtual life on Hughes' side of the board in the form of the armor, and Aether Bindings of the third age has been popped in response to Sigil of Lightning leaving the battlefield. That's AMP 1 already. Get your calculators out, folks. This is going to be a massive, massive arcane damage spell. Should Hughes Lee even survive for it?
1 amp lined up with Aether Bindings, but a freaking hell of a lot of cards in Alex's hand to work with. Those Sigil of Brilliances in conjunction with Blast to Oblivion represent not 1, but 2 cards in Alex's hand.
And the Blast to Oblivion, that was drawn off the Flash of Brilliance headpiece now coming in. Going to be able to bounce back the Sigil of Brilliance, and is, of course, yet another lightning card for Alex Vore. And of course, every time the Sigil gets bounced back, it will also pump up the Aether Bindings of the third age amp as well.
Already a nearly lethal amount of damage on the combat chain for Mr. Lee to deal with on the other side of the table. 4 go again is the ask. Looks like he's going to give up a 3-block and the Spellbound Creepers, just get all the armor value that he can on this turn cycle before it's too late.
Do you think this is a Phase Purgatory turn, Ellie? Do you think he's forced to just use it?
It just has to be.
You know Alex Vore has a Gone in a Flash in the arsenal. He's popped all the equipment. I think you need to disrupt him as much as possible.
You do need to disrupt him. However, you also need to pick your moment carefully. Let's see the rip from the Sigil of Brilliance, finding an Eclectic Magnetism. Maybe not exactly what he was looking for off the top here. A lightning attack you have to pitch into is definitely far from ideal.
Do you know what Eclectic Magnetism is in this hand, Ellie? It's Phase Purgatory fodder.
You can
just discard to it.
Fodder. It is Phase Purgatory fodder. You're very, very right, Pankaj. He has drawn an extra card with which to insulate himself from Phase Purgatory, causing his plans to crash down like the lightning he is sending across the table.
Interesting to point out, he didn't actually pop the Lightning Greaves, so he just is confident in the rest of his ability. And I do want to point out, he's already amped 5, and he has a 4 damage arcane spell in his hand. He already has lethal past AB3.
Can never be too safe.
Definitely agree. Every Wizard player knows you always just still do the max damage you can. You don't want to blow your load and have it be countered by some random Oasis Respite, and then you just lose on the spot. And Eclectic Magnetism, we said it was Phase Purgatory fodder. Instead, though, he's actually playing it out and does let him play around Phase Purgatory as well, because you can just respond to the Phase Purgatory trigger by playing out the arcane damage spell.
Yeah, rather than discarding it here, it looks like he's just going to use this to get that Ether Spindle in for a massive amount of damage. Phase Purgatory is blocked here. Malefic Incantation, Eulogy, and Purgatory trigger on the stack. We're going to see a response. Old Knocker activated, floating 1 resource by tapping Oscilio and destroying the chess piece. 2 floating. This is Ether Spindle. Volzar in response. This is coming in for 4 plus 2 plus 4.
Another 10 damage arcane spell for Alex Vore into Hughes' Lee's 5 life, and that gets the fist bump yet again. Our Wizard player winning in round 13 of World Tour Las Vegas.
Can I ask you a question, Pankaj?
Go ahead, please.
What's up? I thought Rosetta was like a really bad set for the Wizards. What's going on there? It kind of seems like they're tearing it up today in our feature match area.
You know what it is, Ellie? It's high seas giving our Wizard decks these upgrades in the form of the Blue Earth non-attack for Verdance and the zero-cost shock for Oscilio.
Yeah, you heard it here, folks. Rosetta, not a powerful set. High seas, go get it right now.
And with that, folks, we have an interview lined up for you for our first player locked for top 8. It is none other than your World Tour Weekly host, none other than Majin Bae himself, the Verdance player. Let's get right into it. Let's hear from Majin Bae.
All right, y'all. World Tour Weekly's about to have a pretty fire news segment because I'm here with our first locked player at the U.S. Nationals here for our top 8, none other than Majin Bae. Majin, congratulations to you.
Man, I appreciate that.
How are we feeling?
Good, good. Feeling very fortunate. Really lucky. I had a lot of Florians on the way.
I mean, it's part of why you brought the deck, no?
It is. It's a good meta pick if you're expecting a lot of Earth heroes. I was expecting less news, which ended up working out pretty well for me so far. We'll see how that goes as the tournament progresses.
Yeah, there's definitely some news up there in contention. I know Bird Cabrera is in striking distance, Jude Cornette as well, some pretty big, heavy hitters. But talk to me some about Verdance, about the deck choice, about, you know, a different wizard in the last couple events, and then how you're feeling looking forward as we move towards the top 8.
Yeah, so I picked Verdance. I used to be a Kano player, obviously, everyone knows this. I picked Verdance because if you play Kano, you cannot draft well. That's the law. And so I switched to Verdance because I wanted to practice on my draft. And it worked. I've been doing very well at draft. I just found that it's impossible to top 8 a tier 4 or, you know, like a big event like this if you do not win at draft. It is hard. So picked Verdance. I was thinking about switching to Oscilio, which I would need more prep on for this event because I think he's very good into Gravy Bones and things like that. But the issue is this draft set is very deep. There's a lot that goes into it. So I picked Verdance, put a couple of really hard days of practice hammering out like the matchups that I expect to see a lot, like Florian, even the Verdance Mirror. I went with a more aggressive playstyle, much less arcane. I don't even have trees in the deck. And then I focused entirely on draft after that.
And it paid off.
It paid off.
5-1 in draft.
Yeah,
it's pretty amazing.
Stupid return fire. Oh
that was
God,
it was so sick.
It was cool. Yeah, and the dry powder shot, so we got the pump. And that, yeah, it was like, you know, it was cool. Yeah.
Okay, but I do want to hear a little bit about the journey from a constructed specialist to a true all-around professional. What was the journey of getting good at draft? Someone pretty high profile at LSS put some recommendations out there not too long ago that suggested perhaps you should simply get better at limited, and you did just that. How did you get better at limited?
I asked people who are good at limited.
Right, yeah, makes sense.
I just had them. I literally had them stand behind me, and then they would stay silent, and I would look at the pack, and I would pull like 3 cards up, like these are the things I'm thinking of, and they would give me a this or a this, and then I would take one of the cards, and then they would tell me why I shouldn't have taken that card, and they did it over and over and over and over and over again. And then something I did as a team, shout out the like Metal Fab and the Stroop guys that I've been playing with, is that we did a couple of face-up drafts where everyone shows all their cards and you talk about why you picked each pick, and then it's so cool because normally you just see yours, right? But it shows you the ramifications down and upstream. Yeah. And it really like cool. Just opened my eyes a lot with like, oh, I can take this card because I know one of these, like I'm gonna get this again. Yeah. Or this is in here, but the rare is missing. This might not be as big of a signal as I think.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
Just put in the time, put in the work, and worked with other incredible members of the Flesh and Blood community. Absolutely. Continue to be magnanimous and helpful. So we got to let you get back, let you get prepped. But I do want to just know briefly, how's it feel to have your first major tier 4 level top 8 after just so many years of putting in the time?
It feels so good. So good. I've been itching for this, man. I've been fighting for it so hard.
Yeah, baby.
So it feels very good.
Well, I'm proud of you, man.
Oh, thank you.
Congratulations. We will be seeing much more of Majin later in the day and later in the stream. But now we'll let him get back, and we'll get back
to us. We're going to take a quick look back at us right before, after a very short break, me and Pankaj are going to be back with round 14 of World Tour Las Vegas, this U.S. National Championship. We're nearing the end of Swiss. We're so excited to see these last few games of the day and then lock in our top 8. We'll be right back. Please don't go anywhere.
We have one player locked for top 8 at 2025 US Nationals. We have 7 more to be determined with 2 more rounds of Classic Constructed, a whole bunch of win-and-ins, and a whole bunch of lose-and-outs as well. I'm Pankaj Bajwani, joined by Ellie Bird. We'll be bringing you the next round of Classic Constructed. Ellie, how are you feeling as we get into more win-and-ins?
I'm excited to see what the rest of the dang top 8 looks like. There's so many heroes out there in this metagame. It looked a little bit dominated by Florian. I think that was the metagame day 1, and then he was maybe not as represented as we expected. And as we get deeper and deeper into Swiss, it just holds true. There's so much diversity at the top tables out there.
Speaking of that diversity, let's go ahead and check in on our standings. Let's see where these various heroes in the metagame have landed. After round 13, we have Majin Bae leading the pack at 12-1, X1 after 13 rounds. What an incredible stellar performance from him. Going undefeated in CC, Ellie. His only one loss was in draft. Right below him, we've got 5x2 sporting a whole bunch of Earth heroes. 2 Florians and a Verdance. The 2 Florians piloted by Adrian Gebhart, Randy Davis, and the Verdance, of course, piloted by Lucas Oswald.
Yeah, and I believe one of our featured players in this game is sitting there in the 5th place slot, Andrew Cook, X2 with a win and in for top 8 this round. Also, a Gravy Bones hanging in there. And speaking of hanging in there, the 8th seed Bird Cabrera. We followed her a whole bunch throughout this weekend, and she is 10-3. If she wins, we may be seeing her again tomorrow, Pankaj.
For the Warrior fans out there, Patrick McGregor still holding up that flag at X3, piloting Kassai, and of course Azalea. Remember, folks, if Azalea takes down US Nationals, she is gone from the Classic Constructed format. Lots of level points on the line for her. And all these X3s are live. Remember, folks, they just need to win both their next rounds, and we will see them in the top 8 as well. But for now, our feature match right now is going to be Andrew Cook versus Randy Davis. But before that, let's go ahead and take a look at page 2 of our standings, see who other X3s are live for top 8.
You mean a
leading
ton
the
of
pack,
them?
Leading the pack on this screen, we have Jude Cornett also piloting new.
Yeah, Jude Cornett on new, and a fair bit of Assassin on this page. There's 4 of them. Raj Parikh on Arachne Marionette. Aaron Grace, also top-aided last year's US Nationals on Arachne Marionette. And Jeremy Stowe on Arachne, slipped through the cracks. There's also a Kano, in addition to Alex Vore, our other Wizard player on this page. Sebastian Anaya on Kano, Alex Vore, who we just saw piloting Oscilio. And there in the middle, Connor Badeau on Syndra. I believe the only one in the top 20 players.
I was just going to bring that up. At the beginning of the day, we were looking at where the Syndras were, and they kind of had all disappeared. Syndra was the 2nd most represented deck at US Nationals. Had a very bad conversion rate into day 2, but Connor Bodo saying this deck perhaps has something to say about this Earth-heavy and potentially a little bit Gravy Bones-ish meta as well. And with that, folks, we have checked in with the standings after round 13. We know which players and which heroes are in line for top 8. Let's get into our feature match where we have Andrew Cook on Prism. He managed to make top 8 at PT London with this deck against Randy Davis, who so far we have seen tear up the draft pod with his almost Azalea-esque Red Spine Manta Marlynn build, piloting Florian into Andrew Cook's Prism.
Looks like Andrew Cook went first, and with one of the most ideal openers you can have, as the Light Illusionist just dropped a Merciful Retribution and passed the turn over to Randy, who's got to kind of get something going with Florian, who, as we saw, can occasionally struggle to convert, having 4 cards and not getting to block.
Merciful Retribution doing double duty. Not only is it a Spectra piece of board state that's very annoying for Florian to deal with, it represents almost unconditional soul, because at some point Randy Davis will need to clear that out, and that will be the first piece of soul for Prism Awakener of Soul, who really needs that additional resource to fuel her game plan.
Speaking of unconditional soul, or nearly unconditional soul, Andrew Cook has drawn the powerful Fable that Prism Awakener Soul is so fond of. He has that Light of Soul in hand, so we're going to be taking a look at the top of his deck on this coming turn to see if he gets to flip a yellow card straight into that pile.
And you know he wants to try and flip a yellow Herald, Ellie, because that will also trigger Prism's effect and let him go search his deck for one of those Figments. And also have to point out, he is running Vestige of Soul over here, so that important chess piece will also be online if this hits.
A yellow Herald on top. War Tune Herald goes straight into the soul, triggering Prism's ability and allowing Andrew to search through his deck for his figment of choice, which he gets to choose based on the cards in his hand, and it is a little bit contextual with this hero. Sometimes you get Erudition if you're not going to have an arsenal by the time you're done with your turn, and protection to shore up a little bit of life in there as well. And something I want to point out in this matchup is that he is playing the new Prism card from High Seas in his deck, Herald of Sekhem.
And with that Light of Soul hitting, Vested of Soul is also online. Looks like Figment of Protection was the figment of choice for Andrew Cook. Avea comes in, creates a Spectral Shield as well. Might just end up soaking up a Rune Chant, that little shield of his. But Vested, what's he going to do with the Vested of Soul resources, I think is the question for the remainder of this turn. Remember, this Herald of Triumph does have go again, thanks to Luminaris Angel's Glow.
I suspect we may see a Prism activation on this turn. He has plenty of soul to work with. Speaking of having plenty to work with, Randy Davis blocking 7 with Trot Along and Shelter from the Storm still has 3 cards in the hand on the defensive.
Herald of Triumph.
Looks like it's going to be another Herald of Triumph. No Prism activation, no use of the Vestige of Soul effect either. Just wants to set up a little bit more soul. Andrew Cook playing this very, very patiently so far. Wants to make sure that once he goes for the big Angel of Erudition play, he has enough soul to keep drawing cards from it. Perhaps even put Randy Davis in some sort of, maybe not a full ALS loop. It's a bit difficult to do that after the book banning, but maybe some sort of pseudo sequence of turns where he gets to keep drawing off of second Angel of Erudition.
Another interesting thing going on here is that he is getting a Figment of War out of his hand. That can occasionally be a bit of a roadblock for this Prism deck. When you draw these Figments, when you need to get them out of your deck, it can be a little bit awkward.
Also, excuse me, I meant Soraya, Angel of Erudition, not Sekhem. Sekhem's a different one. Randy Davis on his side, blocking out the on-hits for Prism. Remember, each Herald has an on-hit of more soul, and that is a resource you need to starve Prism of. Otherwise, you might find yourself just falling very, very far behind. Randy's saying, cool, I'm not going to let you get any more soul. You had 2 pieces of soul, which I couldn't do anything about because of Merciful Retribution and the Light of Soul, but he doesn't want to give Andrew any more of that very valuable resource.
Another Figment in this hand going straight into the pitch zone. Figment of Triumph being used to pay for Herald of Ravage's 6. Go again with a pretty nasty on-hit, both dealing arcane damage should it connect, as well as the implicit on-hit of going to Soul and searching Prism's deck for another Figment. Getting popped by Erase Face, Phantasm trigger as it has 6 power, Footsteps paid into to get an action point back, and followed by Herald of Erudition. About the biggest punish possible here. This is 5 Dominate, and on hit it will go to Soul, both triggering Prism, and Andrew will get to draw 2 cards.
You almost have to wonder whether Randy regrets popping that first one. He might have wanted to save the pop of this one, unless he has a different reaction. Looks like it's not going to be. Perhaps not respecting the card draw that much right now, because Andrew Cook does not have an action point. Only the first Herald had go again. The Erudition did not. So will Andrew even be able to convert the cards he just drew off the top? Will want to find some sort of instant Spectra piece, maybe like a Genesis.
Yeah, finding an instant speed aura like Genesis or even Arclight Sentinel can be pretty backbreaking for your opponent when they choose to go ahead and let you have these draw triggers. And the hit trigger from Prism looks like it's going to go fetch a Figment of War, entering the arena and generating a Courage token.
And looks like it's just going to be an Arsenal. The card draw for Erudition ended up doing nothing. Andrew Cook effectively IPing 2 cards.
2 free cards, so not as bad as it possibly could be. Randy starting with a Grasp activation, generating just 1 Rune Chant, as he has 0 Earth cards in his Banner Stone at the moment, and a Reaping Blade swung. He has taken this game slow and steady. Maybe the hands have been a little bit awkward, but maybe he's wanting to just take a defensive stance, send annoying damage, and basically play this matchup like a Guardian, just trying to grind Prism down and run her out of options.
Very different style than what we saw him favor in the draft format with that Red Spine Manta Marlynn build. That was very, very aggressive, but in CC, Randy Davis showing us he wants to play the more grindy, slow style and put the onus on Andrew Cook to get together an unbeatable board state from that Prism deck.
Get you a man who can do both.
Andrew Cook here taking a moment to decide how he wants to block out this Reaping Blade. That Rune Chant as well is threatening the Spectral Shield.
And it looks like he's got Riches of Tropaldani in his hand here. New Fabled from High Seas, little bit contentious. Powerful Fabled in the constructed format that generates a gold when pitched.
So many Fables in Andrew Cook's deck. We already saw the Light of Soul. We saw Riches in his hand as well. And we did see the Library of Solana as well as he was looking through his deck when searching for the Figment. Lots of Fable-heavy deck in this Prism.
Riches of Tropaldani? Of course. 3 Fable deck, baby.
He playfully says 3 Fabled deck, baby, at the table, pitching Riches of Tropaldani, a yellow for Luminaris Angel's Glow, attacking with Herald of Erudition for 6, dominate, Phantasm, and go again. Can we fit any more keywords on this card?
Overpower, I guess, functionally.
Does Overpower do anything if you have
no,
dominate?
it doesn't.
Wait,
It's strictly worse.
it used to. If you chose to defend with an action card from Arsenal with Art of War.
Ooh, or Bunkerbeard.
Oh, true! The best card in Hunted. Looks like a block for 3 is the response here with Condemned to Slaughter and a Rootbound Carapace in the arsenal. This is pretty interesting. You mentioned last turn he didn't respect the Herald on hit, and he did actually have the defense reaction here, saving it for when a Herald had go again. Maybe a bit of a gamble given the inclusion of Spectra in the list, but one that paid off for him.
Randy Davis showing us he has experience in this matchup, which you definitely need when you're against Prism, realizing when they didn't have an action point, Erudition doesn't matter. When they do have the action point, however, that's when he elects to use the defense reaction.
Curious to see what he gets up to with that gold.
Definitely. You have to wonder, maybe it's if he gets a soul by some other means, like say a Genesis, you pitch into gold with a Vested of Soul online, you're effectively just pitching 1/3 of a card to draw a new card, and that can maybe help fuel something like an Arclight Sentinel to protect your board even more.
Currently another Soul Shield in this hand. Curious to see if we just see another pitch into a Rune Chant and use Soul Shield to block Reaping Blade, but it doesn't look like that'll be the case on this turn, holding it perhaps just to establish this Genesis on his own turn.
So far, very slow start for both our players, but I think at this point, I do want to give the edge a little bit to Andrew Cook because he's the one actually advancing his game plan. He has 4 pieces of soul right now, whereas for Randy Davis, 0 Earth cards to speak of in the Banish Zone. He resolved a Rootbound Carapace on the previous turn. Unfortunately, did not have enough Earth cards in the graveyard to actually get the Decompose off. So he's sitting there, kind of just been sending Hammer for 4, effectively, a few turns back to back, while Andrew Cook is sitting there setting up his soul.
Herald of Triumph's text proving pretty relevant on this turn as Randy Davis is holding on to 2 attack action cards with 6 power, which will not destroy this card due to Phantasm.
Does have another Rootbound Carapace in Arsenal, but do you want to deploy it on this first Herald?
Bit of a tough question. 6 go again with a pretty nasty on hit. Getting another Figment is the ask here. Andrew already has 3 cards in Soul. Letting that spiral further out of control could be pretty devastating for Florian.
One card we haven't spoken about yet, of course, is Angelic Wrath, which we know Andrew Cook, at least he ran a couple of copies of them in London. Have to imagine it has stayed in the Prism list. It's a very, very strong card, especially if your opponent tries to block out exactly, especially on a Herald like Erudition, for example, and you can just blow them out. Looks like Face Purgatory going to come in and join the combat chain over here, forcing Andrew Cook to discard a card.
Discarding a Genesis. Maybe a much better snipe than Randy really expected. This card pulls so much weight in the Prism matchup because a pretty key part of Prism's design is that she has no one-card plays. Everything she wants to do outside of establishing these blue Everfest auras is a 2-card play, but I mean, I wonder if Andrew was playing into the Face Purgatory on purpose there a little bit. It didn't seem like he had a plan for that Genesis.
I love it when the players contradict us immediately when we say something. Prism has no one-card plays as Andrew Cook plays appears reality. However, speaking of Fables, Andrew Cook has finally drawn that library of Solana with 2 yellows to go along with it as well.
3rd Fabled deck, baby, as he said. Looks like Grasp activation and an E-Strike.
Go again, probably, so that he still has the action point and the one floating for Reaping Blade to clear the Pierce Reality. Not a card you really want to leave around. That's a lot of free value. Just let the Prism continue to have again and again.
5-1 with Andrew at a healthy 30. I think in a lot of games by turn 5, you're expecting Prism to be a fair bit lower than this, but Randy has taken such an interesting, grindy approach to this matchup that seems to be working out pretty well for him at the moment.
You would also expect more Earth cards in Randy Davis's banner zone at this point, to be honest, Ali. Still sitting at 0.
Can't have everything we want, Pankaj.
Sad. If only.
Reaping Blade into that Pierce Reality, leaving Andrew with 4 cards to work with here and a library he's going to establish.
The Florians can't have everything. The Prisms, however, can. Third Fable probably coming out for Andrew Cook on this turn. And that's the other potential use case for gold. You can just get a yellow in your pit zone. 2 4 Luminars, 4 library as well. And Florian not really known to have a whole bunch of yellows in the deck to clear the library of Solana.
Interesting, leading with activating Prism here, flipping Aegis, the Archangel of Protection, by banishing 1 from Soul.
Then I'm going to...
Looks like we're going to swing this for 4 with Go again.
Is he going to use its triggered effect to make 2 Spectral Shields?
He says no, as you ask, just cracking in for 4 here. I believe the follow-up may be him establishing that great library of Solana and then drawing 2 cards, since there are already 2 yellow cards in his pitch zone.
Close to Shane. I will play Great
4 is taken by Randy, down to 34, and Great Library of Solana hits the table.
So there are a few yellows in the Florian list, particularly Plow Under, but does he have 2 copies of it in his hand right now? It looks like it's just the 1 Plow Under, so you won't be able to get rid of the library as Andrew Cook goes ahead and draws 5 cards off the 3rd Fable that we've seen from his deck.
That new High Seas card is in this hand as well, that Herald of Sekhem.
See how Randy Davis starts to deal with this board state. It's starting to get wider from the Prism side. Library of Solana and Angel already still 3 pieces of Soul, a Figment of War as well, and a gold token. How much of that matters.
Solid return here. Yet another grasp into E-Strike turn. 5 Go again is the offer here. Maybe looking to break this Aegis with a little bit of split damage on this turn.
That rune shot is so annoying when you just have one big ward 4 on your board. You still need to spend a whole card to block out the rune chant. Otherwise, your Aegis just steps in front of a 1 damage rune chant, soaking it.
Maybe he's wishing he banished from Soul last turn to generate a couple Spectral Shields.
Could be. And of course, E-Strike attacking Prism directly, not attacking the Angel, because if you do, you open yourself up to a nasty Halo play where they could bring out Figment of Ravages and snipe the Angel, taking away the Go again from you.
Yeah, it'll close the combat chain before the attack resolves, so Go again will never actually get there. Figment of Judgment going to cover up that arcane damage in the pitch zone, and 2 cards blocking this E-Strike. It looks like he wants to protect this Angel.
Reaping Blade going to face, and Andrew Cook definitely saw this coming. There was 1 floating, telegraphing that absolutely. Looks like he's actually going to let Aegis go.
Interesting.
Very, very interesting. He could have let Aegis get the full ward 4 if he just let it die to the E-Strike and then save the block on the Reaping Blade himself. Seems like you just didn't really want to convert that hand very, very offensively, opting instead to save more life. And this time as well, isn't going to get 2 yellows in the pitch zone. So no Library of Solana trigger. It's going to draw up 4 cards like a normal Flesh and Blood hero.
Only a normal 4 intellect. Boom.
Passing Mirage still in the field. Randy Davis probably has to get rid of that. Already I've seen quite a few E-Strikes from his list. Will he even have more Go against Swarming Gloomveil potentially? Otherwise, if he spends his whole turn just clearing Passing Mirage, Andrew Cook's going to be very, very happy with that.
Thankfully, Grasp of the Arknight can allow you to levy a little bit of arcane damage your opponent's way while clearing Spectra, thanks to Grasp of the Arknight. But he does have that Swarming Gloomveil. You shouted out. This is going to be 3 Go again with 1 arcane to follow it up.
No AB, no blocks.
Saying no AB, no blocks, taking all 4 down to 21, it seems.
The Prism mantra, honestly, Ellie.
No AB, no blocks?
No AB, no blocks. I have a library on the field. I need to get yellows in my pit zone.
Yeah, Passing Mirage is going to pass us by, going to the graveyard, and Randy Davis being able to convert this hand pretty cleanly. Blink and you'll miss it, discarding Fruits of the Forest to gain 2 life as the chain closes and he destroys that Spectra. But he doesn't actually gain 2 life, maybe opting to just get the card out of his hand, or, like we mentioned, get some more Earth cards in the graveyard to decompose, because he is struggling with that right now.
Herald of Second now. Ellie, you shouted it out. The new card from High C is for Prism coming in. Is he going to use this additional effect and put a yellow into his soul? Looks like not going to be the case. Just 7 go again. Still a very, very strong Herald. Can be popped, though. Unlike Herald of Triumph, doesn't have the effect that lets defending action cards have -1 attack. Looks like Randy did have the CNC over here.
Yeah, also another interesting about Herald of Second here is that it doesn't have the on-hit that it goes to Soul, so it is just 7 vanilla damage. A lot of damage for 2 cards with Go Again, but it doesn't let him search his deck for a Figment. But what does is this blue Wartoon Herald attacking for 5. No Go Again, since it isn't his first Herald attack of the turn. Gonna get covered up by a Grasp, and Randy's first Decompose of this game on turn 7.
Finally.
Absolutely brutal.
Meanwhile, Andrew Cook gonna be drawing up 5 cards at the end of this turn thanks to great library of Solana, and he has 2 yellows in the pit zone. Figment of Erudition in the pit zone as well. Gonna go to the bottom, which is where you want it to be. You want to tutor out that Figment. You don't want to be drawing that. So head to the pit zone is gonna go ahead and draw 5.
Looks like he is reading Great Library of Solana. Perhaps he has 2 yellow cards in his hand right now. Let's take a look. It looks like I think he does. I think he has a Plow Under and an Autumn's Touch in this hand.
A yellow Autumn's Touch?
2 Plow Unders.
2 Plow Unders. That's it. I believe those 3 are the only yellows in the Florian list. Maybe Rootbound Carapaces as well, but he's found 2 Plow Unders, gets rid of the Library of Solana. This is a bit of a break for Randy Davis. He needed this. He needed to get rid of the library. Now Andrew Cook needs to start playing a fairer game after this turn cycle. He needs to start playing a fairer game of Flesh and Blood.
A fair game of Flesh and Blood, which may happen after he gets this Light of Soul into his pitch zone for a second time this game. His hand is flush with options. He has multiple Heralds, 5 cards, potentially free Soul in the form of Light of Soul, and a Genesis that he could establish to put himself even further ahead in this game. He is behind on life total, but he has a commanding position. Randy has been on the back foot the entire game, just playing the janitor, really clearing up the board whenever anything starts to get a little too sticky, diligently doing his job as the decomposing custodian on this side of the table.
Have to also point out Andrew Cook's equipment sleeve. We haven't yet talked about Halo of Illumination, Ellie. That card is so incredibly terrifying. While that card remains on the field, you just can never count the Prism out. They can do some nasty, nasty things with that card.
Yeah, that card allows you to set up some of the most powerful plays with Prism. And like a prophet, Pankaj calls it out, Halo of Illumination activation at the start of this turn. This usually means that what Andrew is looking to do on this turn is get that Herald of Angel of Erudition onto the board and draw 2 cards. But before that, he's going to flip Light of Soul's trigger, hitting a yellow Herald, putting it into Soul, so he's going to search his deck, put a Figment on the board, then they're going to resolve the Halo of Illumination. He's going to put a card from his hand into his Soul and draw a card if it's a light card, and I suspect it'll be a second Herald to search his deck for a 3rd Figment. What an explosive start to an already promised to be explosive Halo turn.
And typically on the Halo turn, you expect it to end with an Arclight Sentinel, Ellie. After the Prism sets up a whole bunch of Angels, a whole bunch of board state, they also tell their opponent, you don't get to interact with my Angels for at least 1 turn. Let's see whether Andrew Cook has been able to set up that Arclight Sentinel. Remember, this was going to be his last 6-card hand because Randy Davis got rid of the Library of Solana. So perhaps that's why Andrew Cook felt pressured to go ahead and make this Halo play.
A really interesting thing that shows a lot of, I think, like prowess and expertise of the deck here is that he used the Figment of Rebirth's trigger as it entered to put a yellow Herald on top of his deck, guaranteeing that he is going to draw into something that is not a Figment that could potentially throw a wrench in his plans for the turn, setting himself up to have the biggest Halo play possible. And speaking of the biggest Halo play possible, Figment of Erudition has hit the board. All the actors are on the stage and the play is about to begin. The Awakener of Soul doing her illusionist thing and flipping this Angel, cracking in for 4. Most likely going to draw a couple cards on this turn.
And the card draw is not over. 2 more cards for Andrew Cook and an action point as well after his Figment of Erudition. How has he done all these game actions and he still has 6 cards to play with, Ellie?
Well, that's just what Illusionist does.
Ah, yes, of course. And remember, Vestige of Soul is also online. Plenty of cards have entered Prism Soul this turn, which means not only is he card rich, he's also extremely resource rich. Let's see how much Spectre he's actually able to put down to protect the Soraya Archangel of Erudition. This is the turning point of the game. If he's able to set up an unbeatable board state, he will come out of this game on top and keep his top 8 dreams alive. But if that board state isn't strong enough, Randy Davis will be able to come back into the game.
Yeah, I mentioned that Andrew Cook was ahead despite being about 20 life down, and this is where you're going to see that life total disappear a little bit. Bit of a stroke of luck for Randy Davis here, having the 7 power to shut down this Herald of Triumph and stanch the bleeding a little bit, slowing down this Soraya turn. But the punish for popping that Herald is double. Genesis hitting the board and a Ponder to replace the card he put away.
Also, Red Autumn's Touch, not really a card you see many Earth heroes run, but Randy Davis showing us he is prepped for the Prism matchup. He brought in 7 power poppers, which is what you need to get around Herald of Triumph's effect. Now, Andrew Cook did not get to set up Arclight Sentinels, did get to put double Genesis, however. Can Randy Davis attack the Angel of Erudition without giving Andrew Cook a priority window to perhaps bring out the Arclight Sentinel?
May not be able to attack it super effectively. He does have a Plow Under in the hand, which, notably, Plow Under's ability does resolve. Even if you attack an ally with it, it just cares about each opposing, or each hero decomposes, or puts their arsenal on the bottom when you decompose.
That's a red-heavy hand, though.
He also has a Bramble Spark in this hand. What he can do is just play out this Bramble Spark to send an Erase Face with 9, but instead opting for the diligent, safe line, not opening himself up to getting blown out by a lot of block in Andrew's hand and just sending the Erase Face into the Angel, content to Arsenal the Bramble Spark and pass through. His hand, he's drawn 3 Felling of the Crowns.
That is not how you want to see those cards all clumped up together. Very red-heavy as well. Meanwhile, Andrew Cook resolving his Genesis triggers, has resolved 1, second one coming down as well. Another Spectral Shield created, another card drawn, Vestige of Soul online as well. What will he be able to do with these resources and these cards and the Spectral Shields as well? That is the Angel, Soraya, Archangel of Erudition gone. Very, very strong pivotal piece for this Prism decks. Andrew Cook no longer has access to it up until the Figment of Rebirth, Angel of Rebirth comes into play. Until then, Andrew Cook still has these double Genesis that Randy Davis needs to deal with.
Herald of Protection for 5 with Go Again. On hit, will go to Soul, generate a Spectral Shield, and because of Prism's hero ability, search his deck for another Figment.
And Felling of the Crown does not get its attack buff while defending, so those cards do only have an attack value of 4 if you use them for defense, despite how many other Earth cards you have in your banner zone. So will not be able to pop Heralds with that card.
Pretty unfortunate.
Lots of shuffling going on in this Prism deck. You have to wonder, maybe those Fables will come back right around, the Riches and the Light of Soul itself. We already saw Light of Soul being pitched twice this game. Haven't quite seen the Riches be pitched once again.
I'm going to go Merciful Retribution, Passing Mirage.
Oh my god, 2 more Spectras hit the board. Merciful Retribution promising soul and damage should Randy Davis opt to clear the board a little bit here, as well as a Passing Mirage, promising that those Heralds get a little bit more punishing and that he has to block the first one out as it will lose Phantasm.
And Merciful Retribution is the other endgame state that Prism can work towards, alongside a whole bunch of Spectral Shields which get given to you by Genesis. Those 2 combinations of cards can let you deal a whole bunch of damage every time the opponent pops Spectral Shields.
Looks like Bramble Spark from Arsenal into a Felling of the Crown. He's going to have to put one of the other Felling of the Crowns in his hand on the bottom of his deck, but the one upside of drawing all 3 Felling of the Crowns is that even after playing one and putting another on the bottom, you will still have 1 to Arsenal for the next turn. This is going to be a massive attack for 11 and 1 Arcane, forcing Andrew to put a card from his hand on the bottom of his deck.
Forcing Randy Davis to put one of those Fellings to the bottom of the deck as well. Remember, Felling is a symmetrical effect. And I have a question for you, Ellie, with this board state. Do you think you just give up on clearing these Spectra at
You
this
have
point?
to.
Like how Randy's sending the felling to the face, it seems like?
You have to. You just don't have the action points as Florian to be able to deal with this board state. And we're kind of seeing him recognize that so much hit the table in just one turn there that he has decided, he has recognized that what he has to do to have a way into this game is just pressure. He just needs to be able to do as much damage as he possibly can and hope to crush the Illusionist under his earthy feet before things get a little bit too out of hand.
These Spectral Shields are really scary, though. They are saving Andrew Cook 3 life, but each of them popping also deals arcane damage to Randy Davis thanks to Merciful Retribution. How long can you actually send damage at Andrew Cook's face, given that he's making 2 Spectral Shields a turn, thanks to both Genesises being in the field? That means that's 2 life he's gaining and 2 life he's dealing per Spectral Shield. So, per Genesis.
Yeah, pretty bonkers amount of value. He does also have another Merciful in the hand.
I have to imagine the remaining cards in his hand will be going to the soul thanks to Genesis. Is sort of getting fatigued in a sense. That is one downside of the Genesis, where you get a whole bunch of just burning cards effectively. But
you can yield to the trigger.
If you can make unbeatable board state, it doesn't really matter that you put half your deck in your soul, to be honest.
It's true. Interestingly, though, unlike the original Luminaris, the auras are not weapons able to be swung with. You do still have to have a way to close the game, and the Angels can help with that.
Stupid.
So can the second Merciful Retribution that he has right now. Could resolve that, then that means the 1 shield would only pop for 2 arcane.
Okay, too late now.
Looks like he's regretting one of the decisions he made this time. I think maybe putting the Herald of Erudition in his soul while he has a passing Mirage on the field already. I have to wonder if he regrets making that call.
Let's see what's cooking up in Randy Davis's hand on the other side of the table. Canopy, Shelter, Rootbound Carapace, Arcane Seeds, and an Enlightened Strike with a Felling of the Crown in the arsenal. This hand is definitely capable of pushing some serious punishment Prism's way.
And will also finally turn him online, which currently we're at turn 10, and this Florian still doesn't have 8 Earth cards in the banish zone. So between the Rootbound Carapace. Between Rootbound Carapace and the Felling, we can expect Randy Davis to have the Florian ability online on the following turn. For now, though, needs to survive Andrew Cook's onslaught as he activates Prism, flipping over the Archangel of Rebirth.
I suspect we may see that Figment of Erudition put on top of the deck with this attack, like you mentioned earlier in this game. So that he can reestablish that Archangel of Erudition and start drawing a bunch of cards every single turn to start to bury Randy under this massive board state that he has.
I like that you use the term bury, because that feels like that's exactly what's happening with this board right now. There's so many threats on the field. What do you get rid of? There's 3 different win conditions Andrew Cook has lined up over here. There's the Archangel of Rebirth. There's the Archangel of Erudition that just went on top of the deck. And then there's the Genesis Merciful, which lets you create a whole bunch of shields that ping your opponent for arcane damage, which we have to point out, Randy Davis has no arcane barrier. There could be a point where an enough number of spectral shields will just deterministically kill Randy through sheer arcane damage. How are you supposed to deal with this board state?
With this many action points, or rather this few, as the Rotwood Harbinger, you may just not be supposed to. You have to pressure, like we mentioned earlier. I think he just has to start sending damage. You know, face is the place. He has to get this Angel off the board before the Arclight Sentinel loop starts to make itself known. And the first one is in Andrew's hand.
You know something? Did you say Arclight Sentinel? Yeah, there we go. Finally. I was like going to say, we haven't seen that card yet. I haven't seen a single copy, and finally we see one of them. You have to wonder how many he is running. But of course, Prism shuffles her deck a lot, so you could get to a point where turn 11 was the first time you saw Arclight Sentinel because of how much you just keep shuffling your deck.
You mean like right now?
Like right now, exactly.
Randy has a bunch of cards to work with here, but he's in a bit of a tough spot. If he sends along this Enlightened Strike, it's very possible that Andrew chooses to respond with Arclight Sentinel. He's only at 12 life. He has 4 ward on the board, but that is an Angel he wants to protect as best as he can.
Arclight Sentinel in this hand, though, Ellie, won't really do too much, because that's 3 yellows you need to pitch to resolve that card. So you're effectively just pausing the turn cycle for 1 turn. Like, you're just pausing a turn cycle for 1 round, but you do lose an Arclight Sentinel from your deck as well. Looks like it's going to be E-Strike go again into Felling.
His hand also just doesn't block that well right now. I believe he's holding on to 2 instants and 2 heralds, so he has a collective block value of 6. That Arclight Sentinel might have ended up blocking a fair bit more on this turn than he realized, because this Felling of the Crown is coming in so hot and heavy.
And Randy continuing the train of just sending damage towards Andrew Cook's face. That's 7 damage leaking over past that Spectral Shield. Andrew Cook now at 5 life. Randy Davis, I believe, at 18. Yes, after the arcane damage ping. Now Genesis Triggers going in. Gonna have Vested of Soul online. Maybe he'll have a more efficient way to deploy this Arclight Sentinel to protect himself for 1 turn cycle.
Second one.
Let's see what he draws on the second Genesis Trigger. A blue Herald of Protection. Looks like he's just going to play out this Arclight Sentinel and pass through to Randy Davis, buying himself a turn here, though not pushing any offensive power on this turn cycle.
Remember, Arclight Sentinel, when it gets destroyed, thanks to Merciful Retribution, will also still deal 1 ping of arcane damage.
It will, however, go to Soul, meaning it is functionally impossible for him to get looped by just 1 Arclight Sentinel in this scenario. Randy with a pretty awkward hand here. He's going to have to just make a rune chant and then kill. Not even activating a rune chant here. He's opting to just kill the Arclight Sentinel on this turn.
Opting to arsenal the defense reaction and hold a popper in the form of the red Cadaverous Tilling. However, might be difficult to spot amongst all the auras on the field. Andrew Cook still has a Passing Mirage on the field, so we don't know how much value that popper is actually going to give Randy Davis, but he's still opting to just hold on to his hand. Maybe it's just an 8 damage power attack that he wants on the following turn as well.
6 power popper, a fair bit less valuable against Prism, who typically runs 9 copies of Herald of Triumph.
Activating Prism on Randy's turn is Andrew Cook over here.
Means he wants to flip 2 this turn cycle.
And you can see exactly why. Bellona, Archangel of War, hits the battlefield. That's exactly the sort of angel you want if you're going to start flipping multiple angels, because she puts +1/+1 counters across your board, across all the other angels. But before we get to that, Genesis triggers happening at the start of Andrew Cook's turn.
Some cards into Soul, gonna make some Spectral Shields and draw some cards. Looks like only 1 goes into Soul, and he declines Genesis trigger there, activating Prism and flipping Sekhem, the Archangel of Ravages. 1 floating here, Vestige is online. We're gonna see some real punishment from Prism come across the table here.
I just want to point out what Andrew Cook had to do to navigate this matchup. He had to set up multiple win conditions, and we see that being successfully employed right here. There's a Bellona win condition. There's the Archangel of Ravages win condition, because that's uninteractable arcane damage. And then there's a Spectral Shield Merciful Retribution win condition as well. That's even more arcane damage against a deck that hasn't brought in Arcane Barrier against you. You have to set up these multiple win conditions if you're on Prism against a defensively slanted deck like Florian. And we've seen Andrew Cook do that masterfully in this round 14, excuse me, of US Nationals.
Turn 12 of round 14 here at the US National Championship 2025 at World Tour Las Vegas. And nearly 2,025 damage is being presented on this board as we come across for 5 with another Angel Swing here.
And 2 arcane as well on top of that, because the trigger was accepted. Andrew Cook used a card in Soul for the Archangel of Ravages effect.
2 and 5 is like 2025.
It's like a better Rosetta Thorn.
We're not touching that one. Shelter of the Storm covering 4 of that attack for 5 there. It's now up to Andrew to keep these Angels alive, or he may find one of his win conditions kind of fizzling away.
And it feels like the game is just slipping further and further away for Randy Davis over there. Looks like Andrew Cook's at 5, but is that functional 3 Spectral Shields and 2 Angels, each having Ward 4. That's functional, an extra 11 life on board for Andrew Cook. He's at functional 16, while Randy is at 10.
Randy incapable of gaining life from the life half of that Arcane Seeds, though it generates 4 rune chants. It also gives Andrew a priority window to play out the Arclight Sentinel in his hand.
Not only that, these can just be soaked up by the Spectral Shields, each of which will be pinging Randy Davis for 1 arcane each, thanks to Merciful Retribution. So would need to pitch a little bit on Andrew Cook to not lose one of these Angels. Swarming Gloomveil, though, Great way to start the turn for Randy Davis over here. And you need to have go again while your Prism opponent has set up this match. Grasp of the Arcanite as well has not been activated yet. Looks like Gloomvale attacking Archangel of Ravages wants to get rid of that potential win condition first.
I will.
For Arcane coming across as well. Though, if he chooses to let this ward resolve, he will lose his action point.
Arcane.
Opting instead to get the full value out of Sekem.
And he goes ahead, and AB3 is leaving 2 shields around as well. One of the shields that got popped did go ahead and ping Randy Davis. Looks like no grasp activation here. Perhaps a little bit resource light. That's looked like it. The Cadaver's Tilling that he kept from the previous turn. Going to the pit zone and attacking the Merciful Retribution finally. So that's the last ping of Arcane for now until we see further Merciful Retributions hit the field.
A bit of a pseudo weapon sticking on the board here in the form of this Archangel of War, a threat that is going to keep growing out of Randy's reach. And though he has started to deal with a little bit of that nasty board state, it may be too little too late. He is at 8 with Andrew Cook at 5 with Ward 7 on the board and 4 cards to work with here. Though his hand does seem a little bit clunky, he is capable of resolving this Arclight Sentinel since Vestige of Soul will turn these yellows into blues. Thanks to a card already having gone into his soul because of Genesis.
No further Figments to speak of, though, and despite Vestige of Soul being online, a little bit resource light, it seems like. You don't want to just resolve ALS without sending any other damage. You do want to like attack with the Angel and resolve ALS. Looks like it's going to be ALS plus Pierce Reality with the Passing Mirage as well. Looks like another win condition being added to the slew of win conditions for Andrew Cook. Looks like Herald's now back on the table. The combination of Passing Mirage and Pierce Reality allowing Andrew to make use of that effect as well.
The third Light of Soul trigger on this game, this one whiffing for the first time.
Looks like we just have a quick judge call regarding the timing of the Light of Soul. We'll be right back into the game for you folks. Round 14 of US Nationals, shaping up to be, I think it was a bit of a nail-biter, but right now I would say Andrew Cook is firmly in the lead with his Prism board state. I'm not sure how Randy Davis will be able to navigate himself out of this.
Yeah, it really does look like our Light Illusionist has this locked up. I'm curious to see if Florian can steer his ship through these murky waters and find a way to the other side. Merciful Retribution is off the table. That arcane damage trigger, those arcane damage triggers are maybe no longer part of the equation for now, but there is an Arclight Sentinel on the board as well as 4 other auras for him to have to deal with, and he only has 8 life left to work with. It's hard to imagine him being able to find an answer to all of that, but if anyone can do it, it is somebody who is playing on a win and in at our 2025 U.S. National Championships.
Right now, it's about Archangel of Bellona and the Pierce Reality plus Passing Mirage for Andrew Cook's side. Those are his 2 win conditions remaining. Randy Davis did get rid of the Merciful Retribution and the Archangel of Ravages as well, both of which were representing uninteractable arcane damage. He did survive through that, but to your point, is at 8 life after it. Now needs to deal with Bellona plus Pierce Reality and Passing Mirage. A little bit tough. But I'm with you. I think if anyone can do it, it is the man who has his back against the wall. This is the win and in for the top 8 of US Nationals.
Yeah. And we're going to get right back in a second to see how this goes. But I do think something pretty interesting about this is I think a really tough part of this matchup for Florian is because of that Reaping Blade. Prism is a deck that likes to win from behind to begin with. She often stabilizes and wins games in single digits numbers of life, like we're seeing right now. So the problem that's kind of occurring here is that Florian has missed 5, 6, 7 points of life gain that could be so instrumental in him finding a little bit of a cushion to kind of crawl out of this hole that this board state is starting to put him in.
That's an excellent point. Reaping Blade, Florian's own weapon, sort of hurting him in this matchup because Prism already starts lower than Florian to begin with. Prism starts at 32, and we saw that early Fruits of the Forest discard alongside the Arcane Seeds life that he's been resolving. All of them just not giving him the life gain. Meanwhile, Prism is sitting at 5 life, but behind 7 ward on the field, so just nullifying the life gain on the Florian side while still having a life buffer herself.
Yeah, it's a bit of a classic Runeblade balancing act kind of problem. You have so many pieces that work really well when they're in harmony, and when they are disharmonious, the song gets a little bit ugly, and that Reaping Blade is doing just that right now. Things are not tipping the way they should on the scales for our Earth Rune Blade. He's not able to gain that much life, and he's also been having a pretty hard time getting things to line up the way he's wanted to this game. That hand where he drew 3 Felling of the Crowns in the same hand, having to send one and put one on the bottom of his deck. So functionally, all 3 were gone, with only 2 getting to be resolved, is pretty bad beats for Florian, and already pretty tough to navigate matchup. And we're going to navigate right back to our feature match area in C2 and see where this game is at. It looks like Andrew Cook is drawing his hand back up, and the judge call has been resolved. It's over to Randy Davis. 5 cards to work with.
Just to catch everyone back up, that was an Arclight Sentinel resolved on Andrew Cook's side, while he still has Bellona and Pierce Reality and Passing Mirage and a whole bunch of Spectral Shields as well. And Randy Davis, I don't think I've seen any action point generators like lead the charge in his deck so far. So it's just going to be clearing Arclight Sentinel with his full 5-card hand. 2 Rune Chants as well, though, going to come in. And no arcane damage. Andrew Cook almost muscle memoried it, saying 2 arcane. It's like, oh, wait, the Merciful is gone. So those will just clear up 2 Spectral Shields. Back over to Andrew Cook. What can he do with 4 cards? No Arsenal.
Not that much damage left in his deck. It seems these hands have been getting pretty light on Heralds, only finding 1 here. He's going to use these Genesis triggers to establish a little bit more defensive power and do some digging, but that's still not another Herald. He only has 1 to work with in this hand, though he does have an Angelic Wrath to back it up. Cracking the gold.
And it looks like Arclight Sentinel heading to the Soul off of the Genesis trigger, turning on Vested of Soul as well. I think he wants to start resolving some of these Heralds, Ellie. He also has Angelic Wrath in his hand as well to back those Heralds up. On top of the Pierce Reality and Passing Mirage, Herald of Protection hitting the field. 8 go again. No Phantasm thanks to Passing Mirage.
I was going to say, you might miss it in the sea of permanence here, but this does not have Phantasm thanks to Passing Mirage being on the board. This plethora of poppers in Randy Davis's grip here not proving to be particularly useful in this case, and he does have to cover up 8 damage before it gets out of hand. Thankfully, he still has a fair bit of armor to work with here with this bark skin of the Millennium Tree, as well as a well-grounded, but tough breaks for him. There are no non-attacks to block with in this hand, and we know there's an Angelic Wrath waiting in Andrew's hand, 2 of them, to pump this attack up to a massive amount of damage. 11 first and maybe 13 if he chooses to resolve the second one.
Does he have a defense reaction covered up? Looks like not. Randy Davis falls down to 5, and you know how much damage Bellona attacks for right now, Ellie. It is 5, not even counting the soul trigger that he can do to bring it up to 6. Randy Davis in a very, very tough spot. Still has the well-grounded available, though, to go ahead and perhaps prevent an extra 2 damage.
So we'll get that.
Little bit tough that he played exactly the yellow one and not the blue one. He was probably playing around blue Angelic Wrath with that well-grounded up, but he wouldn't be able to cover it up. Since it's the yellow one, just 1 would come across. He's going to go get back that Figment of Erudition that he put back in his deck 5 or 6 turns ago, and that's going to flip over. Randy Davis, seeing the writing on the wall, offers the fist bump and concedes. Your winner at 12-2 in round 14 of Swiss is Andrew Cook, also a Pro Tour London top 8 finisher, another top 8 under his belt here at the 2025 United States National Championships. What a game!
Just absolutely buried, or should I say drowned? It is high seas meta after all. Drowned Randy Davis in board state in overwhelming value. So many win conditions he had to set up, so many win conditions he moved past. There's a library of Solana as well that got blown up by Randy Davis. You have to feel a little bit for Randy in that game as well, just slowly seeing the chances slip away. It's a very slow death, it felt like, but he fought well all the way to the end. But in the end, it was Andrew Cook who made it to 12-2 now.
Yes,
that was rounded for after round 14 of US Nationals.
Yeah, locked for top 8 now, and I believe we have an interview from somebody else also locked for top 8 here, Lucas Oswald, coming up in a second.
Who did manage to lock himself up.
Welcome back to U.S. Nationals. I am joined by my, believe it or not, good friend, Lucas Oswald. Congratulations, my friend. I'm so stoked for you. This is the second time now you have made top 8 at U.S. Nationals. Just tell me about what's going through your mind right now.
Vegas, baby. I normally hate this place, but apparently it's lucky for me. Going 12-2 and being able to top 8 2 nationals in the span of 3 years is amazing. I just honestly, I don't know what to say. Going into this event, I thought CC would be a bit of a struggle maybe. A bunch of matchups I thought were close, but you could get a little unlucky. And that has not been the case.
No,
so
it hasn't
far.
been a struggle at all.
Not
In fact,
been a struggle.
you haven't lost in CC this entire day.
I'm currently 8-0 in CC, with one more round to go, planning on making that 12 in a few rounds. For sure.
I totally believe in you given what you have shown thus far, but there's an important part of this tournament that I think we also have to talk about. And I just have a feeling, Lucas, like you have gotten good at limited. Would you say yourself that you took the time to go ahead and get good at limited?
Indeed. Not only did I take time to get good at limited, but we also have good limited to get good at now.
Okay.
High Seas, absolutely phenomenal. I cannot say enough about the set. I am in love with the blues. I am in love with the equipment. I am in love with gold. I am in love with Treasure Island. I'm excited for Singapore.
Awesome.
That's my main thoughts from this tournament, honestly.
Also excited for Singapore, and I'm excited to see what you do in this top 8. Tell me a little bit about the kind of matchup spread you're hoping for. You're our second person to lock. The other person is a Verdance.
Indeed.
It's, of course, Majin. So you guys clearly made a great choice in this tournament. I believe we may have a Gravy Bones locked right now. So we're kind of putting together the picture of this top 8. What else are you hoping fills out the top 8? What are you scared of making it to the top 8?
Yeah, so what I would like to see, I think, is Florian. A lot of them have been kind of getting beaten up by Caleb and I, but I think that is a good matchup. I think that there are very good plans, and you are just solidly favored there. Otherwise, it's all kind of fine. I think most of the matchups are reasonable. I think Azalea and New are probably the trickiest matchups, but I beat an Azalea and a New this weekend. I beat Jude Cornett. Some people might know who he is, a very good young player.
Yeah, still in striking distance of top 8 in this tournament.
Absolutely. And so, yeah, I would like to avoid those kind of assassin disruptive decks and just stick to boring old Earth decks where you just blow them out of the water with Storm Striders.
Sounds like a fine plan. Again, I'm so proud of the work you put in. You are truly becoming one of the superstars of the game.
Do my best.
And I wish you nothing but the best in the top 8, my friend.
Thanks, Brian.
You're very welcome.
Vegas, baby. Words from our U.S. Nationals top 8 competitor himself. And keeping in with the gambling theme, folks, you do not want to go away anywhere because we will be giving away the beautiful Conqueror of the High Seas pulled by Brian Gottlieb here on stream. More details to come next round, so do not miss it, folks, because aside from the giveaway, we will, of course, also have more win-and-ins coming in to determine the remainder of our top 8 at World Tour Las Vegas. You do not want to miss this. Don't go anywhere.
There once was a ship that put to sea, and the name of that ship was the Billy O.T. The winds blew harder, bow dip down, blow me bully boys blow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tearing is done, we'll take our leave and go. She had not been 2 weeks from shore when down on her a right whale bore. The captain called all hands and swore he'd take that whale in tow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tearing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Da 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 Before the boat had hit the water, the whale's tail came up and caught her. All hands to the side, harpooned and fought her when she dived down low. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the damage is done, we'll take our leave and go. No line was cut, no whale was freed, and the captain's mind was not on greed. But they belonged to the whalesman's greed, she took that ship in tow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tanning is done, we'll take our leave and go. Da 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 da
"14 rounds have gone by here at the U.S. National Championships 2025, and that can mean only one thing. Only one round remains until we know our top 8. Sam O'Byrne and Brian Gottlieb are here for that all-important final round. And Brian, I just have to ask, how much fun have you had these last couple days, man?
A hell of a weekend, and I'm so pleased with what players have brought to the table. Just dove into this high seas format in its entirety. Limited CC, bringing the spice all over the place, and we're closing it out with a couple more spicy matchups.
Yeah, we've got a couple bangers. Let's check out the standings. Let's see where things stand before we determine our top 8. What's standing out to you, Brian?
I mean, it's got to be the double Verdance combination at the top. We started day 1 basically in this position, and it looks like we may end day 2 in the same spot. Majin Bae, Lucas Oswald on top with Verdance, really setting up that as a boogeyman of the format.
Yeah, looking down as well, Andrew Cook. What an impressive couple of tournaments for him. We are seeing a star be born. Prism, the awakener of soul, and we are seeing the awakening of Andrew. A top 8 in London and a top 8 here in Vegas. And you look one spot down, Gravy Bones.
Yeah, speaking of awakening, Jacob Shaker, a bit of a slumber since the last big event, but absolutely coming back with fire here. 12-2, locked up for the top 8. Is Jacob Shaker.
Yeah, and looking down, we've got a Kassai down there, a couple Florians. These now your X and 3s. This is where we're going to see the win and ins. These players are all about to battle to make it to the vaunted top where you can see our 4 locked players. Let's look at some of the final X and 3s before we dive down into the feature match area, because we've got a couple other pretty impressive names and pretty spicy heroes here, Brian.
Yeah, this is where at the bottom of these 11-3s you start to get into the help territory where these folks may need things to break in their fashion. But for Colin, Eriksen, Raj Parikh, we're probably talking win-ins this round. It's amazing to me, Sam, we could end up in a world where there are no Florians in this top 8. There are no Florians paired against each other here, so no guaranteed outcomes here. Who knows what's going to happen?
Yeah, and you look at Alex and Tommy there, Alexander Vore and Tommy Buljan. Those players, they could make it in with the win, but like you said, they need a little help. They need things to break their way because they're at the bottom of the X and 3s on this round, which means even with the win, they could end up 9th. So it might depend on the breakers, but for our next couple of players, it all depends on the strength of their play because we've got a true win-in. Reminder, we do, of course, have a giveaway happening during this round for this gorgeous card that you pulled, Brian, the gold cold foil conqueror of the high seas.
We can't cancel that. I don't get to keep that card.
You could if you. I mean, you got a lot of power, dude. You can basically just wave the magic
I did
wand.
open it.
You did open it. Hey,
Seems fair.
We'll ask the chat. You know, you can write right now in the chat if you think Brian should get to keep it, and also what we should do with the Tinker Rings, because we didn't really talk about that, but me and Ellie did pack those back to back, so that maybe feels cosmic.
Maybe chat thinks I should keep those too.
All
Let's
three.
just see.
Yeah,
Let's see
we
what
can
they think
find
about
out.
it.
I want to find out mostly what you think about who is going to win our next matchup, because I think it's time for win and in. Brian, you ready? Don't leave me hanging, brother. Don't you do it.
I'm ready. Let's do it.
For a win and in here, live from Las Vegas. Let us get into the arena because we have got a couple classic heroes here for you and a couple fresh faces to the tournament scene. Some players that are both looking for their first major top 8 ever. And we've got a couple heroes that I can't wait to watch. It's Colin Eriksen on Kassai of the Golden Sand and Jacob Lantz, Azalea, ace in the hole.
It's weird to talk about Colin Eriksen as a fresh face to me because I've seen him play so much. I've watched the AG Open Series and he's just been crushing on Kassai for such a long time. So to me, a known figure. But you're right, this is his first chance for a real breakthrough finish. Meanwhile, we went and looked up Jacob Lantz. Jacob, not someone I'm personally familiar with. So I was like, well, let's see about the finishes I may have missed over time. There's nothing. We know nothing about Jacob Lantz. This seems like the absolute breakout performance for him, and what a way to do it. Maybe bringing Azalea over the LL line. What a way to start your big-time flesh and blood career.
Absolutely. He grabs the endless arrow on the turn 0, knock the death whistle. If only we could all be so lucky piloting the ace in the hole. I do want to highlight, if I can, New Horizon in the weapon zone. As he activates the Azalea, grabs the, it's not the weapon zone, excuse me, in the equipment zone, as he grabs the endless arrow, plays the take aim, plays the lace with inertia, and gets that endless arrow down with dominate and some pretty nice on-hit effects in the inertia. But you talked a little bit before the match, as we checked out that equipment loadout, as we sat down, about what some of the new cards from High Seas are bringing and why some of these players are leaving their cross wraps behind.
Yeah, I think something like calling the big guns gives potential to just set up that arsenal a lot easier. And for Azalea, you know, the New Horizon setup isn't anything new. We just saw it with Sand Scour Great Bow for such a long time. Now with just a little bit more flexibility, a little more ways to go ahead and park a face-up card in that arsenal, we're seeing them comfortable making the move to New Horizon. No question why. That card undeniably one of the most powerful equipments ever printed.
Colin took 6 after playing out the Shelter from the Storm from hand and has the inertia, so you can see immediately starting to filter, put a resource into the Iron Song versus he needs to utilize all the cards in his hand because they're going to the bottom of the deck one way or the other, either from the pitch or from the hand thanks to that inertia. So we're going to start things off with the Unsheathed. It threatens the Courage thanks to the versus. Got Go again thanks to the Unsheathed. And of course the Saber effect live if Jacob wants to do some blocking.
Great start on Jacob Lantz's side, gets that dominated arrow on turn 0 and sets it to the inertia. So Colin Eriksen set up to play from behind for a little while, but Kassai can do this very well, and we know Colin Eriksen has been in this position so many times before.
5 damage on the chain. Let's see what Jacob is working with in the hand. A couple of Bolton shots and a Heat Seeker, but only 1 pump, and we know it's an endless arrow down there in the arsenal. So have to look here,
Down to 35? Down to 35.
figure out Jacob Lantz here going down to 35. Just going to take that damage here. No reactions from Colin because of the go again. Gets that Courage. Interesting, Jacob didn't want to get any defensive value out of those cards, and it is just the Command and Conquer coming down from Colin. So now Jacob here, he's probably going to get some defense value, but thanks to the Courage, this thing comes in for 7. So he's once again looking down at the Endless Arrow. And remember, without the Skullbone Crosswrap, Jacob isn't able to just flip up the Endless Arrow and look at the top card of the deck. He'd have to just do a Blind Azalea if he wants to get that Endless Arrow out of there. So maybe this Command and Conquer can do the work for him and allow him to free up that Arsenal zone.
Got to feel good if you're in Colin Eriksen's seat. I mean, you're facing down inertia on turn 0 and still able to put together a really nice turn here.
Look at this. Jacob Lantz says no blocks and enacts one of my favorite plays in Flesh and Blood, honestly, is letting the Command and Conquer hit. Not because you have to, but because you've decided the value proposition is just not in the favor of what the heuristics might say. I have to block the CNC. I have to go ahead and make sure that, you know, I get the value out of blocking my cards and not losing the arsenal. But no, Like we said, that hand's a little clunky, so Jacob wants to get that arsenal free. Perhaps he's thanking Colin Eriksen for helping him out.
It's funny, time and time again, we see Kassai in our feature match area, and we're like, Kassai, slow, grindy control deck. This is going to take a while. And then Kassai just comes out firing and drops a bunch of damage.
Going to go ahead and load in here. It's the Heat Seeker. And so now we have to wait and find out what the follow-up is going to be. Something I also want to highlight, we highlighted the New Horizon. The thing we didn't highlight is the gold foil bullseye bracers. So clearly, Jacob, even though he's not, you know, maybe the most decorated tournament player, he's got a decorated suite of equipment over there.
Maybe it'll depend on the outcome.
Gold foil bullseye bracers. This dude clearly likes his Rangers and maybe looking to finally put a major top finish to his name while this hero that clearly he loves is still legal. 3 Bolton shots in the pitch for Jacob Lantz here.
Where's the Rain Razor, Sam?
I don't know. I mean, he probably wouldn't have pitched all of them if he had one. This is now a Heat Seeker for 8, so we've used 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards to come in with a Heat Seeker for 8 after losing the Arsenal to a Command and Conquer. Not a great spot for Jacob Lantz. Colin, though, he's off an Arsenal from that inertia, so he does have to think about just precisely how much he wants to respect the potential of this Heat Seeker on hit. Not a card you're used to seeing in Azalea, but that's part of why New Horizon is in the matchup, and that's part of why you bring in Heat Seeker because of what New Horizon allows.
Colin really having to think about this Heat Seeker, putting him a bit in the blender.
Let's see what he's working with. Couple of Blade Flurries, an Unsheath, and a Slice and Dice. So yeah, needs some pitch. Doesn't want to let this Heat Seeker hit clearly because of the way that the engine of the New Horizon deck comes online in these Azalea decks. You want 1 card face up, 1 card face down all the time. Normally we see it with Sandscour Greatbow, but the new cards in High C making Death Dealer the pick of choice for Jacob and some of our other Azaleas in this tournament. This is going to buy the Courage of Bladehold and both of those Blade Flurries.
Yeah, one of the best things about New Horizons, once that face-up card is in Arsenal, just float it forever. And if you end up with something like a power card, you know, I was watching a match previously, saw a Codex of Frailty just floating out there in the Arsenal zone forever. What a threat to play the game under, and there's no real loss of efficiency for the player in that scenario.
Slice and Dice, Unsheathed, going to be played here, and the Courage of Bladehold, I think, immediately popped as well in order to make sure that this turn remains without needing anything to pitch.
A little bit of a bailout there for the Kassai player.
And you heard Colin just describe exactly what the math is. It's going to be 6 into 5 off of the 2 cards.
No one hits.
And you can see immediately why the Courage of Bladehold was blocked with on that last turn cycle. Went ahead and denied the on-hit, remains with the life lead, and has a pretty impressive turn here off of just the 2 cards.
Yeah, again, Kassai just finds ways, finds damage where other heroes cannot, plays small hands efficiently, and then plays large hands efficiently. I think this hero just doesn't get enough credit. And granted, it has taken a lot of pickups to really bring it back into the meta. Some other heroes had to leave the meta. That's the way Flesh and Blood works. The meta is ever evolving, ever changing, and even small shifts can have seismic effects on outcomes. And something like 2 Kassais with Winilins is certainly a seismic effect.
You can see here's the 5 with the Hot Streak follow-up. Jacob had to take that one because the Hot Streak's been blocked out. Jacob hasn't been able to establish an arsenal. He's trying to play off of the 4 cards too. His hand probably gets significantly worse, even though Death Dealer does draw him a card. Tunic is on 3 on his next turn, so that has to factor into the decisions he wants to make. But he's in danger of falling pretty low already after that Command and Conquer hit and after this turn from Colin Eriksen.
Using that life total as a resource is Jacob Lantz. We'll see if it's the correct call or not as time moves on.
Colin there just taking a peek at the graveyard for Jacob. Both players, plenty of time on the clock, and this is their win and in for this top 8. They know this is for all of the marbles as Jacob calls for no blocks, is now down a half of Colin's life total. 34 playing 17 as Colin passes the turn. The Tunic ticks to 3. What does Jacob Lantz have in store for us?
You know, Sam, I always like to assess demeanor when we see a new face in our feature match area. Jacob Lantz looks entirely comfortable. I'm not seeing any signs of stress. I'm not seeing any discomfort. And also seems committed to his game plan, knows what he wants to achieve. As I mentioned, using that life total as a resource. And now we'll have to see if he's gotten himself into a position where he's ready for his offensive salvos to come out. I got a quick peek at Colin Eriksen's hand. Looked like a double blood on her hand's draw. So kind of good for going ahead and setting up that graveyard. And I'm not sure this is going to be a particularly long matchup where you're trying to work towards a big blood on her hand's finish. But a little scary to put 2 of those out of your deck if you have to over-defend on this turn cycle.
Colin here immediately reaching for those Valiant Dynamos and both of those blood in her hands. And you have to imagine Jacob knew this was possible, knew this was coming, and has some other follow-up. We see 1 Codex of Inertia in the pitch zone. You have to imagine Jacob has a way to continue the turn. He knew that Bolton Shot was going to get blocked out. That Valiant Dynamo was too easy to use. It is going to be the Bullseye Bracers. It's gold foil, but it has the same effect. This Remorseless coming in with that additional point of value, and Colin just folds the whole hand. So Jacob took the whole hand, and for the first time in this game is really going to be able to utilize an arsenal at the beginning of his next turn.
Shifting back to a defensive posture is Colin Eriksen, and has picked up that 3rd blood on her hands with the draw here. As I said, I don't think it's as vital in this matchup if he's forced out of it. I also want to call out another card Colin drew, Warmonger's Diplomacy, as hello,
baby.
darkness, my old friend, just rings through Azalea's head.
Well, probably not yet, because first we're seeing the Rain Razors, and this was, I think, a blind Azalea, right? He literally said, okay. As that card came in, Tunic now can be utilized. You might be happy to see a pump off the top because of the Death Dealer.
One of the great things about blind Azaleas is you just have a lot of very positive outcomes from those blind flips, as something like a Rain Razors into Bolton Shot off Death Dealer puts you in a very good position. You have your go again now, and you can just go ahead and load this up with a bunch of pumps if you would like, which it does appear that Jacob has access to.
Yeah, laced with, oh my God, wait, a bunch of pumps. No, all pumps. Oops, all pumps is the cereal of choice for Jacob Lantz here.
Look at Colin's eyebrows start to raise. He's like, okay, I guess this is happening.
And there is a reload trigger here. There is an open arsenal zone. Jacob deciding, does he want to keep the release the tension around for another turn? Or is he happy just throwing the biggest Bolton Shot you've ever seen?
It's a good question, but Sam, it's going to be a really interesting question given the fact that Colin does have that Warmongers. And I wonder if this is a spot where Colin just wants to give up the majority of this hand, if not all of the hand, to defense, and then just drop the Warmongers and see if that can buy him back the tempo.
And that would be pretty backbreaking, especially given that Jacob could have gotten the value on this attack and gotten some true damage through, because if Colin is keeping that Warmongers, that means he would have to go ahead and take whatever damage comes over the top. It looks like he grabs it in the hand there, puts back the Iron Song Versus. That thing's not stopping an on-hit effect. Maybe he wants to keep it until it does. Let's see what else he's working with. Precision Press.
Yeah, he went back into the hand, and now it was originally a Warmonger's defense, but is he debating now?
Is that a Fate Foreseen? Yeah, I believe that's a Fate Foreseen. So he was probably considering, do I just want the Fate Foreseen in the arsenal for a Dominate on a future turn? Looks like he is going to go ahead and just play it all here.
Block with the entire hand, sure.
Unable to see what that Fate Foreseen was, but he's just going to go ahead and let that Warmongers hit the combat chain as a blocking card. Looks like that is going to cover up the entirety of that 15.
Picks up another Warmongers.
And a Shelter from the Storm.
And turn just heads back to Jacob Lantz here. So Jacob rewarded for keeping this pump around.
Mm-hmm. Release the tension into the Death Dealer. Pitch away the Rain Razors.
I will load a Heat Seeker and drawing a card.
Heat Seeker, let's see what the rip is off the top. A couple of pumps and the ability to play the Heat Seeker. It's going to be a Codex. Looks like a Blood Rot.
Blood Rot, yeah.
Codex of Blood Rot.
My dog is rocking Marvel Codexes, Gold Foil, Bullseye Bracers. He ain't look like a player that hasn't hit a top finish to me.
Yeah, feels like somebody who knows his way around Azalea, for sure. But it proves such a good point, Sam. I talk ad nauseum about how good Flesh and Blood players have gotten. And yeah, a lot of times when I'm talking about that, I'm talking about, you know, the Michael Fungs, the Michael Hamiltons, those names. No, I'm talking about the people who we haven't seen before. Somebody like Jacob Lantz, who is entirely capable of becoming our U.S. national champion.
And look at this. The Warmongers was parked away in the arsenal, sheltered from the storm. That had to stay in the hand because of the release, the tension. And there are two different effects keeping cards out of the arsenal for Colin. So Jacob has to know that that card in the arsenal is going to be deployed on this turn. He's not going to be happy when he sees just what card it is, because he's got his first 6-card hand of the game. He's got a Heat Seeker trigger, which brings in a release the tension. That's so good. That's a pump. There's a random face down card for the Ponder, and there's a Warmonger's Diplomacy on the combat chain.
Yeah, it was all coming up Jacob for a moment there, but Warmonger's Diplomacy looks to bring things to a screeching halt here. And look at a shake of the head there from Jacob. I am positive someone as experienced with Azalea as Jacob looks to be has been through this before, knows what it's all about. And look at that hand.
Clenched up.
That's a strange one. We are codex flooded this go around. And you see why Jacob is having to have a think.
Two frailty, 1 blood rot, an endless arrow, release the tension. And if he plays out any of those non-attacks, that's all he's going to be able to do. He, like you said, he's seen this card before. That's not making this sting any less.
Don't know what the face down card is, but war has been declared. So that makes me feel like the face down card is an arrow here.
I sure hope so.
Well, you could just pass and do nothing and try and put something together with this 6-card hand that you've accumulated.
Yeah, but the 6-card hand doesn't play together super nicely.
It doesn't, Sam. That is very true.
Maybe it's a quiver of rustling leaves. He found a drill shot. So he is able to at least present some form of pressure. And for Colin, the Valiant Dynamos have been sitting with that -1 counter ever since like 3 turns ago. Hasn't been able to attack. He's just been on defense. So that drill shot actually threatening a significantly real on-hit and threatening to put those Valiant Dynamos out of commission for basically the remainder of this game. It's going to buy off the full block from Colin.
Yeah, Jacob has to feel good to at least get a card here from this attack. Having a think is Jacob Lantz.
I have to wonder if he's thinking about activating the quiver simply to get some of those cards out of the hand.
I could see that being the play here, and I think it can make a lot of sense. We'll see what Jacob decides.
Just so unfortunate that the Warmongers came on back-to-back turns for Colin Eriksen. If you're fans of Azalea, if you're fans of Kassai, you are so happy to see Colin be able to rip that card onto the table and stuff this 6-card hand in its tracks. It's not going to be an arrow. It is going to be the activation of the quiver of rustling leaves. Maybe even better for Jacob because he got the cards out of the hand and he doesn't have to lose the quiver.
Yeah.
He gets to keep it around for a future turn.
I think that's a totally fine outcome. You just needed some filtration there, and quiver delivered, did exactly what it needed to do in that scenario. How are you feeling about some results, Sam? Do you want to know what's going on some other tables?
I could be persuaded to receive some results.
Okay. Do you remember we talked about the possibility of there being no Florians in this top 8?
We certainly did.
I lied. There's
okay.
2 Florians in this top 8. They have both won. They're winning in. That's Adrian, Gebhart, and Randy Davis. Look to be locked for top 8, eliminating Patrick McGregor on Kassai and Tommy Boljan on Arachne Marionette.
Got a couple Florians in the top 8. Got some damage over the top as the Blade Runner went on the hot streak. 2 different ways for that thing to get go again. Now the Centauri Saber comes around as we just put the Steel Blade Shunt into the pitch and the That All You Got. 2 defense reactions for Colin. Put in the pitch zone, and while he did get some damage across, Jacob is down to 11. Importantly, Valiant Dynamo back online. We have to see how much value that thing is going to get over the course of the game, given what it can do. Wow, now we're finally going to get to see what this New Horizon deck wants to do. 6-card hand and 2 pumps in the arsenal. This could be a really, really big turn from Jacob, especially with that Tunic counter on 3.
Yeah, and we're loading up all over the place here. Double pump already happens. Here's the Death Dealer activation. We'll take a look at the rip here. Searing Shot loaded.
Laced with Frailty, Premeditate, and another Searing Shot plus that Codex. The Snapdragon Scaler is going to have to come in to fully unlock this hand.
It is looking like it right now, Sam.
Searing Shot, a nice and powerful 0-cost arrow with that on-hit of the Loss of Life card I know quite well. Won many games off the back of Searing Shot. Jacob here has to give this one a think. He's got +3 from the Laced with Frailty, +3 from the Reduce the Tension. Tech's not live on Reduce. Colin not wanting to put any D-Reacts in that arsenal. He pitched both away on the last turn, and we're partially seeing why. That Release the Tension was face up in the arsenal. He knew he had to play around it. And play around it he has. 4 pumps into the Codex of Frailty. He's grabbing a Bolton shot to go wider. He doesn't need the Snapdragon Scaler. He's going to be able to go 2 arrow wide thanks to that Codex of Frailty. He has to lose the other Searing Shot for his troubles.
I pitched that Codex of Blood Rod and a Codex of Frailty. They all look similar. Yeah, all the marbles look very similar.
As you can see, Kassai or Colin over there be like, wait, I thought you pitched. How many of those have I seen? No, all the marvels are a little harder to keep separate than their non-foil counterparts.
They do kind of look like.
They're very cool.
Point.
They're very cool, but they are hard to keep track of.
I'm going to send this for 16, go again.
16 go again into 4 on hit, lose 1 is the play for Jacob. He is down a significant amount of life, 11 currently playing 28, but this is a huge turn as he finally gets to do what this deck wants to. A 6-card hand, 4 pumps, and a follow-up off the back of the New Horizon.
Good stuff from Jacob, but we talked a lot about Kassai's ability to go ahead and play with smaller hands. Now, facing down Frailty, much, much harder, and that is why we're going to see Colin go ahead and finish out defenses on this turn, still with a bit of a life lead.
And now for Jacob, he gets to put that card in the arsenal. He draws 2 off of both those ponders. Colin's probably, definitely going to pass. He's got 3 Frailty tokens and a Command and Conquer in the arsenal that he grabbed off the Codex of Frailty. Jacob has to be thinking about that on a future turn, but he's bought the tempo back. He's evening out the life. He has a real chance after being down 34-17 to put himself pretty squarely ahead, snatch the tempo, and maybe snatch up a spot in the top 8.
Has to keep his foot on the gas now. Can't afford one of those classic Azalea brick hands.
Read the glide path. Let's see what's on top. It's another premeditate. Knock the death whistle in hand as well. Seek and destroy. It's a lot of dominate and not that much block available on Colin's equipment. We know it's a command and conquer in the arsenal. We know there's no defense reaction. Jacob might be getting some true damage across.
You can do it. You can do it. I'm going to play this in our shield and then knock.
Are going to fire off that last pump before we go ahead and knock the death whistle. And now Arsenal is open. Dominated arrow surely on tap here for Jacob Lantz. What's the best one to find?
Especially given that the inertia threatens the command and conquer that Colin Eriksen has. Jacob here, you can see slightly missequenced on that. Was about to resolve the knock the death whistle and then, oh wait, have to play my lace with inertia first. Colin, ever the stand-up guy. One of my favorite dudes I've met in Flesh and Blood. SoCal local, stalwart of the AGE scene, and just a killer, man. He has just been running it up literally since he had been playing for like a week. He had been playing for like a week, and immediately everybody in Los Angeles was like, oh no. Uh-oh.
This is about to get a lot harder.
Our just got a lot harder. And he has been so amazing in the SoCal scene. Such a great player, such a great person, on the verge of a top 8, but Jacob Lantz stands in his way and is putting together such an impressive comeback here after being down a significant portion of life.
And a reload trigger. Yes, reload trigger on this. I assume you're
I want to report a result from another table, Sam.
Okay.
I don't believe this is a pure outcome-defining result, but Raj Parikh has just moved to 12-3 on Arachne Marionette. Now, there is a possibility that should matches break a certain way, Raj can still potentially miss here. So if you're a fan of Raj, we're going to have to see how these other matches break. But in a strong position, he's done everything he possibly can to try and punch his ticket into the top 8.
Raj, another player that's been around for quite some time. Another really great dude, is looking for that big top 8 finish to break through. Recent addition to that team, Runaways.
Yeah, Raj, of course, with a top 8 performance back in that LL calling in Chicago, piloted Viscerai to a top 8 there.
But as we look back into our arena, this huge searing shot with the Seek and Destroy and the Lace of Inertia can only be matched with by the sink below. Colin does sink a card away after blocking 4 on 13, has to take 9.
Falling to just 8 is Colin Eriksen. And again, it feels like the onus is on Jacob. Keep this rolling. But at this point, despite the dominate having implications for Colin's life total, he at least gets to play with some cards this time. And it's been so long since Colin has been able to get on the offensive. Had the life lead for a very long time, but this go around is willing to mix it up. Going to go ahead and activate that Kassai, and let's see what he can do with these swords.
Here comes the Kassai activation into the trot along to get the go again. Sometimes you just got to work with what you got. But with the 2 floating, you have to imagine there's not a hot streak coming in after this. Maybe it's the Command and Conquer, even though I look over, Jacob actually is off the arsenal.
All good. It's about damage here, Sam, and I think we're getting close to lethal ranges, and you really do want to steal some cards here from Jacob Lantz. Make him a little uncomfortable. Jacob has picked up a decent hand here, has the premeditate available pump, knock the death whistle, so that spells potential doom for Colin Eriksen if Jacob can keep this big hand together, but I think Colin has just the right recipe for damage that might take him off a card or 2.
Outland Skirmish into the Centauri Saber. This is currently 5 damage.
Can question too, Sam, with this arsenal clear, the coast is clear for a New Horizon block on this turn 100%. As well. And you want to get defensive value out of that card. You do need to kind of find a window to do so. A little easier as Azalea than it was as Lexi. Lexi had often felt like you just needed that extra arsenal slot to ever close out a game. Azalea can still play her game plan, and here we see that New Horizon push forward and put on the defense.
This surprises me to see Jacob Lantz so wanting to keep Colin off of the gold that he's willing to not only give up the New Horizon, he's willing to give up the knock the death whistle, a way to really unlock the optionality of his next hand. Instead, wants to keep his life total high, knowing he's staring down the Command and Conquer given the inertia and seek and destroy effect, knowing there's 6 more damage. He wants to keep the life total high. He's willing to give up the New Horizon because he's taking the 6. He's going down to 5. Excuse me. Going down to 6. Was he at 11? Did he have a frailty?
Yep. Maybe just a misclick there from our players. We'll see if it gets sorted out.
Yeah, interesting.
Sometimes those life pads get off. We'll trust that the players are managing life totals appropriately and will keep us informed.
I'll play Codex of Bloodrot.
Here's the Codex of Bloodrot. That's going to take a card out of Colin's hand. He's got to give this one a think. Ponder and a Bloodrot over, and that Bloodrot is very significant with life totals this low.
I'll come in for 6 with go again.
That premeditate follow-up. On hit, not really at issue here. It's just a buff, but 6 damage means Colin has the choice, does choose to defend here.
I will arsenal this. And
Ponder is going to refresh the hand for Jacob. He is in a pretty strong position. Kassai once again going to be activated.
Colin really trying to find that first gold.
Don't know what the card that Colin was able to establish in the arsenal is. Unsheathed here.
5 go again.
5 go again with the
Attack is greater than twice its base. Yeah.
unsheathed.
Always greater than twice its base.
Yeah, no resources floating here, no cards in hand, so Bloodrot Pox is going to do its thing on this turn. Colin's certainly going to fall to 6. And a lot of cards in hand for Jacob Lantz. This is face-up damage. Jacob knows what's happening here. Can choose to fall to 1 and fire back with that Azalea hand. Does he have the sauce?
We might be seeing Jacob Lantz mount an incredible comeback with this hero so close to living legend and potentially be the player that puts her over the finish line. A hero that used to be a meme, a hero that used to be a joke. Azalea oft maligned as one of the weaker in the game before some of the more impressive cards in Outsiders and Sets Beyond. Now, one of the terrors of the metagame for years on end. Jacob Lantz potentially putting himself in the position to bring her to that promised land.
Jacob is pulling up blocks, though, and it's another double Codex hand. Just been completely Codex flooded in this game.
He's running Inertia, Bloodrot, and Frailty, I believe. I think we saw Inertia, and if so, we've definitely seen the others.
This makes sense with New Horizons as the headpiece. Also haven't seen Colin the big guns yet, so maybe just playing an older version of this setup, but doing so very, very effectively, and does choose to defend and keep Colin off gold yet one more time. Jacob saying time is in my favor. Looks like life totals have been corrected now. Jacob has fallen down to 5.
Yeah, because of the 1 damage from the Command and Conquer.
We have life tracks. We have
We were at 11 when you.
Yeah, you can hear the players discussing.
Yeah, you're correct.
Yeah, that is the extra point of damage from the Command and Conquer, and then the Centauri Saber is put up by 1 because of the Endless Arrow, so 1 damage leaks over the top. Kassai going to connect, first gold for Colin Eriksen.
Yeah, so this is just a pure life total defense from Jacob Lantz, wasn't trying to avoid the on-hit. But Colin Eriksen falls to 6 here. Let's talk about equipment available. Have not been able to refresh those dynamos.
No.
Does have the Kabuto. Look, it's just basically vanilla defense, but still nice to have on your side. Here's a Rain Razors to kick things off from Jacob. Death Dealer activation. Draw here feels important. Another Codex. How many Codexes are in this man's deck?
My dog, there's too much of a good thing sometimes. Codex is a strong card, but we are seeing them in multiples over and over again, and Jacob has been in a position to shut the door, to absolutely punch his ticket to the top 8, but these Codex are coming together at unfortunate times. Endless Arrow for 6 here, and this is something that Colin Eriksen has to defend. Those Snapdragon, without the Bullseye Bracers, actually, he can't get it in.
That is the problem here.
So it's still Codex in hand?
It's Codex in hand, so I think it doesn't matter that much. I think you're snapping either way, and you have to go ahead and get value out of that Codex. You can't just take a turn off here. You have to claim Colin's full hand, and you hope your next setup is just that little bit better, and it'll be helped along by these Codices.
So Snapdragon Scalers used on the Endless Arrow.
Assuming it will be the Codex of Frailty coming down for Jacob Lantz.
And he doesn't want to lose the other one. But Frailty here, and time for another Command and Conquer for Colin Eriksen back into the arsenal. And he has to lose either the Take It on the Chin. Oh, wait, did he banish the Command and Conquer?
Yeah, no Command and Conquer available here.
Oh, that's so awesome, dude. I didn't even see what he banished to the Kassai ability.
Was that forced, or was it possible that Colin could have chosen to banish another card?
I don't know. I think there's a red right there. No, that's certainly on purpose. This is exactly the kind of player that Colin Eriksen is. He's used to banishing things for nourishing emptiness. He's used to getting attacks out of there. He shows us the Command and Conquers in the banish zone, which means he is able to have a little more defensive option against this Searing Shot that will again be coming in for 6.
So smart from Colin. Would have only been able to defend for 3 here. Would have been forced to go ahead and take 3+1 from the Searing Shot and fall to 2, but now has the 2 defensive cards available from some smart banishing on the Kassai ability.
Once again, though, even though these Codexes have come together at awkward times, it is going to be Jacob Lantz with the Ponder and the ability to play another 5-card hand at this point.
Take it on the chin.
Take it on the chin going to be the call. Colin is okay to take some damage. Wants that agility token because he wants to actually put some pressure on Jacob Lantz on this turn.
Double swords is lethal. At the very least, it can go ahead and claim that tunic.
And let's see. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be cracking the gold, make these swords free. Let's see what the rip off the top is. Also an important one.
Is playing through the Frailty, though. So I was wrong. It was not lethal here, but can go ahead and still offer these swords. I will say, you're playing against a warrior. You have to respect the attack reaction in some scenarios. So at least it makes things uncertain here from Jacob with that unknown card in hand. Picking up the D-React might be exactly what Colin wants in this scenario. Let's see if he can get Jacob to flinch here.
Yeah, does Jacob Lantz blink? Does he consider the attack reactions that you know this Kassai deck is full of? Colin not finding something on this turn?
You can give it double go.
Colin can, of course, get double go again, as he says, if an attack action blocks this hot streak. And even though this is not a pump, a sync blow off the top is good for different reasons. The question is, with Colin at 3 and only 1 block available on the next turn on the Valiant Dynamos, will it be enough if Azalea is able to dominate a massive arrow? This game is freaking great.
Jacob reaching for a block here, and it's just a pump. This is going to cost Jacob significant damage on his clap back turn.
Let's see what the hand is. If he pulls it back, there's a bunch of cards in there that are pumps. He has the 1 bolt and shot.
He's reaching for it, though. That tells me maybe an arrow in arsenal already. So does defend here, wants to be totally safe.
And Jacob Lantz blinks. And you see Colin, he's considering, he's pondering, he is bluffing. He wants
100%.
Jacob Lantz to think that he has an attack reaction. He wants him to worry. He wants him to sweat. He's already gotten the man to blink. Can he make him do it again? Here comes the Centauri Saber one more time for 1.
Colin trying to get the most bluff equity possible. It's going to get another card. That was huge, Sam.
Another card block, the Laced with Bloodshot put in front of the Centauri Saber. Once again, Colin is considering. He's blinking. His brow is furrowing. He is BSing, dude. He gives the wave as he puts the card in the arsenal. Colin Eriksen has been in this position time and time again, and he is using the implied value, the implied damage of what Kassai can do to do mental damage. And in this game, it might be enough for a top 8 berth.
Oh, and if I'm Colin, I want to keep that card there in that arsenal so badly because it makes Jake, if you respected it once, you got to respect it every single time.
Swift Shot comes in, gets go again because it came in face up. Here's the other thing. The last card in Jacob Lantz's hand is, I think, the Rain Razors.
Yep.
So there's a
It
combat
absolutely
trick
is.
of Jacob's own.
It absolutely is, but Colin has defense reactions now. Now, I want to point out, this would be a 10 dominate arrow if that last turn cycle had went pretty differently. I do think Colin drew a D-react on this turn, had the one in Arsenal, so I think would have been able to cover even the 10, but you have to ask yourself what might have been from that position.
Now it's I'm not dead, but how do we handle this?
Colin's saying, I'm not dead, but how do we handle this? He has another D-react in the hand.
Yep. And now the jig is up. He reveals it was just a sink below the whole time.
And let's see what he sinks away. Keeps another sink below. Now Jacob Lantz has to decide, does he want to get 2 damage over the top? Let's see what the call is from Jacob. Does he want to just get 2 damage over the top? Colin Eriksen knows he can keep the Valiant Dynamos around for another turn. No, Jacob Lantz is just going to Arsenal. Colin, of course, doesn't know that it's the Rain Razors, but that long think from Jacob.
Colin, I believe, picked up second copy of Provoke. Now that means he's going to have resources on this turn.
And he has a hot streak. He pitches away 1 Provoke. Does he have a second one? This hot streak, the only way it can get go again is if it's blocked by an attack.
Yep, but he can make it happen. And he may be able to use this Provoke to go ahead and get a second Saber attack and keep the damage rolling.
And this time there's no frailty, folks. These attacks are coming in for 2 like they are supposed to.
And now Jacob has to straight up respect this because of Blade Flurry. That's the attack reaction you're always thinking about. And this is representing lethal with all those cards in the hand. So here is the non-attack action, defending the hot streak. And Colin Eriksen is thinking.
Let's see what he's got. He's got the Provoke and the sink below. Here comes the Provoke. This one's got to be given a read. Unfortunately, we can see there's a take aim sneaking in the bottom of your screen there. What else do you have in the hand, Jacob? Do you have an attack to put in front of this? And if you do, you're giving the hot streak go again. You've already blocked with 1 card. We saw it was 1 Lace with Blood Rot.
Call it good.
And we know that it's a Rain Razors in the arsenal. So if that's the only attack in Jacob's hand, he will have to go fishing another blind Azalea to look for dominate. But the last card in Colin's hand is that sink below, giving him once again some real insurance.
Now he can reveal just an action card.
So let's see if it's an action card added to this chain link as a defending card. Jacob, the hot streak is in Japanese. Does that mean he remembers what happens if he puts an attack action in front of this? His hot streak, of course, gets go again if an attack is put on the combat chain to block. And it is the drill shot he's going to reveal. It is the drill shot he's going to reveal. He puts it down. He adds it to the combat chain as a defending card, and that means hot streak gets go again.
How does this read?
He's going to check one more time. He needs to know exactly what hot streak does. And Jacob's going to slow down and rewind a little bit. And I think maybe disaster was averted there.
And Colin, once again, the consummate professional. You see him give the brief nod, but he says, no, you can take it back.
Testing Olympia used to just have this as his like basic hero ability, basic version of that.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
That's partially true, Colin. Partially true. Calling out Provoke used to be the hero ability for Olympia. It's very close to what the precursor to Olympia used to do.
Oh.
It was not fun to play against.
Good guy Colin there. allowing for the attack to be brought back. And allowing for Jacob to make another call. The take game is put in front.
The take game.
Still gets some value.
I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Cool.
12 cards left in deck for Jacob. We talked about the possibility of fatigue early on in this game and how it does not look like I will turtle up and defend. And the turn has been blunted here for Colin. Now we pass back to Jacob. We know Rain Razors in the arsenal, has that drill shot at the ready, can be loaded up.
He's going fishing. There's no Skullbone cross wrap. On top is an amplifying arrow.
Yep, got an arrow.
Okay.
And it has dominate. Colin looks to the sky. Can he play around the dominate one more time? It is just going to be 6, though. And Colin's going to be able to block this out, no problem.
Wait, now what happens if Jacob had actually given the attack reaction, the attack on the last turn?
This goes up a lot more.
Yeah, it's coming in for 10, and I actually think maybe giving that hot streak go again could have been the correct play. Now, it's almost impossible to know that in the dark, but wow, things could have broke very differently on this turn.
Here's the thing is you'd like to imagine that this is a pitch stack and he knows exactly what's on the top of his deck. There's only 12 cards left, but all the shuffling from the Knock the Death Whistle, it's really hard in Azalea
I don't think
to
it
actually set
was
that up.
perfectly known information. It's possible, I'm not 100% sure. Here's a Kassai activation, and now Kassai's going to come in with both these swords at the ready. See if we can get a peek at the hand. Didn't quite catch it.
Here comes 2, go again. If an attack is blocked and Jacob has to defend, his deck is getting thin, his life total is low. He has mounted an incredible comeback.
At some point, Jacob has to make Colin have it. He has to just take a risk, has to put him to the test.
This game has been unbelievable. It has had huge swings. It's had comebacks. It's had bluffs, hard reads, and missteps. Which player is going to take the final step and make it into the top 8? All right, looking through, Colin counting the threats, counting exactly what cards are in there. Looking at the banish zone, both of these players being so careful.
You need to know everything right now.
Every little bit of information you can glean.
This game is going to end within time. You need to just get as much information as possible on both sides and figure out how to play these last few turns perfectly with a berth into the top 8 of U.S. Nationals potentially on the line.
No go again currently represented, but 2 cards in the hand, and Jacob has to respect this attack. Does he give it go again with the swift shot?
I appreciate that there's plenty of time left, but this has been a very long time.
Asking for a play here, and Jacob is going to defend one more time. Blade Runner, Blade Flurry is the play here.
And that means it's going to be face-up damage, but it's going to be a lot. And with the life totals getting low and the deck getting so thin, Jacob is going to have to commit a bunch of cards once again to the Centauri Saber, and the Centauri Saber will get bigger if any attacks head in front of it.
Yeah, and multiple cards reached for here from Jacob. 2 of them committed to the defense.
Colin got his gold. He's going to get his dynamos back.
We know it's Drill Shot sitting in the arsenal, I believe, from Jacob Lantz. That's a fine 1-card hand, but it's not going to pose any threat to Colin. Here's the block for 6, so 1 damage is going to leak on the back of that Centauri Saber, and Jacob Lantz falls to just 2. Colin Eriksen at a comparatively comfortable 3+ a Valiant Dynamos. Does draw a no block here.
Azalea, once again, let's see what the top of the deck holds. In comes a red in the ledger.
In the ledger. Yep. Okay.
Tunic to pay for it.
Yep.
He's got a run through.
And this is going to do its thing, and this means only one action for the next turn cycle from Colin Eriksen, and I think we have a game again, Sam.
We certainly do have a game again. He's got Slice and Dice, he's got Blade Runner, he has got the Riches of Tropeldani that he needs to pitch away.
Was that the perfect card off the top on the Azalea?
I mean, very well likely the only card that could have really given him the position to actually claw his way back in, keep all the cards he wants.
And just activates gold and passes. Only one action, that's it.
That's the only action he can do. He doesn't even want to push the card forward. He just wants to see what Jacob is able to put together.
And now what can Jacob do? 5 cards at the ready. This is the turn. This is the turn for top 8 of US Nationals.
If it's Dominate, it's going to do it. If it's raw damage, it has to get over 13. 3 blocks in the hand and the Valiant Dynamo. He's got to find an arrow for 14 honestly, or any Dominate off the top. My heart is pounding, Brian.
I want to look at this hand from Jacob so bad. I'm going to take a shot at it. I don't know if he's sharing. Nope,
he
won't.
Is
not.
But
he's
let's
going to
see what's on
blind
the top.
Azalea.
Top of the deck shows.
It's an arrow!
He finds the drill shot off the top. It's got Dominate. And the released attention says no defense reactions from Arsenal. Colin Eriksen is going to look at the hand. 7 Dominate. Post 2 reactions and
he's
nothing.
done it!
Jacob Lantz with the comeback of the tournament. As we see him take Azalea into the top 8. What an unbelievable game from both competitors. But at the end of all things, it is Azalea, it is Jacob Lantz in your top 8. What a game.
I'm a little speechless right now, Sam. There are some incredible implications that come with Jacob Lantz taking down that game. Azalea's CC life is now on the line as we expect Jacob Lantz has advanced to the top 8 of US Nationals in the most unlikely way possible. Just fought and clawed and a million micro decisions and macro decisions. Ripped the red in the ledger off the Azalea ability and finds the lethal arrow at the last moment. Man, dude, I just love Flesh and Blood. It's so good. It's so good. I could do this. Honestly, I don't even know why they pay me. It's almost ridiculous. I would do this forever.
I was literally about to say, Brian, I love my job. And then you hit me with that, man.
It's pretty good, man.
It's
pretty good.
Absolutely unreal to get to watch games played at this level, at this caliber. And that one, I mean, your heart breaks for Colin. What an incredible run for him. But at the end of the day, it all comes down to who actually takes the W and takes it down. And sometimes you need a little bit of luck. You need the top of the deck to cooperate. And Jacob Lantz was down so much life. He faced down that Warmongers on a 6-card hand where he could do not but send an arrow for 4. And he fought and he clawed. He made really good decisions. And he's rewarded with a little bit of luck.
Shout outs to Jacob. He is just really shown up on the scene in a big way. It's often challenging to make your name known in this space, and we said Jacob really hasn't done all that much yet.
Yep.
But this could be the start of very big things. And I have to say, I'm really happy that we got to highlight Colin Eriksen's play a few times, because this guy is just such a consummate professional. He's so well-practiced, well-mannered, such good sportsmanship. We saw it multiple times down in our feature match area, just going ahead, allowing opponents to take things back, making sure opponents know what cards do before they make decisions. It's just, that's the type of attitude that's going to make you a champion in the long run.
100%. You have to imagine we have not seen the last of Colin Eriksen on the big stage on this incredible platform because of not only the type of player he is, but the way he plays the game and the immaculate skill he has shown in his short but impressive career. I do believe we've got a little Conquer of the High Seas. We've got our standings coming up in just a second.
You're saying chat didn't want to give it to me?
No, I have to imagine it was a pretty overwhelming response.
Thanks, chat.
You make this. Can't you just grab it?
Get the cards. That's not how this works, Sam. It's not like I have a fountain of Flesh and Blood cards in my office.
No, but
use them all
your
over the place.
your binder looks pretty cool, I will say. Should we do the giveaway, guys? Let's go ahead and pull a winner, and we're gonna see it, I believe, in the chat. Here comes the drum roll. 2, 1. Congratulations to whoever just won. So happy for you.
Me?
No,
Did I win?
Still no. Still no. It's in chat. So go ahead and you can, I'm sure there's some instructions in there. Okay. New blue, you may be a noob in our game, but you have got some brand new ice to go ahead and grab yourself some pretty spicy wins with one of the new pirate heroes. This card is gorgeous, and we are happy to get it on over to you. You can see the instructions on how to claim your prize in the chat. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, all of you. We are close to being able to look at our bracket and at our top 8 competitors, but I think just based on what we already know, it's a pretty great little mini meta game we've got for our top 8.
Yeah, as we mentioned, we knew 4 of the heroes that came into this round locked. It was Majin Bae, Lucas Oswald. They were representing Verdance. Then there was Andrew Cook on Prism, and our last was Gravy Bones, of course, in the hands of Jacob Shaker. So we know those 4 are locked. We also saw 2 Florian wins come in while we were playing that particular match. We mentioned the possibility of Raj Parikh maybe getting breakers in his favor. It's a big sweat if you're a fan of Raj. A lot has to go right. I don't know if he got exactly what he was looking for, but in the range of potentially making this top 8, there was Oscilios. There were even more Kassais in the mix. Multiple news out there with a possibility. So there were so many ways this could break. And it sounds like we're so close. Stay with us, folks. I promise you're going to want to know how this top 8 is going to line up. And then we'll also bring Pankaj and Ellie back to the booth, and they'll run through the whole bracket. They'll set up tomorrow, let you know what we're working with. But it's a good time to remind you, we will bring you all 7 matches of the top 8 tomorrow.
Let's go ahead and check out our standings. Let's see which players rest atop the mountaintop as you see 1 through 8. And on number 9, just as you said, Raj Parikh barely not able to squeak his way in. But we do have our top 8 votes. Brian, break it down.
Yeah, as we mentioned, those 4 locks at the top and the 2 Florians, Adrian Gebhart and Randy Davis, both punching their ticket. And shout out to the Scurv master, Bird Cabrera, really crushing those CC rounds. I believe only a singular loss in CC and punching her ticket to the top 8 on new. Also a hero that with a win will hit Living Legend. So 2 heroes tomorrow possibly playing their last ever CC tournament.
Oh, that is so exciting. U.S. Nationals in Vegas has a history of putting some incredible heroes into Living Legend with a champion's finish. So we will have to see if Bird or Jacob can join a tendency that Charles Dunn started a couple years ago in this very city. But how about Jacob Shaker, Pro Tour 1 top 8, taking Gravy Bones into a top 8 on release weekend? That is something I don't know how many people expected, but it's certainly exciting.
I think Gravy Bones is perhaps the most challenging hero to play in Flesh and Blood, and also perhaps the most challenging deck to build in Flesh and Blood. And on week 1, Jacob Shaker stepped up with both of those things already accomplished. It's a really impressive feat from the veteran.
Also, I just really want to shout out Bird. 2 different Scurvs in 2 different drafts. A little bit of luck there, but you have to have the skill to pull it off, especially when she pulled it off by picking Scurv all the way in pack 3 and with a pivot in pack 2 in her second draft, as Ellie said, lighting a bunch of Gravy Bones picks on fire. Someone who we've seen just barely outside of the top 8 at a number of tournaments. She's had quite a long career. Still a pretty young player. So cool to see her take down this top 8.
I would love to run through the rest of these standings too, just because I'm really interested in the heroes that are going to show up. And, you know, in that 9th and 10th spot right there, Raj sitting at 12-3 with Arachne Marionette. Have to feel for him. Also another Kassai in the mix there from Patrick McGregor. Jude Cornett, also a tremendous performance there. Look at Alexander Vore sitting at 11-4, just missing on Oscilio. Then we have a Syndra showing up with a top 16 finish here, so good stuff from Syndra in the end. Kano coming oh so close. A couple of marionettes really within striking distance. That makes sense to me. There's a lot of buzz around that hero right now. People believe in it. I could say the same about Oscilio too. Certainly a hero that people are going to watch and I think is going to continue to have success as we move through the national season. And then a couple more Gravy Bones rounding out our top 20. A lot of success. Yeah, so close for Austin Summers and Pat Eschke.
Now, 1 win away for those 2 Gravy Bones making it into the top 8. A couple big names there. I will say my hometown team, SoCal Team AGE, 3 players in that top 24. An incredible showing for them. I know they wanted to punch their ticket into the top 8, but impressive showings from them and all of our incredible competitors. And we have got a hell of a top 8 lined up for our next day tomorrow, Brian.
I can't wait. I can't believe they're letting me come back and cast more Flesh and Blood. What a dream top 8 we have. Anything stand out to you as far as how you're feeling about the top 8? Anything you're looking forward to watching tomorrow?
You know what? I'm looking at those two Verdances. They were at the top. They were pacing the field all throughout the tournament. But when you look at how it actually broke down, Lucas is now playing our Azalea player. He is now playing 1 versus 8, which is an interesting matchup. I don't know how that's going to go.
Lucas says, I do not want to play against Azalea, and I do not want to play against News. And there's an Azalea and a New in the bottom of that bracket.
And he's got to play against the Azalea first round. And you look at Majin, who had just the one loss going into the final 2 rounds. He actually lost those final 2 rounds, but that puts him for his first quarterfinals round against a Florian. Exactly.
Maybe a bit of a dodge
wants
there.
To play.
Yeah.
You talk about, even look at sports. You talk about, like, in basketball, the NBA teams that are at the top, all the sports columnists are like, maybe they want to lose some to put themselves in a more favorable. No one wants to play the Warriors. No one wants to play the Lakers if they're the 6th, the 7th seed. And you look here and you have to wonder if Majin's scouting the field saying, I don't know if I actually want to rest at the top of the bracket. Maybe I'll, see about getting down a couple points and playing into one of those Florians. I'll have to imagine, though, he's also happy if it just broke out that way. He plays those games out, takes a couple losses. Oh, great, my quarterfinals is against a Florian.
So you heard it here first, Sam, accusing Majin of throwing matches down the stretch here at US Nationals.
Never. But I think it's more interesting that that's how it broke out. It's more interesting that you take a couple losses.
Sometimes it's lucky to lose late. And we talk a lot about these big tournaments, what it takes to go ahead and get a W.
Yeah.
Luck. You need to be lucky. You need things to break in your favor. You need things to go very, very well. There's too many talented players in this room to rely on skill alone. Everyone here is capable of winning something like US Nationals, but you need things to break a little bit in your favor. You got to have great deck building. You have to have great play, but you need to go ahead and set yourself up for success and get a little lucky.
100%. We talked about some of those matchups. We actually have the bracket ready a little early. Let's go ahead and take a brief look at it because we got it ready, folks, and let's check out just the matchups we are going to be looking at. We talked about a couple at the top and the bottom of your screen. Anything sticking out to you about that 4-5 or that 2-7, Brian?
Yeah, the 2-7 I think is going to be a really fascinating one as Bird Cabrera plays into Andrew Cook. It's typically a tough matchup for the News, but I do think it can kind of go any way, and to me, that's the one that really might define a lot of how the rest of this bracket breaks. I really like Majin's chances against the Florians. He said he's just been devouring Florians all day. We heard that from Lucas Oswald as well, so that looks good. Meanwhile, there's that top Florian in Adrian Gebhart. I think Gravy is also well set up to punish Florian as well, and that's maybe why you don't see the depth of Florian representation that we kind of thought we might see as we get to this top 8. I think a lot of decks showed up that were ready for what Florian is capable of. So it's a tough road for those Florians to get out of these quarterfinals, and if they exit the bracket, I think things are totally shook up, and it could be anyone's game.
Well, it's so interesting because you look, the only 2 repeat heroes, we've got 2 Verdance and we've got 2 Florians. And you'd think, like, oh, the Earth heroes, they're just dominating everybody else. But the main reason that Verdance was taken from Majin Bae and Lucas was to beat up the Florians.
Yeah.
So, yes, it's 4 Earth heroes, but 2 Earth, not every Earth hero is the same, and 2 of them are not like the other.
Look, the complication of limited rounds being thrown into the mix here, this is not the end of this metagame. There are steps to take, there are evolutions to make, but this is just going to tell us a little bit more about where we're starting our national season, and something like a Jacob Shaker win can throw the entire world for a loop.
And something like a Bird Cabrera win, or of course a Jacob Lantz win, means we will be watching a hero ascend to living legend before our very eyes. Something that happened back in 2023 with Charles Dunn and Breyer. Will it happen again here? What an incredible run.
I have to raise one possibility, and maybe it's a bit of a long shot. What about a new Azalea finals? Where the winner ascends to LL. Could be one of the coolest matches played in the history of Flesh and Blood.
Absolutely, I think without a doubt it would be, and all will be revealed tomorrow. We're going to take a short break. We're going to let Ellie and Ponkage jump back in the booth. We'll check in on our teams to watch, our players to watch. We'll one more look at the bracket, and we'll set up the day for you tomorrow so you know just when to come back and which games we'll be checking out and starting with soon. So, after an incredible 2 days of competition, we are ready for the top 8. We'll be back in just a couple minutes.
Sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. The stars are free, the fight's still on, the line's not cut, and the whale's not gone. The weather
15 Swiss rounds, and we have our top 8 for US Nationals at World Tour Las Vegas. And what an amazing final game to finish out the Swiss rounds on, Ellie. What did you think of that finish?
I think I thought there would be a different winner about 7 different times in that game, and the drill shot in the last, 3 cards in his deck was so ridiculous. I totally thought that Colin had that locked up, but he was just out of defensive pieces, and that last drill shot with, I think, the last pump in his deck was just enough to get there. The freaking provoke turn, I thought it was over.
The red in the ledger before that as well to prevent Colin
It was
Eriksen
so
from
clutch.
saying, what a beautiful, beautiful game. But before we go ahead and take a look at the bracket, let's just go ahead and check in on how the various teams that we were following through, how they ended up at the end of the Swiss rounds. How many of them have players still live in the day 2 and in top 8? Taking a look at AGE, our team down from SoCal, who put out some amazing, amazing content, as well as some amazing players. Colin Eriksen and Alexander Vore, we saw them both on stream today. Unfortunately, narrowly missing top 8 at 11 and 4 each.
Yeah, Austin Somers, who we saw on stream a couple times yesterday, also ended 11 and 4 in this tournament. So 3 people on this team with a pretty sick finish here. Also, Matt Vore, just 1 win behind his brother. Chris Iali and Josh Raff also ending X7, but it did at least find themselves in day 2.
Let's go ahead and check in with Runaways as well, the other content creator team. We have Lucas Oswald here, who did end up making top 8 at US Nationals. Aside from that, Rajpur, you have to feel for him. He's come so close so many times. Once again, 9th place here at World Tour Las Vegas.
The chef's hat will have to wait 1 more year. Axon 3, the only one to miss top 8, is brutal. Another Gravy Bones player, 11 and 4. Pat SG sharing the same fate as Austin Somers. Yanji Lee, 1 win behind that, along with Noah Bagelman, a World's Osaka top 8 player, and Julian Sniffen, another player who's always so close.
Let's check in with the card guys. Now, even more content creators. All these teams just also churning out amazing content. We have Andrew Cook, who also made top 8 yet again, back-to-back high-level tournament top 8s for this player on Prism, Awakener of Soul. Following right behind him, Aaron Grace, missing top 8 at the XN5, unfortunately, on Arachne Marinette.
Yeah, Samuel Young also swooping his way into day 2 on Gravy Bones. Another one of that hero placing pretty solidly at this tournament.
And last but not least, for sure, let's check in with the Wolfpack, who had a little bit of a rough showing this weekend, Ellie. The big names, Michael Hamilton, Michael Fung, Brody Spurlock, all not... 2 of them made day 2, none of them making top 8, which is a bit of a rare thing for these players, I'd say.
Yeah, these were at a point, I mean, the team in Flesh and Blood. Everyone was, the Wolfpack was like the team to beat. This was everybody who everyone had their eyes on at some point, and the narrative has kind of shifted this year with US Nationals a little bit ago, 2 years ago. This team won.
Exactly, and they have even ex-Pro Tour winner Michael Fung right there. Unfortunately dropped, didn't even make it to day 2. Bit of a rough showing for Wolfpack this time, but you know who did not have a rough showing? Our top 8 players. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket once again. And Ellie, I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit. I want you to give me some predictions, if you will. Which one of these quarterfinals matches would you want to start? Which one would you want to predict the most confidently, would you say?
Easily. I'm sorry to do this to you, Adrian. We loved having you on stream earlier today. I do not like Florian's prospects into the Illusion Necromancer Gravy Bones on the other side of the table.
Bit of a Freudian slip there, Necromancer, Illusionist. They're about the same.
I didn't say anything.
Next weird. Let's go ahead and talk about the Andrew Cook versus Bird Cabrera matchup over here. And I know you are a big fan of Bird Cabrera, obviously for good reason. She put on such an amazing show for us on stream the past 2 days. What are your thoughts on this matchup, New versus Prism?
Yeah, I am a big Bird fan. Not only is my last name her first name, we're also from the same state. I think she has the whole of Texas rooting for her. I completely in the abstract, I would say that Prism is favored, but Bird went through 2, maybe 3 Prisms in CC in her Swiss run and didn't lose to a single one. So clearly, she has that matchup more or less locked down. So I'm going to put my weight behind her against all odds.
That is incredible. That's an incredible run to beat Prisms in the Swiss of US Nationals. As new, which I definitely agree with you, is a little bit unfavored for our Mystic Assassin. Let's move on over and talk about our Earth Mirror over here. We've got Majin Bae on Verdance against Randy Davis on Florian. Both these players, we have seen them on stream in CC and Limited as well. Any thoughts on this matchup, Ellie?
I do not envy Florian's position against Verdance. I think it's an incredibly hard thing for the Rotwood Harbinger to deal with Wizards. They are his Achilles heel. But if Randy has shown us anything in the stream games this weekend, it is that he is persistent and willing to keep chipping away. So if anybody can flip the script of Florian getting smashed by Wizards, it might just be him.
And finally, let's go ahead and take a look at the top of the bracket over here. Lucas Oswald, our first seed player, winner of the Rosetta World Premier Calling as well, against Jacob Lantz, coming in at 8th seed. Now, historically, at least at the Tier 4 events, at World Championships in particular, we have always seen the 8th seed win every World Championships the past few years. Do you think that's going to happen this time?
Well, this is a national championship.
It is different.
So it could be a little bit different. Maybe that 8th place blessing isn't quite there. I'm going to go out and say I don't think this matchup is fantastic for Verdance, but the last calling I cast with Lucas Oswald in top 8, he did win, so I'm going to call myself his lucky charm and put myself behind him here.
Okay, so we have Ellie's predictions as the top of the bracket. Semifinals on the top half is going to be Lucas Oswald on Verdance against Jacob Shaker on Gravy Bones. Bottom half, we have Bird Cabrera against Majin Bae on Verdance. So let's start there. So suppose the semifinals, the bottom one is Majin Bae versus Bird. Oh, okay, fine. Okay, let's switch over. Fine, you ask me then. Let's go.
Who do you think would win of Verdance versus new Majin Bae versus Bird Cabrera?
I mean, it feels really hard to root against my boy Majin Bae, especially on a Verdance list that we both have been working on together. But Nu is one of the toughest matchups for the deck. Nu is the boogeyman for the Verdance, and this past weekend, I've become a bit of a fan of Bird as well, to be honest. So I'm going to go ahead and give it to Bird on that one, I think.
Yeah, she's got a bit of a magnetic personality. Definitely favored in that matchup, I do think. And then, you know, of the other two there, who do you think would win of Verdance versus Gravy Bones?
I mean, I think Gravy Bones is here to feast on the Earth Heroes, not just the Florians, but both of those Earth Heroes which struggle to go wide, to clear the board, to put on enough pressure, honestly, against the Pirate Illusion Necromancer. So I'm going to give that one to Jacob Shaker as well.
So I'm going to ask you a tough question here, Pankaj. Do you think this is Gravy Bones' event to take down?
So Nu versus Gravy Bones is, I think, a fascinating matchup that is going to continue to evolve as the meta develops and as the Gravy lists tighten up a little bit. But for now, I actually think with the number of playable blues that Gravy has in the deck, I actually think Nu can maybe take advantage of that. And if they're aggressive enough, actually keep the board clear and maybe take it out on top. It is a bit of a hard sell. We saw one Nu Gravy matchup this past weekend, which did end up going the Gravy's way. But for this one, I actually think I'm going to go with Bird just mostly because I want to see her win. I want to see Nu win because that's a hero I've been playing for such a long time. And I think the narrative of US Nationals is where Nu exits and reaches the promised land by LLing out of the format would be fantastic.
I think US Nationals has historically kind of been a place where heroes have the apex of their storyline and exit the format. Last time we were in this room, Briar left us, piloted by Charles Dunn.
Okay, so I'm not going to just let you off scot-free. You have to give me your prediction for who's taking down US Nationals as well.
I would like it to be Bird. Obvious bias there. Friend of mine, hero I want gone. But I actually think that it's incredibly possible that this is just a Gravy Bones bracket. He's so good into basically everything here. Azalea seems like the most problematic thing for our Pirate Necromancer there. I mean, talk about storylines. Release weekend. We saw this happen with Syndra in Calling Memphis, the release weekend of the Hunted. We could see a repeat, a run back. Gravy Bones, the shipwrecked looter, coming and taking it all by storm, pillaging the national championships.
And there you have it, folks. Those are our predictions for the US Nationals. But for the rest of you in the rest of the world, there are more nationals to come. And definitely try and make it out to your national championships. These are extremely accessible. They happen all over the world in 47 countries all across the planet. This lets you qualify for the World Championship. This lets you put your name in the echelon of these other players that we're seeing on the screen right now as well.
So we've been talking about high seas release weekend heroes, and we know you all want to get your hands on some of these high seas pirate staples. And if you are qualified for your 2025 National Championship, just for showing up and getting in the door, you will get your hands on this gorgeous extended art rainbow foil Conqueror of the High Seas. And let's say your Nationals doesn't go so hot for you. Let's say you maybe didn't qualify. If you show up and play some side events in your national festival events, you'll get this amazing alternate art pirate themed looking for a scrap. Perfect to get +1 and go again from banishing your saltwater swells.
And just to add a little bit more motivation for us of you, here are some pictures from our previous national champions all across the world. So many recognizable names on the screen, honestly for the reason that they won the nationals. For some of them, Dan Mackay out there in New Zealand, Imad Kashi from the UK as well, Evan Herndon last year piloting Zen to the finish at US Nationals. Of course, Jacob Trossing from Sweden, and who doesn't know Xing Sung from Hong Kong?
The, GOAT of Team Blue Pitch, everyone's favorite. Your face and name could be up here next year if you manage to lock it in.
And let's go ahead and check in on the LL leaderboard, Ellie, because this is going to change the landscape of nationals across the season quite a bit. 2 of the heroes that are potentially going to LL are in the top 8. We have a new and an Azalea in the top 8 of US Nationals.
Yeah, I fully expect this leaderboard to be a bit of a bloodbath this national season. There are so many heroes on the line here, and with that new kind of soft rotation introduced by that 1.5x multiplier, this is going to speed up fast. We are, careening towards an event horizon of a massive amount of heroes LLing and leaving this game and leaving us with a very, very different field. There are, just like you said, both New and Azalea, if they win this Nationals because of that multiplier, will be straight up gone.
The past few months have already been very volatile. The seas have been rocky, if you will, when it comes to the CC meta, and it's just going to continue that way as we move on. 47 national championships, so many LO points on the line for these heroes. I absolutely cannot wait, and we have a whole top 8 at US Nationals tomorrow. Do tune in starting at 9 a.m. local time. You do not want to miss a single one of these games. We will be covering every single match, every single quarterfinal, every single semifinal, and of course the finals. We will see you tomorrow.